Dovin looked tiredly at the class, cursing the video games he hated. A bully I knew asked sarcastically if Dovin had gotten carried away again. Then another joker rudely called Dovin a pathetic nerd. The hooligans looked mockingly at the pile of chargers on the table. In reality, Dovin was just a powerless playing sixth man. Dovin felt wildly tired of the shameful role of a servant. He hated playing while controlling dozens of gadgets at once. Suddenly, someone praised his skill, causing Dovin to flinch. Arin, the recognized goddess of their school, suddenly appeared before him. And then he realized that even beauties play games. Arin was every guy's dream, and Dovin was no exception. The beauty was upset because she lost the argument and was hopelessly lagging behind her friends. Dovin blushed deeply, feverishly thinking about how to approach the school goddess. And then he plucked up the courage and offered Arin to complete the level for her. Arin gently declined, not wanting to distract the busy guy from his work. Meanwhile, she laughed merrily, making Dovin's heart pound wildly. Dovin was inspired, timidly hoping for a sincere friendship with the first beauty. A friend suddenly appeared and called Arin into the dining room, interrupting their conversation. As Arin was leaving, she asked Dovin to play for her, bringing him back to reality. In fact, Arin knew his name and warmly thanked Dovin. Dovin was in seventh heaven because the goddess knew his name. Suddenly, a system message about the hero's death interrupted his happiness. It turns out that the character dropped the rare sword Cholwu while flirting. Dovin trembled with horror, imagining the imminent reprisal of the mad owner of the weapon. And then the enraged Cholwu forcefully slammed the poor man's head into the table. The psycho recalled that he had forbidden Dovin to be distracted from his gadget even for a second. Dovin smeared blood across his face, realizing his inevitable and brutal end. In a panic, he promised to give up his sword, hoping to calm the bully's rage. Meanwhile, the sadist only grinned mockingly, savoring the failure of his six. But in reality, Cholwu simply enjoyed bullying the weaker player. Cholwu cruelly kicked the weakling, reveling in his unpunished power. Dovin realized that for the school bullies, he was just an easy target. He lay among the ruins of furniture, feeling like an ordinary game mob. An inner voice urged him to finally give it his all in the game. Cholwu complained about his useless team in the new RPG. Suddenly, he demanded that the legendary sword be obtained as soon as possible. The beaten Dovin asked in horror how to carry out this impossible task. Cholwu mocked his hormones and his recent flirtation with Arin. The sadist decided to resort to radical motivation, ominously baring his teeth. And then he threatened to cruelly disgrace Dovin right in front of the beauty. Cholwu laughed loudly at the end, mocking the helpless Dovin. The bullies went off to discuss the party, leaving the boy alone in the destroyed classroom. Dovin sat on the floor, wincing from the sharp pain throughout his body. He looked gloomily at the gadget, cursing his miserable life. The fucking game continued to run on auto battle, reminding me of the recent disgrace. And then Dovin cried out furiously that he hated video games. Meanwhile, at home, he turned into a real nerd with headphones. The absence of his mother now allowed him to play games all day long. The guy smiled mysteriously, anticipating his triumph in the virtual world. It turned out that Dovin had long ago reached the maximum level of 100 in the top. Dovin crushed the enemy with a blow, forgetting about his status as a school loser. He wondered if life would be different if it were more like a game. Dovin focused on farming, throwing all philosophy aside. Then suddenly his character died absurdly in a battle with Magmaros. And then the guy broke out in a cold sweat from a bad feeling. A stupid update raised the level cap, turning gamers' lives into hell. After 18 hours of drug use, the guy was only surviving on energy drinks. Dovin worked all night to finally defeat the formidable boss. 37 hours of nerding out among a mountain of empty garbage passed. Dovin furiously cursed the developers for the mockingly low drop rate. 64 hours of farming turned Dovin's life into a living nightmare. The guy tearfully begged the system to give him this damn artifact. He spent absolutely all his resources, but luck turned its back on him. Dovin sat in the darkness, barely holding back the scream that was bursting out. Suddenly, a wild fatigue overcame him, and his strength finally left his body. 144 hours later, the room had become a dump. He realized that taking down the monster alone was a hopeless task. Meanwhile, there was still a day left, and the low level closed the party. Dovin imagined how Cholwu would undress him in front of Arin, and then he realized that Cholwu had planned this sadism from the very beginning. Dovin noticed that the paid drop booster was about to run out. The fire boss seemed absolutely invincible, plunging the guy into despair. Suddenly, a blinding blow from a sword literally cut the flame in half. A top player with a very strange nickname emerged majestically from the smoke. The stranger suddenly offered the stunned Dovin to become his partner, and then Dovin began tearfully begging for help from this titan. The majestic warrior graciously allowed the poor fellow to follow him further. Meanwhile, in reality, Dovin was sitting in a dark, cluttered room. The guy was excitedly anticipating the mountains of money from selling the rare sword. Finally, the powerful attacks of my partner turned difficult farming into pure pleasure. Dovin advised his partner not to be greedy, as the farm had yielded excellent results. He handed the artifact to the top, enjoying his undisguised shock and joy. Finally, the exhausted guy decided to rest, feeling the heaviness in his tired eyes. The holidays were over, and Dovin was planning to get some sleep before school. Suddenly, his consciousness became clouded, and the hero began to rapidly fall into the void. Meanwhile, the guy was horrified and wondering what was happening to him now. A week of sleepless nights and liters of caffeine had dealt a crushing blow to his body. And then Dovin recognized with horror the symptoms of imminent death from overwork. He mentally asked his mother for forgiveness for his ridiculous ending. Dovin died, cursing the shameful fate of an ordinary, pathetic Game 6. Dovin closed his eyes, sure that he would not die from the games at all. Suddenly, he gave a sharp start, finding himself in a school classroom. The guy was stunned to realize that everything around him was painfully familiar. His native class was noisy around him, as if death had never happened. A familiar girl's voice again asked Dovin to play for her a little. It turned out that Dovin had somehow miraculously returned on the day before spring break. Aaron looked with obvious concern at the guy who stood strangely frozen in front of her. Meanwhile, the beauty suggested that he had overworked himself for the sake of their deal. Soon, Aaron's friend took her out to lunch, leaving the hero completely alone. Dovin sat in shock, painfully wondering if this was just a deathbed delirium. Dovin was drenched in sweat, mistaking reality for a strange, drawn-out dream. Suddenly, a window appeared in front of him, completely confusing him. The system notified the hero about the application of the game slave status, causing him to flinch. He realized that the experience of the games he had played had now become his reality. And then Cholwoo slammed the poor guy's head into the desk with all his might. The silver-haired bastard reminded me that I shouldn't be distracted from my cell phone screen. It was from this moment in the past that his endless nightmare began. The hero gritted his teeth, remembering all the pain he had endured because of this tormentor. Even in his memories, this bully seemed incredibly frightening to the guy. However, now Cholwoo looked much angrier than Dovin remembered before. Dovin exposed himself to the fists, naively believing that what was happening was just a dream. A sudden flash of pain made him spit out blood and come to his senses, and then he realized the reality, shuddering from each new blow. Enraged, Cholwoo continued to beat the boy methodically and extremely brutally. Dovin fell onto the table, literally suffocating from the unbearable jolts. Cholwoo went into a frenzy, promising to cripple the victim until he was completely satisfied. The poor fellow trembled with horror, realizing that he simply risked not surviving. Suddenly, Aaron appeared at the door, deciding to pick up her forgotten phone. The school beauty froze in horror, becoming an unwitting witness to the bloody massacre. Dovin raised his eyelids with difficulty, astonished by the sudden appearance of the beautiful goddess. Dovin received a powerful blow when he noticed the sudden return of a frightened Aaron. Chaos erupted in the classroom as the girl screamed the hero's name in horror. Cholwoo yanked the guy by his tie, demanding that he stop pretending and stand up. The shameful beating in front of his beloved girlfriend became a nightmare for Dovin. Aaron rushed forward, desperately demanding that this bloody madness stop immediately. Suddenly, she boldly intercepted the bully's raised fist, trying to help. An enraged Cholwoo rudely pushed her away, outraged by the impudence of the school goddess. This bastard grabbed Aaron by the hair, threatening her for her impudent interference. The girl screamed in pain, promising to call the teachers to help Dovin. The hero fought against the paralyzing fear, ordering his frozen body to finally move. An enraged Cholwoo rudely ordered him to shut up, barely containing the rage boiling inside. The beaten Dovin, with his last strength, demanded that Aaron be released immediately. Suddenly, the guy rushed into the attack with a desperate cry, but Cholwoo easily intercepted the fist, mockingly looking at the powerless hero. The opponent froze, clearly reveling in his complete superiority in the fight, and then Dovin finally gave up, expecting another shameful defeat. Suddenly, the space shook with a flash of powerful and violent energy. Cholwoo flew back, spitting out blood from the unexpected and crushing blow. Aaron, speechless with horror, covered her mouth as she watched this madness. A shocked Dovin realized that his new power had finally worked. A blinding whirlwind of energy exploded through the space, turning the ordinary school into a battle arena. And then it dawned on Dovin that he had activated a real gaming skill. The guy fell into a complete stupor, not believing in the reality of the madness that was happening. The mysterious admin sent a message calling this power a gift for old services. Suddenly, a creepy phantom of a maximum-level boss appeared before my eyes. The system officially declared Cholva a destroyed monster, toppling him among the chairs. The hero realized in a cold sweat that his life had changed irrevocably. A long-held dream of living an RPG life suddenly became a harsh reality. Dovin has acquired top skills from all the games he has ever played. A stunned Aaron looked in horror at the fallen tyrant in a cloud of dust. A worried Aaron ran up to Dovin, checking to see if he was seriously injured. The hero looked bad, and the girl was afraid that he had hit his head hard. Aaron rushed after the nurse, and Dovin seriously doubted his sanity. Death in his past life came upon him suddenly, right at his computer desk. Then suddenly fate gave him a chance, magically returning him to the past. Moreover, a mysterious and detailed window of characteristics appeared before the hero's eyes. In fact, Dovin was actually able to apply powerful gaming skills. It turned out that he had adored lit RPGs since childhood and dreamed of a world of virtual adventures. Now Dovin felt like a true munchkin, ready to crush any enemy. Suddenly, the system sealed the power, abruptly resetting all indicators and skills. Dovin looked at the status window in panic, shocked by the sudden drop in his stats. Suddenly, a mysterious golden key appeared in front of the guy sitting on the floor. Meanwhile, his classmates were heatedly discussing his broken face and Cholwoo's rage. Gossips whispered that the enraged bully went home, sending everyone away. The students were puzzled as to who could actually punch such a monster. Dovin walked thoughtfully down the corridor, examining his strange find with his eyes. At first glance, the object seemed to be a very ordinary key, devoid of any magic. The guy decided to put his thoughts aside because right now he was interested in something else. He called for the admin in vain, but received only complete silence in response. And then Dovin wanted to enter the game, when suddenly the system responded. Dovin studied the system message, not understanding where he was supposed to go. Suddenly, a loud crash from the collision echoed throughout the entire corridor. The guy fell to the floor, clutching his tailbone, which had been bruised during the fall. Dovin first of all worriedly inquired about the condition of his random opponent. The injured schoolboy froze, finding thick blood on his face. The frightened boy rushed for napkins, ignoring the hero's timid refusal. Dovin hastened to retreat, assuring the stranger of his complete health. But in fact, he was amazed at the extreme weakness of ordinary people. The hero was perplexed by the fragility of those around him until he was loudly called out. Meanwhile, the path was blocked by the impudent Shaman, who was eager to discuss some matter. Dovin asked about the purpose of the meeting, but Shaman only joked about games. The blonde suddenly declared that he had seen all the recent triumph in the class. Shaman asked directly how Dovin managed to destroy Cholva so effectively. The hero instantly remembered how cruelly he was humiliated in his past life. And then he realized that Shaman had been calmly watching the bullying. Shaman asked if Dovin was a loser hiding his strength. But Shaman only laughed, familiarly poking the hero in the chest with his fist. Meanwhile, the blonde invited Dovin to spend the evening in the company of girls. Dovin, taken aback, could not grasp the logic of this strange proposal. The guy was genuinely surprised by the invitation from a man from the hostile Cholwoo gang. Whatever the reason, Dovin had a gut feeling that Shaman was up to no good. In games, quests provide rewards that turn weaklings into legends. Shaman grinned smugly, expecting the hero to agree to the shady plan. Dovin realized that friendship with hooligans would completely ruin his life. The guy lied about the wake, and Shaman left, promising to come back later. The door slammed shut, leaving the hero alone with his disturbing thoughts. Dovin breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this time he had escaped. He was sure that hanging out with thugs would lead to nothing good. Suddenly, the system announced a harsh punishment for a failed quest. And then poor Dovin got a nasty shock right in the toilet. A herd of buffaloes grazed peacefully among the endless plains and majestic mountains. One of the leaders suddenly raised his head and let out a long call. The powerful beast exhaled steam furiously from its wide, wet nostrils. And then the herd broke loose, turning into an unstoppable avalanche of rage. Meanwhile, the door to the school toilet remained tightly closed. Soon, two guys stumbled in there, animatedly chatting about all sorts of nonsense. Suddenly, one of them stopped short, hearing a strange groan from the depths of the room. The friends stared at the poor guy in shock, making fun of his ridiculous pose. Cholvu was writhing on the tiles, defeated, unable to even move. The system timer promised the unfortunate man another hour of hellish torment. Wild screams came from the toilet, frightening random passers-by in the school corridor. Meanwhile, the city lit up with bright neon signs, immersing itself in nightlife. The blonde shaman walked confidently through the crowd, looking out for his new acquaintance. Suddenly, he noticed the beaten Dovin and was surprised by his early arrival. The hero admitted to himself that he accepted the quest only because of the unbearable pain. Dovin brazenly lied that his grandfather did not come to his own funeral. The guy was scared to death of the consequences, wondering what awaited him that night. Shaman looked forward to the fun, frightening his ally with his creepy and malicious smile. Dovin pretended to be talking on the phone with his grandfather, dreaming of getting away as soon as possible. Meanwhile, high school girls passed by, enthusiastically discussing the appearance of the impudent blonde. One of the girls offered to get acquainted, but Dovin immediately and skillfully backed out. The stunned guy froze in the middle of the night city, blinded by the bright neon light. Later, he sat in a closed club, still blushing from total embarrassment. Dovin decided to stay out of politeness, trying not to look at the attractive strangers. And then he saw a luxurious table, clearly not intended for school children. Shaman grinned contentedly as he talked about his garters among the employees of this establishment. While the girls were tearing their hair out at karaoke, the blonde asked the guest about his stamina. Dovin answered honestly that he had never touched a drink before. Shaman poured the drinks in a businesslike manner, promising to completely cover today's bill. The atmosphere was relaxing, but the blonde was already anticipating the arrival of his wallet to pay. Dovin suddenly realized what Shaman called a living person's wallet. A downtrodden guy appeared at the door, and Shaman immediately demanded a report from him. Jihan guiltily announced that he had extended the lease on this hall for another 2 hours. The hero instantly recognized the newcomer as the same school outcast he had heard about. Shaman mockingly asked if the guest really expected the fun to end so quickly. And then the blonde suddenly changed, angrily calling the unfortunate Jihan the last bastard. Dovin was frozen with fear as he watched the frightening and sudden change in Shaman. Meanwhile, the sadist casually introduced Jihan as if he were just a thing. The torturer ordered the victim to drink, putting on a mask of feigned good nature in front of the hero. Suddenly, Shaman demonstratively poured all the drink right onto the unfortunate guy's groin. Shaman laughed disgustingly, pretending that he had accidentally spilled water on his wallet. Dovin realized with horror that the blonde was openly bullying the unfortunate guy. The day when he met Jihan beaten up flashed before his eyes. He flew out of the toilet, smearing fresh blood from his nose across his face, and inside stood Shaman, calmly blowing out thick clouds of steam. Dovin almost howled, realizing what a complete freak he was dealing with. The local beauty only grimaced in disgust, looking at the wet, poor fellow. The girls at the table pestered Shaman, demanding that he perform karaoke. At first he was reluctant, but then he sarcastically agreed to sing some ballad. And then he announced that Jihan was obliged to dance to his song. Dovin was taken aback when Shaman ordered the victim to dance to a mournful ballad. Shaman casually hugged the guys, telling the girls that Jihan loved dancing. The blonde lounged, waiting for his wallet to confirm his brazen lie. The beaten Jihan only remained hopelessly silent, completely crushed by this shameful moment. Meanwhile, the sadist grabbed the shoulder of his frightened victim in a possessive manner. Shaman hissed angrily that the poor guy was brazenly disgracing him in front of the girls. And then he grinned, causing the guy to choke on sticky sweat. The unfortunate man began to dance, and Dovin was amazed at his lack of pride. Jihan spun like a windmill while the hero realized the hopelessness of this situation. Dovin could not bear the shame and hurried to hide in the toilet. Dovin hid in the toilet, trying to come to his senses a little. Meanwhile, Shaman is afraid of him, taking him for a dangerous hidden pro. But his strength is at 0, and now Dovin is truly weak and helpless. The revelation is near, and the hero got stuck here only for the quest. Suddenly, he realized that the system's conditions had already been met and it was time to get out. It's time to run, although it seems a bit tacky to abandon poor Jihan in trouble. Dovin moved towards the exit, because he had no strength left for heroism. But the thought of their common situation with Jihan simply burned out their brains. And then he suddenly changed his mind, throwing open the door back into this hell. Shaman raised his eyebrows in surprise, deciding that the guy had already disappeared long ago. Dovin asked dryly where Jihan was, having forgotten about the stories about the girls. The hero became furious when he saw the guy without pants and harshly demanded an explanation. Shaman only cackled vilely, reveling in the absolute shame and powerlessness of the victim. Suddenly, the sadist produced a bucket, deciding to wash the poor guy's clothes right there. Dovin was seething with anger, realizing that it was time to play his only trump card. And then he imperiously held out his hand, provoking this impudent rich kid. The guy pompously demanded the things, masterfully portraying a professional hidden in the shadows. The hero resolutely moved towards rapprochement, counting on the effect of sudden fear. Suddenly, a stranger stepped over the threshold, making excuses for some minor problems along the way. A huge tattooed hunk suddenly appeared next to him, calling the hero a pathetic jerk. Shaman introduced his creepy friend, completely throwing the frightened Dovin off balance. The bloodied brute looked like a seasoned bandit, instilling in the hero a primal terror. The blonde sarcastically clarified what exactly this impudent guy was trying to get back. Dovin fell into a stupor, frantically trying to find a way out of the deadly trap. The guy awkwardly changed the subject, asking for the microphone under the pretext of wanting to sing. Shaman unexpectedly agreed, handing Dovin this heavy and dangerous object. Suddenly, the system issued a crazy quest to hit Shaman on the top of his head with a microphone. Dovin shook with fear, flatly refusing to commit such a stupid suicide. The hero's gaze froze as he realized the full gravity of the impending systemic punishment. The image of an enraged herd of buffalo appeared again, foreshadowing the boy's inevitable reprisal. Shaman sarcastically compared the bloody Ambal to a real maniac killer. He just waved it off, saying that he had accidentally crushed a couple of extra bodies along the way. The brute Yuk Man Chun brazenly sat on Jihan's back, replacing the chair. Dovin watched as the bandit promised to finish off the victim if he fell. Shaman was eager to confirm the rumors while Jihan was shaking under the weight of the monster. Suddenly, the tattooed giant loomed over Dovin, sensing the victor of Cholva in him. Shaman praised his friend, and Dovin realized the proximity of death from these freaks. An image of enraged bulls came over him, foreshadowing the end of this miserable story. The boy desperately dreamed of skills to regain some of his former courage. Meanwhile, Jihan became hysterical, cursing his entire worthless existence. Meanwhile, Shaman suddenly showed curiosity about the identity of his guest. The blonde asked why Dovin was pretending to be a loser if he had knocked out Cholva. Dovin became nervous because the truth about his gaming skills could not be revealed. Suddenly, Shaman changed his tone and admitted that he had called him for the sake of conversation. The boy was scared, expecting death threats or promises to bury him alive. And then the rich kid offered Dovin a friendly approach and suggested that they become allies and help each other. The hero fell into a stupor, suspecting the blonde had very strange inclinations. Shaman grinned, proposing to seize power over the entire Guanak region together. Naturally, this crazy psycho promised that the work would be generously paid, and drinks and cigarettes were already waiting on the table to seal the deal. Shaman presented Jihan with the choice of either the money or the fate of being an eternal underdog. The blonde smugly added that the list of bonuses for allies was much wider. He sang sweetly to Dovin about the fulfillment of any desires and complete freedom. But our hero can't be bought with cheap show-offs. He only needs the game. Dovin became angry, dreaming of breaking with these arrogant bastards forever. Suddenly, Shaman touched a nerve with the question about the fate of an eternal slave. The major suggested that Dovin take revenge on his offenders by simply changing places with them. And then the guy seriously thought about the chance to become the arbiter of destinies himself. The memory of bullying that I will no longer have to endure helplessly came to light. Shaman went to the restroom, leaving Dovin alone with his dark thoughts. Dovin was convinced that heaven had sent the strength to end the loser's life. Dreaming of being cool, the guy suddenly heard Jihan's timid appeal. The beaten teenager handed over the lost key he had found in the school corridor during the day. The hero remembered their encounter when he lost his vigilance due to the quest. Dovin thanked the poor fellow dryly while he tried to add something. Jihan suddenly warned him against any connections with the insidious Shaman. Dovin was indignant, not wanting to miss the chance and rot in poverty. Jihan admitted that he considered Dovin to be just a good and honest guy. The chestnut-haired man apologized if his unsolicited advice had only caused anger. The system's timer ticked relentlessly, threatening the hero with the loss of all his manhood. Dovin jumped up abruptly, promising himself to endure for the sake of a normal school life. He hurried out, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of the girls in the hall, and on the screen appeared footage of wild elephants in the savannah. The voice told that these giants always sense the approach of imminent death. At such moments, they leave the herd to die quietly and alone, just like Dovin, who locked himself in a cramped storage room in a panic. The hero was choking with wild fear, biting the dirty towel until it hurt. He understood that being a member of a gang would deprive him of the chance to take part in the quest. There was only one painful way to get rid of the status of a 6. Suddenly, Dovan's body was pierced by an unbearable flash of systemic rage. The big guy wanted to sing and brazenly demanded to find a song about space. The bandit fancied himself a blues connoisseur and rudely demanded his microphone. The girls suddenly noticed that the microphone had disappeared from the table without a trace. At this moment, the door to the men's restroom began to creak open. Shaman emerged from the restroom, complaining of sudden food poisoning from the school food. And then Dovan appeared from behind, swinging his arm for his decisive move. The guy slammed the microphone hard into the blonde's head, shouting out a refusal. Shaman only grunted in shock, completely not expecting such a daring attack. The major fell to the floor like a sack while Dovan was catching his breath. The system solemnly announced that the quest to punish injustice had been successfully completed. Dovan breathed heavily, deciding that it was better to remain a loser than to hang out with freaks. The hero dragged Shaman into cover, glad that he had knocked him out with one blow. Dovan was worried about Jihan, who remained in the same room with that fat man. Suddenly, he noticed a smartphone on the floor and decided on a daring provocation. Meanwhile, Ambal was singing hits at the top of his lungs, considering himself the star of the party. But a sudden vibration in his pocket caused the tattooed giant to interrupt his vocals. A mocking message about lousy singing, allegedly from Shaman, appeared on the screen. Seeing such impudence, Ambal turned purple with rage and almost exploded. It turned out that Dovan decided to add some heat by sending messages from the disconnected blonde's phone. Now Jihan could escape while Dovan prepared his quiet retreat. Dovan was just about to run away when suddenly a mountain rose above him. The boys stared in horror at the big man, who had found him too quickly. The system immediately spat out a quest about an inevitable battle with an enraged monster. Before he could come to his senses, a powerful kick sent him flying. Dovan collapsed onto the concrete, gasping for breath from the terrible pain in his chest. The bully loomed over him, calling him all sorts of names for his stupid behavior. Manchun grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, revealing the deception with the phone, and then followed a crushing blow with a fist right to the jaw. The big man noted ironically that the blonde actually liked Dovan. The bandit continued to methodically turn the poor hero's face into a bloody mess. The big man mockingly asked if Dovan was really grateful for the offered help. A powerful blow followed, painting the corridor floor with the boy's fresh blood. The brute lifted the anchovy by the neck, wondering why he had surrendered to Shaman. The giant paused for a second, digesting what he saw and comparing the facts. A spark of understanding of this crazy plan finally flashed in his eyes. The bandit found a microphone and called the hero a coward for the vile attack. Dovan only breathed heavily, taking on the tattooed monster's wrath. The bloodied guy barked that the real cowards were the bandits themselves. The enraged bulwark, with a wild cry, launched the puny body into flight. Dovan flew into the boxes with a whistle, becoming a living target for the enemy. Shaman sarcastically reminded that Dovan was a born loser who deserved his miserable fate. The guy flew into the trash, but suddenly a golden key fell out of his pocket. The bloodied hero stared in surprise at the shiny object that appeared right in front of him. The system has confirmed that the legendary golden key is finally ready for full activation. And then Dovan noticed a new notification, which made his gaze flare with anger. He frantically tried to figure out which well this strange artifact was intended for. Suddenly, a mysterious icon of a shining blue castle materialized in the air. Dovan, with the last of his strength, inserted the artifact into the virtual panel that appeared in front of him. As soon as the key was turned, the space shook with an influx of wild, playful energy. A blinding flash of light marked the beginning of a truly epic and powerful reboot. The big man asked Shaman if he was showing any signs of life. The giant laughed at the major's disgrace, wondering who had done this to him. Dovan overcame the pain, deciding to fight to preserve his male pride. The big man groaned his fists and asked if Dovan had become too brazen. Meanwhile, the system threatened the hero with punishment for ignoring the call. The big man liked the boy's daring attitude and attacked with a scream. The giant ran up the stairs, ordering the pathetic anchovy to show himself. Dovan felt the sparks and did not understand why the system was giving him strength. He was tormented by the question of why the game was always drawing him into fights. Suddenly, the guy realized this damn system just wants a show. Enraged, Dovan rushed to the attack, promising to tear the fat pig to pieces. It all started in a gaming club where the legendary gamer was having a blast. The mysterious Pro Set Records, churning out 38 consecutive victories. Little Dovin was then just a pathetic puppet on a leash. Eyewitnesses were puzzled as to why the leader was forcing the boy to play in his place. A secret gameplay trick allowed you to smear any enemy on the screen. The Falcon's powerful attack invariably ended in a crushing knockout of the opponent. Bloodied Dovin realized that his old gaming experience was enough for him. The big guy laughed brazenly, daring the skinny kid to land at least one blow. With equipment from virtual battles, Dovin rushed into the decisive battle. Suddenly, a huge fist of the tattooed bulwark appeared in front of Dovin's face. A heavy blow knocked the guy down, causing him to spit out blood. The hero tumbled down the stairs to the mocking laughter of the enemy. The giant laughed at the weakling who imagined himself capable of moving mountains. Dovin lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for air in shock. He gnashed his teeth furiously, cursing this useless system. The guy remembered that he got the golden key for beating him. Suddenly it dawned on him and he began to think quickly. In the quest with the microphone, he was also entitled to a bronze key. Dovin looked around the room, but the treasured item was not nearby. Dovin rushed into the room, deciding to check if the key was there. Suddenly, the big man caught up with him, clutching the collar of his sweatshirt with a death grip. The bandit inquired about the purpose of the escape, giving Dovin a brutal punch to the stomach. The brute lifted the hero up, admitting that he was not a small anchovy at all. With a dull thud, the beaten boy collapsed onto the cold concrete again. Meanwhile, the big man grinned contemptuously, finally calling his opponent a pathetic rat. Dovin was shaking on the floor, realizing that his stamina was practically at zero. The hero desperately crawled away, hoping to quickly find that very key. But the Ambal's huge hand grabbed him roughly by the hair again. And then the bandit threw Dovin face down on the floor with all his might. Another blow from Ambal threw the bloodied Dovin far to the side. The big guy laughed wildly, amazed at the incredible tenacity of the beaten boy. Suddenly, Dovin started laughing, which greatly puzzled the bandit. The big guy crushed the hero's head with his boot, wondering about his sanity. From under his soul, Dovin wheezed, wondering if the enemy thought everything was strange. The big guy smugly boasted that he had pulled off this raid with cover. The elevator reached the 5th floor while the bandit mocked the victim. It turned out that Dovin was acting as bait and was simply stalling for precious time. The guy screamed hysterically, ordering the arriving soldiers to bury this freak. The big man recoiled in horror when he saw a horde of enemies outside the elevator doors. The elevator doors swung open welcomingly, but inside there was only a frightening emptiness. The big guy just cursed, calling the beaten boy a complete moron for bluffing. The enraged thug turned around, promising the guy a quick and very painful end. Meanwhile, Dovin was hobbling along the corridor as fast as he could. He noted ironically that the thick-headed big guy easily fell for the trick. It turns out the guy secretly pressed the button while he was being slammed into the floor. Suddenly, Dovin's foot caught something metal on the hall floor. He collapsed again with a jerk, letting out a hoarse, painful groan. The hero desperately tried to force his weak legs to rise in order to search for the key. And then at the end of the corridor, the shadow of a pursuer appeared, thirsting for reprisal. The big man cracked his knuckles menacingly, ordering Dovin not to even move. The exhausted Dovin no longer hoped to be saved. His strength had completely left him. Suddenly, he noticed that very treasured bronze key on the floor. The system finally provided a clear description of a rare item for upgrading points. Dovin wondered irritably why he couldn't have given clear instructions right away. Meanwhile, Ambal was already flying straight towards him with a heavy stomp. At the last moment, Dovin managed to insert the key into the glowing system lock. There was a loud click, and the guy's characteristics appeared before his eyes. He frantically thought about where to get mana to use a powerful skill. Dovin desperately demanded mana points as the enemy closed the last meters. The big man launched into his final attack with a furious roar. He swung, intending to knock Dovin down with one powerful blow. Suddenly, the guy deftly ducked under the enemy's arm, counterattacking. Dovin jumped over the big guy, surrounded by bright electrical discharges. And then the hero soared into the air for the decisive jump. He activated Falcon Lunge, unleashing his full force on the kingpin. A crushing kick literally slammed the bandit to the floor. The big man froze in shock, spitting out clots of thick blood. Dovin landed and cursed furiously, feeling wildly exhausted. The enemy's huge carcass fell to its knees with a crash. The system confirmed the completion of the quest while the defeated kingpin lay on the floor. As a reward, a rare silver key materialized in front of the hero. An exhausted Dovin picked up the valuable artifact from the floor with a trembling hand. The guy rose with difficulty, overcoming the terrible pain throughout his body. He exhaled heavily, trying to comprehend the scale of his incredible victory. Dovin finally believed that this bloody nightmare had come to an end. Limping, the hero wandered towards the exit, dreaming only of peace and quiet at home. Suddenly, Shaman froze in shock, not understanding the reasons for this pogrom. The blonde stared at the beaten giant in horror, demanding a clear explanation. And then an angry muscle man appeared, enraged by the sight of his defeated brother. Yuck cursed Dovin in a rage for beating his younger brother. Suddenly, Dovin remembered Shaman's warning about the big guy's older brother. The rumble in the corridor left witnesses wondering what had just happened. A crowd of guys poured out, cheerfully discussing the sound of a powerful blow. Suddenly, they recognized their friend in the defeated Ambala. Shaman calmly opened the bottle, anticipating a brawl with the locals. Dovin chuckled hoarsely as sweat poured down his face. And then he realized that the words about his brother were true. The situation turned really bad when the corridor filled with aggressive onlookers. The city's neon lights glowed indifferently over the site of the future massacre. Dovin walked alone down the street, doubting his hasty escape. At this time, Yuck threw the phone down in a rage because of the impudent message. Meanwhile, Dovin sent his friends home, promising to personally bury the enemy. He sent the girl away, deciding to take a last look at the club's restroom. The acquaintance hoped for a cunning plan, looking at the glowing windows of the high-rise building. But in fact, the beaten Dovin had no plan. Dovin realized that he was completely in trouble and there was simply no way to escape. And then he seriously considered whether this corridor would become his grave. Suddenly, the heavy and rapid sound of someone's feet echoed across the floor. Someone screamed hysterically about the cops, causing the entire crowd to instantly freeze. The officer yelled about the cops and ordered everyone to run out the exit. The crowd poured out, cursing the police for ruining the moment for a fight. Yuck hoisted his brother onto his shoulder, telling Dovin that he was lucky. Shaman furiously promised that the gang remembered his face and would return. The enemies disappeared into the distance, leaving the beaten guy completely alone. Dovin wheezed heavily, realizing the need to get out of the club as quickly as possible. Suddenly, consciousness began to float, and the world around began to rapidly fade away. The hero remembered how many times today he had been on the brink of death. The strain of the skills and the wild pain finally finished off his body. In the end, Dovin couldn't take it anymore and collapsed on the floor in a faint. Consciousness slowly returned, and Dovin did not understand what had happened at all. Suddenly, he saw in front of him that same girl from the club. She coldly told the guy to wake up because it was high time he came to his senses. Dovin was taken aback by her presence as she pinched his cheek painfully. The girl told him to speak more quietly while the hero tried to comprehend his situation. As it turned out, they were shamefully hiding in a stall in a cramped women's restroom. Dovin was panicking and wondering how he had managed to get into such a situation. Meanwhile, the cops were outside questioning the staff, but had not yet gone inside. It turned out that it was she who called the cops for selling alcohol to children, and then he realized that she had set up the club to save him. The girl accidentally spied on Dovin's actions through the half-open door of the hall. She was simply blown away by the fury with which the guy was smashing his enemies. She considered him a loser, but he gave the mighty bouncer a good beating. Meanwhile, Dovin thanked his savior, beaming right in the toilet stall. The girl hovered over him, demanding that he fulfill any of her wishes. And then she came closer to his face, sternly asking if he had understood everything. Dovin, flushed, nodded fearfully, pressing himself against the cold wall of the toilet. At last, morning colored the sky above the high-rises, ending this wild night. Suddenly, the silence of the room was broken by the ringing of his mobile phone from his worried mother. Dovin jumped out of bed abruptly, finally realizing that he was back. Dovin's mother screamed furiously into the phone, demanding an immediate answer. He weakly justified himself by citing fatigue, not understanding the reasons for his mother's anger. As it turned out, there was no news from the guy for 3 days. Dovin froze in shock, realizing that he had slept for so long in a row. After a terrible brawl at karaoke, he simply passed out, exhausted. This is not surprising, because this was the first serious fight in his life. Dovin took out 3 thugs in 1 day, although Ambal almost won. Now the brutal fights began to seem like easy victories to the guy. Dovin's body recovered and his mind cleared after a long sleep. He dreamed of quickly logging into the game and shaking the truth out of the admin. Dovin was angry that the admin deleted the account immediately after the theft of the sword. He was determined to personally log into the network and figure everything out. The guy concentrated and identified 3 key facts about the strange system. It turned out that reality was now subject to the laws of an RPG with leveling and characters. Levels, points, and powerful combat skills were in full swing here. As in the games, defeated enemies left behind mountains of loot. Meanwhile, the keys became a chance for Dovin to become truly stronger. The final silver key unlocked a powerful passive ability for the hero. And then he remembered the punishments that sent a wild shudder through him. But now he was more worried about Chemin's gang, which was against him. Dovin decided to simply relax for the rest of his vacation. He happily rushed to the door, hearing the long-awaited call from the food delivery man. Suddenly, the system issued a quest about turning a boy into a real man. Dovin was stunned when he read the extremely dubious conditions for completing the task. The door swung open, causing the guy to frantically try to figure out who they were talking about. That very savior appeared on the threshold, unceremoniously disturbing his peace. She stepped decisively into the apartment, reminding him of his toilet debt. The girl calmly pulled off her sweatshirt, deciding to voice her desire right then and there. Suddenly, in an icy tone, she ordered Dovin to undress immediately. The poor fellow instantly turned crimson, completely speechless from shock. The girl playfully suggested repeating their toilet adventure, completely embarrassing the guy. Suddenly, she ordered him to undress, causing Dovin to panic. He didn't understand how it was possible to move towards intimacy so suddenly. Suddenly, Dovin became happy and began to pull off his sweatshirt, anticipating the first time. In fact, the girl simply asked about the availability of other clothes. And then he trembled, realizing that he was standing half naked because of the quest. Meanwhile, he was outraged by her visit without calling or knowing the address. It turned out she found out everything while dragging his unconscious body home. And then it turned out that there was a card with an address under the smartphone case. The girl finally made fun of his wardrobe, calling his choice of clothing purely gopnik. Dovin swallowed nervously, wondering if they were really going to do this now. The system threw out the quest. The guy had to please his companion while shopping. They emerged onto a busy street full of fashionable boutiques and shop windows. Dovin immediately felt out of place in the store. The guy in acid-colored shorts looked at his ridiculous reflection in horror. The brunette stated that he was obliged to spend the whole day in her company. She unceremoniously handed him the new thing, not accepting any refusals at all. The girl walked busily between the hangars while Dovin changed clothes in the fitting room. Finally, his companion asked Dovin how he liked his new cool look. In a stylish leather jacket, the guy looked like a top model, even though he was embarrassed. Dovin was genuinely surprised by the system's sudden notification about the current quest being made easier. A hungry guy boldly invited his companion to have a bite to eat at a nice place. Sitting at the table, Dovin furiously scolded himself for his stupid thoughts. For half an hour, they devoured the traditional soup in heavy, oppressive silence. The hero finally learned that his mysterious savior's name was Si Yeon. The oppressive silence made the boy longingly dream of returning home as soon as possible. Sweat poured down Dovin's face under his companion's icy gaze. The girl thoughtfully noted that she knew absolutely nothing about him. As she stood up, Si Yeon declared that from now on they would see each other often. Dovin was taken aback, trying to grasp the hidden meaning of this frightening promise. At the cinema, Dovin felt like watching a movie together was just a dream. In the cafe, the guy realized that live communication was more powerful than any level up. Suddenly, the system told Dovin to perform a sweet song for Sion. At the gaming center, Dovin was quickly beating out the rhythm, conquering a complex slot machine. The guy put on a show on the drums, causing the crowd around him to applaud loudly. Out of breath, Dovin decided it was time to finally conquer his companion with his masculine charm. The local nerds started brazenly inviting the cool guy to join their guild. Dovin froze at the machine, looking at the mountain of ridiculous plush fish. Suddenly, the guy jumped up, throwing a phrase about the restroom to Sion. 10 minutes later, the plush fish were still waiting imperturbably. Dovin carried an armful of fish, dreaming of Sion's enthusiastic reaction. He soon spotted a familiar figure in the depths of the noisy gaming room. The guy joyfully called out to his companion, beaming with anticipation of a successful ending. Suddenly, someone's powerful hand roughly grabbed the poor guy right by the hair. The stranger angrily asked who allowed his girlfriend to be called so tenderly. Dovin screamed hysterically in pain, literally losing his hair. The impudent giant came with his girlfriends, who laughed at the hero's ridiculous catch. Dovin realized with horror that he had seen these arrogant types before. Sion intervened, commanding Sehun to immediately release the exhausted boy. Sehun threw Dovin away in disgust, surprised by his sudden acquaintance with the girl. Dovin sighed resignedly because everything had gone wrong again. The guy was waiting for a quest to fight while Sehun arrogantly interrogated him. Suddenly, Sion stunned everyone by calling the beaten Dovin her official boyfriend. The shocked couple froze, and Sion told Sehun to get lost and not interfere. She took Dovin's hand, calling Sehun just a casual acquaintance. Sion dragged the hero away, although he continued to lament about the fish. Sehun stood there in a stupor as his terrified girlfriends tried to drag him away. Meanwhile, the city was painted in the bloody tones of the sunset burning over the buildings. Dovin trailed behind, unable to comprehend his new status, and then Sion led him to his goal, completely confusing the guy. Dovin became suspicious, and Sion told him to just follow her. A motel appeared before them, becoming the final point of her strange desire. The elevator inexorably carried them to the 7th floor, confirming Dovin's suspicions. A sign on the wall confirmed the presence of numbers, frightening the guy with the speed of events. The hero babbled about studying and not being ready, but his companion was adamant. Sion promised to take everything on herself, and Dovin planned to dissuade her. The guy decided to use strategic cunning in order to retreat gracefully later. It suddenly turned out that the establishment was closed and no longer operated. Dovin was completely confused and timidly clarified the purpose of their strange visit. And then the elevator doors swung open, revealing to the hero a crowd of noisy strangers. Dovin froze in shock when he found himself at a mass gathering of neighborhood hooligans. Suddenly, a sharp blow from the judge's gavel caused the entire crowd to instantly fall silent. The guy with glasses officially opened the regular meeting of all the local gangs. Meanwhile, he declared a hunt for the insolent man who had beaten their people. And then a detailed dossier of Dovin himself appeared on the huge screen. The bandits looked at the photo mockingly, considering the hero an ordinary, weak loser. A shocked Dovin tried to find out from Sion what was going on here. The entire hall voted unanimously for immediate and extremely severe reprisals. Suddenly, the system ominously alerted Dovin to his new status. Thus, ordinary school squabbles finally escalated into serious crime. Most of the Gopniks acted instinctively, turning the beating of the weak into bloody fun. These kids loved to show off, flaunting their status. They dreamed of a life without breaks, acknowledging no boundaries. And then Dovin realized their main feature was the unity of the group. Meanwhile, the Gwanak hooligans have chosen frighteningly serious, almost adult methods. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, wondering where so many dangerous psychos came from. Suddenly it dawned on Dovin how insane the purpose of this quest was. He asked in a rage if Sion had really brought him here to be punished. And the guy with the hammer businesslike confirmed that the next point had been approved. But someone abruptly interrupted the meeting, forcing the leader to fall into bewildered silence. Xian turned out to be a gang member, completely shocking the already frightened guy. Meanwhile, the Gopniks started shouting, admiring the girl's beauty and harshly despising Dovin. Dovin was sweating with fear, expecting the sentence to be carried out immediately. At that moment, the bespectacled man announced the election of the leader of the empty district of Barama. The guy trembled, finally convinced that everyone present here was just crazy. Xian suddenly announced that she had already selected the ideal candidate for the post. Suddenly, the girl grabbed Dovin by the collar, stopping his attempt to escape. She called out Dovin's name with authority, formally introducing him as her main contender. And then Dovin froze, realizing the wild absurdity of his new status as leader. The crowd around exploded with mocking laughter, not believing such a ridiculous joke. Glasses considers the choice of a former enemy as leader risky, but correct. Sion is confident that Dovan's victory yesterday gives him the right to power. The gangster in red provokes the leader to respond to the girl's impudent words. Silim's leader, Han Yun-sung, calmly acknowledges the strength of his new opponent. A dumbfounded Dovin begs Sion to stop this crazy talk about gangs. The guy breaks out in a cold sweat as he realizes the scale of the threat hanging over him. Xian coldly interrupts Dovin's gratitude, denying any personal sympathy. She admits to wanting to promote him only to spite another contender. Sehun suddenly appears behind Dovin, causing the guy to flinch in fear. The young man turns around and, in horror, recognizes the one who came for him. Dovin is horrified to recognize the guy from the game store. Sehun walks in, accusing Xian of trying to hide the meeting from him. Boramai district fighter Kang Sehun anticipates a quick and easy execution. Sehun approaches, considering Dovin's promotion to the leadership to be complete nonsense. With a powerful jerk, the muscle man slams the puny Dovin's head into the floor. Sehun squeezes Dovin's throat, mocking his attempts to breathe. The bespectacled man calls for order and confirms Dovin's status as candidate. Sehun throws his opponent to the ground, declaring his right to power. The bandits laugh as they look at the weakling lying helplessly on the floor. The manager notes the presence of 2 candidates for the post of head of the district. Dovin coughed up blood. Realizing the inevitability of using the system's hidden trump card, the boy tried in vain to refuse the role of leader imposed on him. The crowd suddenly parted, clearing space for the brutal carnage that was to come. The rules stated that the fight would last until complete defeat was acknowledged. The young man was horrified by the insane demand to fight for power over the gangs. The thought of giving up disappeared after the mention of the severe punishment for losing. Sehun mockingly told Sion that he had long ago figured out her cunning plan. The big man confidently suggested that the girl entrust the management of the district to him. Dovin suddenly rose into the air, catching his opponent off guard with a bright flash. The Falcon's crushing attack fell upon the enemy with incredible electrical force. Spectators are amazed to see Dovin's legendary technique live for the first time. The mighty Sehun stood firm under the furious electrical onslaught. A shocked Dovin is puzzled as to why his signature move didn't work. Sehun admits to a momentary fright, but easily pulls off a successful block. Even the huge Yuck was knocked out by one such blow. The guy realizes that things are bad, having once again fallen into Sehun's clutches. The enemy mercilessly strangles Dovin while he helplessly kicks his legs. Sehun calls the struggle futile, squeezing the victim's neck with his steely hands. Gasping for breath, the young man suddenly remembers one extremely important detail. Dovin finally recognizes the tormentor as the same guy from the game store. Dovin barely recognized his old-school tormentor in this monster. It all started on an unusually hot summer at Chun High School, and then Dovin realized that he was suffocating in this steel grip. Sehun loved to strangle the weak, forbidding them to even try to resist. He demanded to catch the golden turtle without releasing the neck of his victim. Dovin often passed out to the crowd's laughter for the cruel amusement of his classmates. The sadist didn't give the guy a break even during lunch in the cafeteria. The abuse continued throughout, causing Dovin to constantly lose consciousness from pain. But in fact, the young man was not afraid of these terrible fainting spells at all. When he woke up, he constantly found himself in shameful traps under the flashes of cameras. Fat Sehun sneered, putting Dovin's disgrace on display for all to see. The boy felt like a loser under the mocking glances of his pretty classmates. Dovin lay in a pool of saliva, completely crushed by school bullying. Sehun abandoned his enemy in disappointment, calling the fight a waste of time. The former fat man has changed incredibly, becoming a real handsome man and leader. Surrounded by girls, Sehun basked in the rays of his new fame. Dovin gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and burning with wild rage. The gangsters mocked his impotence, not doubting the outcome of the fight. Those around laughed, considering the possibility of Dovin's victory absolutely impossible. The young man stared ahead, calculating his chances of a crushing triumph. Dovin realized that his only powerful skill was blocked at the beginning. In response to the suffocation, he could only twitch helplessly in the grip. Sehun was jubilant, claiming the victory and the position of leader of Barama as his own. But Dovin stood up abruptly, causing his opponent to turn around in surprise at the noise. The big guy mockingly advised the beaten guy to take care of himself and not continue. Dovin grinned ominously, promising Sehun a swift and extremely painful execution. The hall was filled with the dull sounds of powerful blows shaking the very space. Dovin's jacket flew to the floor as he unleashed a flurry of punches. The spectators were frozen in shock, not believing what was happening before their eyes. Everyone was amazed by Dovin's incredible, endless series of crushing attacks on the enemy. Dovin unleashed an endless barrage of blows on the enemy, leaving him no time to breathe. Sehun merely mocked his attacks, calling them girly boxing. The guy continued to hit with the last of his strength, hoping only for a miracle. 7 hours before, Dovin had been looking for something important at home. A system window flashed in front of him, offering a new, controversial skill. The passive skill promised lethal damage, bypassing any powerful defense. The chance of success was only 1%, which made the gamer extremely angry. Dovin decided to simply hit without stopping until the skill finally worked. The bandits continued to laugh, and Cyan covered her face with her hand in horror. The hero frantically struck blows, trying to hit that coveted percentage. Dovin squeezes out maximum speed, not giving the enemy even a chance to gather his strength. Sehun is taken aback by the pressure, considering such tactics crazy and ridiculous. The system counter approaches 100, measuring the finish line of the plan. The 100th blow reaches the target when the enemy least expects it. A disconcerted Sehun just laughs, not believing the seriousness of the childish poke. The guy remembers that game probabilities are a law that cannot be ignored. Every attempt in the system is equal, and luck favors persistent players. A waitress in a cafe is frightened by a loud cry of disappointment from yet another failure. Dovin recalls how he spent all his money on pumping, believing in success. The bespectacled man doubtfully suggests that the game's chance of success is rigged. He seriously warns his friend about the fatal consequences of another loss. Finally, Dovin's 100th blow hits the enemy's chest with a dull thud. The guy's sweaty face was distorted by panic due to the skill not working. Sehun easily intercepts these desperate but completely weak blows. A powerful kick from the muscle man mercilessly throws the skinny guy far back. The enemy slams Dovin into the floor with an incredibly brutal blow. The young man, who had collapsed to the floor, clenched his teeth and silently endured the pain. Sehun sneers at the defeated weakling's pathetic bluff. Sehun boasts a muscular body forged through long and rigorous training. Dovin confirmed his words, looking intently into the eyes of his puzzled opponent. The guy reminded Sehun that he was a fat thug in middle school. The stunned muscle man didn't recognize the victim because he was used to hanging out only with hooligans. Dovin remembered with hatred how the torturers forgot the abuse, leaving scars forever. Sehun thought for a moment, realizing that he had said too much in front of all these witnesses. The brute laughed mockingly at the guy crawling on the floor, pretending to be unconscious. Dovin screamed in horror, trying to crawl away from the approaching shadow of his nightmare. Sehun's tattooed hand gripped the helpless victim's ankle in a death grip. With one powerful jerk, the muscle man threw Dovin straight into a pile of iron chairs. Looking at his beaten enemy, Sehun cynically asked if he had become the same. The defeated Dovin lay among the rubble as Sehun taunted him with venom. Xian watched her allies suffering with undisguised anxiety and pain. An unknown man in a coat approached the girl and ordered her to give up this idea. Silim's leader, Yunseong, calmly called the whole thing a waste of precious time. Looking at the prostrate boy, he noted the complete loss of Dovin's fighting spirit. Dovin trembled with horror, cursing himself for his blind faith in a measly percentage. Sehun stretched his stiff shoulders, reveling in his absolute superiority over the beast. The guy realized that admitting defeat would result in him being brutally punished by the bandits. Yunseong calmly announced to everyone present that this battle was officially over. Gathering the last of his strength, the boy stubbornly slapped his palm on the concrete. He struggled to his knees in front of the crowd. Sehun only irritably asked if the stubborn man was tired of embarrassing himself like this. Xian watched in horror as Dovin desperately tried to continue the fight. Dovin gritted his teeth and endured the pain, sweat pouring down his face. And then he realized that the only way out was to run to the door. To distract the enemy, the boy nervously hinted at their school friendship. Sehun cracked his knuckles and coldly recalled the recent insults about the fat bastard. Dovin smiled tensely, waiting for the perfect moment to make a quick escape. Suddenly, rushing towards the exit, the fugitive clumsily tripped over his jacket. Dovin stumbled and flew in confusion straight towards the enemy. In desperation, he instinctively put his hand out in front of him. His palm barely touched Sehun's sports jacket. Suddenly, a powerful blast wave threw the big guy far back. Sehun's body crashed through the steel elevator doors with a terrible roar. The fallen giant sank powerlessly to the floor in clouds of smoke. The crowd of bandits was speechless with shock, not believing their eyes. Shocked, Sion was also speechless at this turn of events, and then one fighter enthusiastically recognized this legendary blow. Dovin used a secret technique that destroyed the enemy's organs from the inside. It wasn't really a cool secret technique at all. It was just that the guy's powerful passive critical strike skill finally kicked in. Breathing heavily, a sweaty Dovin smiled at the monstrous power of the passive skill that had been activated. Sehun coughed blood violently, bending over in pain. The muscle man straightened up with difficulty, deciding that Dovin was only pretending to be weak. The enraged big guy promised to brutally kill the guy for such a humiliating mockery. And Dovin suddenly froze strangely and began shaking slightly with his whole body. A mad and frightening smile crossed his pale, sweaty face. Meanwhile, in the computer club, players often experienced similar despair. The gamers stared at their monitors in complete shock, not believing their eyes. One guy began to anxiously shake his friend, who was completely frozen in shock. A friend tried unsuccessfully to persuade the guy to abandon the failed idea. Suddenly, the numb gamer's gaze twitched sharply. Shaking his whole body, the player muttered in disbelief about his long-awaited success. Smiling madly, he decided to spend his last money on gambling. There was a roar of many rapid steps breaking away from the spot. With a desperate cry, Dovin rushed at the enemy again. Dovin rushed to attack Sehun with a wild cry. He screamed furiously, trying to hit the enemy straight in the solar plexus. But the opponent blocked the attack in time, deciding that it wouldn't work a second time. Suddenly, the big guy was taken aback when he saw a fist flying straight at the bridge of his nose. Meanwhile, Steve mocked George's cowardice in the middle of the open sea. But in fact, a hungry shark was already circling right below them. At such a moment, it was necessary to hit the sea predator only in the nose. After all, even the most dangerous beast had this as its weakest point. It's the same story with people. It was simply impossible to train the nose. And even the blow of the inept loser hit the target, breaking the opponent's face. Dovin gave Sehun a powerful beating, admitting that he had been bluffing the whole time. Sehun staggered from the blow, barely keeping his balance on his wobbly legs. Dovin examined his fists, deciding not to risk it for the sake of a phantom super punch, and thick blood dripped onto the dirty floor, marking the end of the round. Sehun fell to his knees, howling hysterically from the sudden flash of pain. Sehun angrily croaked that he would definitely kill this impudent freak. Suddenly, Dovin deftly came from behind, preparing a new surprise. Dovin grabbed Sehun's neck with a death grip, threatening to castrate him. Dovin began to violently strangle Sehun, promising him imminent death. Finally, Dovin demanded that Sehun surrender, threatening not to release the hold. Sehun choked on snot, calling Dovin a freak through the bloody foam. Sion gasped, not expecting such brutality from yesterday's loser. The girl was simply speechless, watching this terrible and bloody action. Meanwhile, Sehun shamefully burst into tears from pain and helplessness. Dovin finally unclenched his fingers, and the enemy fell like a sack onto the concrete. The boys breathed heavily as the crowd around them digested this terrible nightmare. Dovin realized his victory as he stared at the remains of some important piece of iron. And then a cloudy liquid began to flow suspiciously from the broken body. Suddenly, the wires began to spark treacherously, promising to cause quite a stir. But Dovin simply rejoiced, feeling like a king in this flame. Dovin turned around in horror as flames burst into flames behind him. And then the crowd in panic began to shout about a fire and an explosion. The guy was stuck in the crush until the elevator treacherously opened. The flow of people literally swept Dovin away, rushing down the stairs. The building looked deceptively calm from the outside under the light of the night lanterns. Finally, Dovin was able to catch his breath, rejoicing at his salvation from hell. He looked around in confusion, trying unsuccessfully to find Sion with his eyes. And passers-by assumed that she stayed upstairs to help Sehun. Shaman frowned in confusion, clearly not understanding the reason for this commotion. The lone hydrant simply stood on the empty sidewalk in silence. Dovin rushed up the stairs, ignoring all common sense. He was angry, not understanding why Sion was still upstairs. The guy was once again going through hell for the sake of a girl he barely knew. Images of their short but vivid acquaintance flashed through my memory. He burst inside with a roar, desperately shouting Sion's name. Suddenly, the guy froze, seeing Sion and the man with the fire extinguisher. The smoking server on the floor was completely covered in white powder. Sion and the bespectacled man asked in bewilderment why he had come back at all. Dovin only half-heartedly asked if he could go home. The city plunged into twilight, bringing this crazy day to an end. Shaman announced the postponement of an important gang meeting due to a fire. The cunning, bespectacled man recognized Dovin as the new leader of the entire Barama region. Dovin stood in a stupor, mistaking reality for a stupid dream. Xion noticed the guy's confusion and decided to clarify the situation. The girl directly stated that she helped him take the throne for the sake of plans. Dovin realized that his status as a leader saved him from dire problems. Just outside the house, Xion Dovin asked her to be extremely careful. Suddenly, Dovin pulled out a toy fish that he had secretly gotten for her. Xion was taken aback by the surprise, not believing her eyes. Dovin remembered with embarrassment her look at the bright toy machine. Xion admitted that she wasn't looking at the toys at all. Her attention was actually drawn to a strange advertisement. Dovin was taken aback when the girl suddenly thanked him. Xion smiled, appreciating his desperate attempt at salvation. The guy blushed deeply and awkwardly said goodbye to her. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a familiar system alert signal. The system congratulated Dovin on completing an important male quest. And then the guy was simply speechless. Morning came. The city woke up to the lazy chirping of birds. The janitor swept the sidewalk while the hero digested the night's news. Meanwhile, a new school year began in the 2nd grade. Dovin came to school before everyone else for an important matter. He walked purposefully straight towards the doors of his new classroom. The guy was dragging a mountain of wires, dreaming of installing all the equipment as quickly as possible. He checked the seating chart, hoping to get through all his games. Suddenly, Dovin noticed that someone was already asleep. He began to dump the gaming goods onto the desk with a bang. Dovin was frightened by his noise and apologized to the sleeping boy. And then he saw a ticket in Yoon-sung's name. Dovin froze, remembering that he had heard this name before. Sion warned. In front of Dovin was the most dangerous representative of the gang from Silum. It turned out that this guy was the most vicious hooligan in the Gwanak district. Yoon Seong mockingly reminded Dovin of his new status as the gang leader. Meanwhile, on the desk, there was a pile of tangled gaming cables. Suddenly, Yoon Sung grabbed Dovin roughly, suggesting that they sort things out right there and then. The empty classroom became the setting for their sudden and tense confrontation. Dovin was stunned, completely unable to understand the reasons for such sudden aggression, and the gaming equipment on the table only added unnecessary noise to the situation. Dovin realized with horror that the boss battle had started too early. The guy timidly reminded they were now on the same side. Dovin was puzzled why his status as a gang leader did not save him from the showdown. Yoon-sun coldly explained that in the gang, any conflicts are resolved by force. Meanwhile, the bully abruptly lifted Dovin up, demonstrating his superiority. He was going to take revenge for the guys whom Dovin had dared to touch earlier. Dovin only clenched his teeth painfully, trying to withstand this brutal pressure. Suddenly, Yoon-sung indifferently declared that he didn't care much about it. Dovin fell to the floor with a crash, completely stunned by the enemy's words. Yoon-sung suddenly promised that from now on he would act on his side. And then the guy was completely taken aback by this turn of events. Yoon-sung left, promising to personally calm down all the disgruntled guys from Silum. Yoon-sung finally promised that no one would lay a finger on Dovin again. Soon the class was filled with students, heatedly discussing their new assignment. Dovin breathed a sigh of relief, happy at the miraculous escape from his morning problems. However, he kept wondering why Yoon-sung had specifically waited for him here. Suddenly, Dovin realized that there was another detail that was bothering him. The second break had passed, but the atmosphere in the classroom remained suspiciously peaceful. After the third lesson, the situation repeated itself, forcing the hero to become seriously tense. During the long break, Dovin was surprised that no one asked for games. This lull unnerved Dovin more than any brutal brawl. An unnaturally calm atmosphere enveloped the school classroom, foreshadowing a new storm. With the start of the school year, the usual bustle reigned in the school corridors. Local bullies immediately began beating up weak students, asserting their power. The bully laughed at the poor guy's drawing, giving him heavy and humiliating slaps on the back of the head. Classmates were silent in horror, afraid that one day they too would find themselves in the place of the victim. Dovin watched this circus with a scowl, maintaining a frighteningly icy calm. A sudden rumble in the corridor made everyone jump and turn around in surprise. The next upstart was quickly defeated and groaned pitifully on the cold floor. A smug Won-seok declared himself the new boss, showing off his powerful abs. Dovin realized that the school had become a truly cruel and dangerous place. Now the laws of the jungle and the harsh principle of natural selection ruled here. Dovin went into the toilet, hoping for a moment of peace. But Shaman was waiting for him there, and he clearly wasn't planning on fighting. The sly man leaned leisurely against the wall, as if he had known in advance about the hero's arrival. Dovin immediately remembered their previous skirmish and his crushing blow. He cringed inwardly, expecting a counterattack from the resentful enemy. However, Shaman broke into a smile and congratulated the guy on his leadership. The manipulator began to gain his trust by asking about his connections with Yoon Seong. Then he suddenly started getting ready to go about his business, noticing strange changes in Dovin. Finally, Shamin asked him to put in a good word for him with the dangerous Yoon Seong. School routine continued, but this meeting left an unpleasant aftertaste. Dovin enjoyed the silence because now no one dared to bully him. It was clear from Shaman's face that Yoon Sung had indeed ordered that the hero not be touched. The influential fighter guaranteed that Silum would leave the guy completely alone. Dovin used to dream of simplicity, but now it has become unnecessary. He went through his things, feeling a strange anxiety instead of the long-awaited happiness. The system was no longer limited to fights, pushing him towards something more. From an ordinary gamer, Dovin has officially transformed into a formidable boss of the district. The guy began to suspect that the system was simply using him for its own purposes. A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts, asking why he wasn't playing today. The charming Aaron handed Dovin a gift, leaving him completely at a loss. Aaron explained that she had come to thank Dovin for his past help. Dovin was taken aback by delight, wondering if he was dreaming about such a gift. Something inside the box flashed mysteriously, catching the boy's astonished gaze. To his shock, a real live octopus was lazily moving inside the package. Aaron carefully explained that live seafood would quickly restore his strength. Dovin's heart began to pound wildly at the sight of the writhing pink tentacles. The girl insisted that he eat it whole right then and there for effect. A sudden rude shout made Dovin flinch and look away from the gift. The red-haired guy suddenly demanded that Dovin complete the game for him. Aaron watched with bewilderment as the brazen stranger entered the school classroom. Dovin shook his head, refusing to believe in the reality of the madness happening around him. The mysterious photo lab became a meeting place for discussing new power relations. The interlocutor was surprised that Yoon Sung was now in league with that strange boy. The head of Silim sat leisurely on the sofa, maintaining his frightening calm. He asked ironically if those around him were really so curious about his true motives. Siliman's Kijin grinned, confident that his boss had a cunning plan. The guy turned the photos over in his hands, disappointed by the lack of the promised fight. Instead of striking back, Dovin only cowered helplessly in pain and fear. The bandits did not understand why the leader of Barama was trembling so pitifully all over. However, Dovin's feverish gaze continued to desperately search for a way out of the trap. Kijin admitted that he had already sensed something special in Dovin at the meeting. He asked if this was why Yoon Seong decided to help the Bormai leader. Yoon Sung just grinned mysteriously, promising that things would only get more interesting. Aaron looked after Dovin in complete confusion, not understanding his anger. And Dovin himself walked away, wildly furious about the ruined date. He walked up to the sleeping red-haired boy and told him to get up immediately. Meanwhile, the tattooed thug was surprised by the unusual silence in the third grade. They silently handed him a photograph, pointing out the real reason for this silence. It turns out that the new crazy enemy is now studying with Dovin. The photo captured the bloody massacre, hinting at a swift and brutal spectacle to come. Dovin returned the phone, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of sweet Aaron anymore. He boldly sent the bully away, threatening to hand him over to the authoritative Yoon Seong. Gwanak Gang's Sunwoo stood still, like the calm before a real storm. Suddenly, his icy question sent a chill down my spine. Dovin became angry and furiously asked if his opponent had extra eyes. Meanwhile, he started pointing his cell phone, mockingly promising to call his boss. But in reality, the psychopath's gaze foreshadowed a quick and cruel reprisal. And then Dovin suddenly became quiet, suddenly feeling a thirst for blood. Sonu just laughed ominously and truly creepily, enjoying the moment. The dangerous enemy suddenly apologized and took the gadget, confusing the hero completely. Dovin harshly rejected Sona, openly declaring his dislike for the situation. The guy beamed smugly, believing that his opponent was simply mortally afraid in front of him. Suddenly, Aaron's friend dragged her out to lunch, cutting short the hero's triumphant moment. Dovin stood in a stupor as the octopus he had been given slowly slid down his hair. A loud school broadcast officially invited all hungry students to lunch break. The hero blushed deeply, already anticipating a romantic meal alone with Aaron. He joyfully rushed towards the exit, anticipating the continuation of their pleasant, sweet conversation. But suddenly, someone's tenacious hand rudely interrupted this flight of tender fantasy. Dovin's eyes widened in shock at the sudden interception. The frightened boy desperately begged the hero to stay, ruining all his lunch plans. Dovin watched Sona leave, trying to digest the nonsense that had happened in the classroom. The corridor filled with the hubbub of schoolchildren rushing to their long-awaited lunch break. Sonu sauntered through the crowd, enjoying his intimidating aura. The cafeteria was packed to capacity with the horde of high school students that had descended upon it. A sharp stomp on the tiles announced the appearance of someone very daring. Sonu's path was blocked by the powerful back of a brazen hunk who suddenly appeared. The third-year student mockingly reminded the younger one of the strict school hierarchy. The elder blocked the entrance, ordering the greenhorn to immediately give way to the authorities. Sonu listened to the rude demands in silence, his expression unchanged. Meanwhile, Dovin completely lost his cool, not recognizing his deskmate. The interlocutor stated that Dovin was simply extremely lucky and advised him to be more careful. The guy was surprised by the hero's ignorance, since he had only been nerding out for a whole year. Dovin inquired about Sonu's problems, not considering that guy to be truly dangerous. A friend explained that Sonu never bullies guys without reason. Moreover, This psycho can remain silent even if he was the one who was hurt first. But the boy's voice wavered when he spoke about Sonu's sudden changes. But in reality, the monster would go berserk if someone got ahead of him in something. Meanwhile, the older man in the dining room continued to pick on him, mocking Sonu's gaze. And then the madman bared his teeth, dismissively calling the impudent, tall, pot-bellied senior a small fry. Sonu's gaze flashed with anger as he asked if the older man was really faster. The brute laughed smugly, boasting of his supposedly incredible speed. Suddenly, Sonu landed a powerful blow, forcing him to fold. The enemy swallowed with difficulty, gritting his teeth from the sharp pain. The enraged big guy growled, asking if the little guy was planning to die. Meanwhile, Sonu continued to methodically hammer in series after series. The red-haired man flew around, turning into a blur for the enemy. Drenched in sweat, the giant realized with horror that he was simply missing the target. And then the giant finally realized the scale of his fatal mistake. Sonu coldly asked which of the two was faster now. The schoolchildren stood frozen in shock as they watched the brutal beating. Sonu looked at his bloody palm, mocking the slowness of his defeated enemy. The red-haired man stood over his beaten opponent, considering him a pathetic loser. Sonu walked away slowly, leaving the crippled giant behind. The frightened schoolchildren only swallowed nervously, watching the madman leave. Meanwhile, the school building was painted in the alarming colors of the setting sun. A crowd of students debated whether Sonu should have maimed the man so cruelly. Dark rumors began to circulate about a mysterious incident that happened in Sonu's past. Dovin walked home, thinking about the red-haired man's hidden and dangerous nature. Suddenly, the guy smiled creepily, finding some excitement in this madness. Dovin checked the jar of octopus, deciding not to provoke the psychopath for now. The sudden system window left Dovin stunned. The guy didn't understand why fate had thrown him problems today. Quest ordered to overtake Sona, foreshadowing an imminent bloody fight. Dovin realized the seriousness and rushed to look for the crazy red-haired man. Meanwhile, in the alley, someone was frantically trying to catch their breath. The beaten, bespectacled man begged in horror not to be touched again. The poor guy justified himself by saying that he was simply rushing to important courses. The victim lay at Sonu's feet, sobbing about the accidental collision. Sonu asked ominously if he thought he was faster than him. The red backpack lay on the ground to the sound of new blows. Sonu calmly picked up the backpack, deciding to finish this execution. The psychopath left, leaving his victim lying in the dust of a dark dead end. The guy with broken glasses was choking on tears of pain and humiliation. He curled up on the asphalt, unable to even get up. Dovin appeared and handed the poor man a handkerchief, calling on him to stop the man's tears. The victim timidly accepted the help, looking in surprise at his sudden savior. Dovin asked gloomily if the beaten boy really wanted revenge. He honestly admitted his powerlessness, although he longed for quick retribution. The hero remembered the old days when he himself was just such an outcast. He told the loser not to worry, promising to fix everything right away. The beaten poor fellow was transformed and vowed never to suffer humiliation again. The guy grinned madly, promising to definitely tear his offender to pieces. The action suddenly moved 6 days back to the city at night. Dovin blushed deeply as he awkwardly said goodbye to his battle comrade Sion. Suddenly, a new system window with a notification appeared in front of the guy. Dovin was completely stunned by what he saw in the interface window. The system gave the hero a reward, a bunch of 5 mysterious keys. He fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the amount of bonuses that had fallen on him. Dovin looked at the golden key in fascination, deciding to use it first. The guy decided not to be cautious and use all the available artifacts at once. Dovin grinned predatorily, anticipating an upgrade in his skills in the upcoming skirmish. He controlled the trembling in his hands, deciding to save the artifact for later. Meanwhile, the timer inexorably counted down the last seconds of peace. The guy was disappointed to learn that Sonu had no obvious weak points. Suddenly, in the evening silence, someone's measured and frightening stomping was heard. The unknown person suddenly broke into a run, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Dovin's heart almost jumped out from the off-scale level of adrenaline. The hero understood that it was time to act and rushed to activate his trump cards. He inserted the golden key, hoping to extract something lethal from the system. Dovin was worried about his remaining mana, but his determination outweighed any concerns. Dovin used the bronze key, frantically restoring his dwindling mana reserves. The guy was feverishly thinking about what would be the best way to spend the remaining artifacts. Remembering Sonu's style, Dovin realized that speed was vital for him. Then he decisively put all 3 keys into one skill. Meanwhile, a green city bus was slowly driving down the street. Some schoolgirl was running desperately, trying to catch this flight. Suddenly, the girl crashed into the back of the motionless Sonu. She quickly apologized and rushed on without looking at the psychopath. Sonu just stood there silently, frozen in an ominous and cold anticipation. The lucky girl managed to jump inside, joyfully and heavily exhaling with relief. The girl happily jumped on the bus, completely oblivious to Sonu's quiet anger. Suddenly, Sonu turned around sharply, but Dovin was already standing right in front of him. The bus drove away, leaving the boys alone on the empty evening street. Sonu bowed his head gloomily and began to address his new enemy threateningly. Dovin smiled nervously and jokingly offered the psychopath to accept his apology. However, the guy quickly realized that he could not avoid the upcoming fight. Dovin instantly activated his pierce skill, breaking through his opponent's defense. He launched a powerful preemptive strike, putting all his determination into it. Sonu winced in sharp pain as he realized the devastating force of his opponent's attack. The enraged psychopath bared his teeth and cursed Dovin, preparing for a brutal counterattack. Dovin, terrified, ran as fast as he could, hoping to escape as quickly as possible. The guy looked back as he walked, desperately planning a new attack from behind. And then Sonu suddenly caught up with him, holding out his bony hands. The red-haired psycho grabbed the strap of someone else's backpack with a death grip. With a sharp kick, Sonu sent his opponent flying across the court. Dovin fell to the ground, not believing in the vitality of this mad beast. But in reality, Sonu only got more excited, mockingly praising the gamer's speed. Suddenly, Dovin activated the triple puncture, flaring with furious blue energy. And then he realized that he was turning into a real cold-blooded killer. Dovin replaced his fear with a grin, seeing his enemy writhing in pain. Sonu slowly pulled his massive red backpack off his shoulders. He threw the bag away with a bang, confessing his fierce hatred. Dovin winced at the heavy sound, realizing the true weight of his enemy's burden. The guy was puzzled by the training weight Sonu was carrying on his back. Dovin made another lunge, enveloping his fist in shining energy. Sonu froze in amazement, not having time to completely avoid the attack. Suddenly, the red-haired man seized the initiative and brutally beat the stunned Dovin. Dovin flew back, taking one crushing blow after another. Sonu began to move much faster, turning into a blur. Now the backpack didn't stop the redhead from squeezing the maximum out of his body. Sonu angrily demanded that the idiot repeat his words. And then a sudden blow sent Dovin into a prolonged flight. The boys fell with a crash, enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. The beaten Dovin realized with horror that the enemy was inhumanly fast. Meanwhile, he frantically counted the number of skills he had already used. The pupil reflected the maniac who had promised the guy a quick end. Dovin did not understand how to defeat the enemy while he was calling out to him. Sonu sarcastically offered to choose between paralysis or the fate of a vegetable. The guy bared his teeth, realizing that the situation smelled like real madness. Suddenly, he rushed forward desperately, calling his opponent a complete psycho. Dovin began to swing his fists wildly, causing only Sonu's genuine bewilderment. Sonu was sure that slow attacks would no longer work on him. The psychopath grinned mockingly, considering his opponent a complete idiot. And then Dovin suddenly delivered a powerful uppercut straight to the enemy's jaw. A stunned Sonu realized that the blow was deliberately slow. Suddenly, Dovin triumphantly declared that his clever slap had worked. Suddenly, he remembered basic tricks from his favorite video games. Meanwhile, the secret of victory lay in the skillful alternation of the tempo of attacks. And then a perfect feint completely confused the overconfident opponent. But in fact, the risky gaming tactics brought the guy triumph. Dovin remembered how he had invested all his available experience points into something other than speed. Now his fists were filled with power, and the force of his attack had noticeably increased. He finally decided to perceive this brutal fight as an ordinary game. The guy shouted furiously that in the virtual world he never loses. Suddenly Sonu rushed forward, but the hero was already calculating a winning battle tactic. All Dovin needed to do was fully decipher the psycho's insidious timing of movements. Suddenly he remembered every swing of his opponent, noticing the treasured puncture point. At first he deftly dodged, and then unleashed a hail of quick blows. Meanwhile, Dovin managed to protect himself in time from the fist flying towards his face. And then the guy finally got the perfect chance for a deadly counterattack. Sonu landed a crushing kick straight to the head of a disoriented Dovin. The guy fell to the ground with a crash, gasping for breath from a terrible flash of pain. Meanwhile, the red-haired athlete confidently froze in place after his attack. Suddenly, Sonu arrogantly declared that Dovin would never defeat him. Dovin realized that the former athlete was much better with his legs than with his fists. And then he realized a direct hit to the head could simply crush the skull. The guy yelled that his head was incredibly strong and rushed forward again. In fact, he decided to use rotation between series of strikes. And then Dovin successfully carried out another powerful puncture with his playing skill. The battered hero grinned contentedly, as his daring plan had finally worked. Sonu was stunned when his hand suddenly became stuck somewhere. Suddenly, he slammed his foot with all his might right into the face. Dovin flew back, his eyes rolling lifelessly from the powerful blow. Sonu struck a furious series, refusing to be fooled by distractions. Meanwhile, he ridiculed the guy for his too slow movements. The psychopath viciously promised that he would not give the bastard any more slack. The beaten hero collapsed to the ground like a sack, completely losing all coordination. Suddenly, he began to convulse, barely holding back a terrible hacking cough. Dovin realized that after the blow to the jaw, his body completely failed. And then Sonu slowly moved towards him, forcing Dovin to make a decision. Dovin frantically searched the skills window for a way to finish off this freak. Suddenly, he froze, studying the description of his skill in the reflection of his pupil. Meanwhile, Sonu swooped in with a soccer kick, planning to crush the hero. And then a blue flash tore through the air, stopping the mad athlete's attack. Dovin activated the pierce when the enemy tried to drive him into the ground. Sonu howled as the blow landed squarely on his Achilles tendon. A bloodied Dovin smiled triumphantly as his risky plan had finally worked. In fact, hitting with your hands was not necessary. The skill worked much more simply. There remains one last attempt, one last chance to calm this rabid psycho once and for all. Dovin quickly came up with a new plan and grabbed hold of his enemy. Dovin rushed forward, trying to completely block the dangerous madman's view. And then he withstood a powerful blow, clinging to his opponent with a death grip. Meanwhile, Dovin unexpectedly intercepted Sonu's hand right in the middle of his swing. Suddenly, a powerful throw sent the hero onto the hard tiles of the schoolyard. The guy fell with a crash, spitting out blood after another brutal collision. Suddenly, he noticed a heavy brick and regretted that he had not used it earlier. But in fact, Sonu had already armed himself with a piece of debris, preparing to finish off the poor guy. Meanwhile, old posters from track and field competitions came to mind. And then he remembered how he had once been congratulated on receiving an honorary silver medal. It turned out that Sonu always hated being second, craving only absolute triumph. Sonu's hand, trembling with anger, tightly clutched the sports trophy. In the gloomy silence of the room, another outburst of parental rage was brewing. Suddenly, the father began to beat Sana mercilessly for losing. The boy collapsed to the floor among the fragments of his shattered hopes. Meanwhile, a leg injury forced Sana to quit the sport forever. The cruel father ordered his son to win at all costs. Sonu trained to the point of exhaustion, afraid of disappointing his parent again. And then he started running around at night with bags of sand. But on Sonu's chest again, only the cursed silver was adorned. But in reality, the coveted top of the podium remained out of reach. His father, in a rage, cursed that unfortunate accident. Sonu looked at the winner with envy, plotting something evil. A quiet night fell on the deserted school stairs. The guy approached San, not noticing the clamped brick. He carelessly inquired about the purpose of the meeting before the fatal blow. Sonu brutally beat his opponent, throwing out all the accumulated resentment. The madman decided to destroy everyone who dared to overtake him. He coldly admitted that he turned that guy into a vegetable. Because of that injury, Sonu lost sports and his father's support. Dovin realized with horror how deep his enemy's madness went. Sonu swung a brick, remembering his unpunished youth and thirsting for new blood. Suddenly, his hood moved strangely, causing the psychopath a moment of confusion. The gamer has prepared in advance special items necessary for this risky victory. Suddenly, a live octopus materialized on Sonu's head, shocking the enemy. Dovin smiled creepily through the blood, rejoicing at the perfect moment to attack. He remembered how deftly he slipped a slimy surprise into his hood at the bus stop. The guy was worried that the bait had fallen out earlier, but his calculations were completely justified. Sonu threw the mollusk away in a rage, mocking the beaten gamer's ridiculous antics. And then a black stream of ink splashed straight into the enemy's eye. The red-haired man howled in unexpected pain as the brick hit the ground. Dovin mockingly noted that the ink attack had completely deprived the enemy of vision. He realized that a simple jab would not bring him the victory he desired. It was necessary to strike with certainty to knock out this madman with one powerful blow. Meanwhile, Sonu was screaming in panic, trying in vain to wipe his bloodshot eyes. Dovin put all his strength into a crushing blow to the head of his stunned opponent. And then he remembered kind Aren, thanking her in his thoughts. Enveloped in blue sparks, the gamer realized that victory was already in his pocket. He dedicated his final puncture to that very girl, slamming his fist. The red-haired man was thrown back as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. Finally, the aggressor crashed into the asphalt, completely out of the game. Sonu was lying unconscious, covered in ink and blood. Dovin barely breathed, reminding the enemy of his recent warning. The gamer loomed over the psychopath, showing off his incredibly strong head. Here the system threw in a reward, a mysterious bunch of keys. The guy was taken aback when he saw a whole bunch of keys for such a victory. Suddenly his body became leaden and a wild fatigue overcame him. Dovin was racked with a terrible cough, and the world around him began to swirl treacherously. He remembered an old failure when he had collapsed just as ingloriously. It was impossible to give up because this psycho could soon come to his senses. Dovin frantically searched the system for a way to avoid passing out now. Dovin inserted the golden key, finally unlocking his hidden physical powers. The gamer gritted his teeth as the powerful energy of the system literally flooded his body. And then he exhaled, realizing that the dangerous manipulation had succeeded after all. The guy squeezed the bundle thoughtfully, deciding to make the most of this unexpected gift. He grinned cheekily, planning to begin his triumphant climb with gold. In fact, Dovin had long dreamed of this power. Meanwhile, the mana ran out, causing the exhausted hero to fall to his knees. Without that octopus, Dovin would have certainly died ingloriously here. Dovin decided to keep the savior for himself, pompously naming the mollusk worm. Suddenly, the ginger cat brazenly dragged the octopus away, shocking the wounded hero. Dovin winced in shock, not believing his own eyes. The ginger cat stole the octopus and ran away from the enraged gamer. And then the boy howled in despair, mourning the loss of his worm. Meanwhile, the sun slowly disappeared behind the walls of residential high-rises. Dovin looked guiltily at the mourning photo, asking Aren for forgiveness. The gamer sobbed helplessly until a sudden call interrupted his mourning. Mom cheerfully asked over the phone how the first day of school went. He wearily replied that one could easily die from such studies. And then Dovin asked his mother where she was now. The guy was truly shocked when he heard about a long business trip to the United Kingdom. Dovin was stunned when he heard about his mother's trip to Britain. Mom reminded him that next week is the day his father died. The woman asked her son to visit his father's grave instead of her. She said goodbye quickly and ended this difficult conversation. Dovin looked at the old, cracked photograph of his happy past. Nearby lay a letter of gratitude to my father for his fight against violence. The gamer froze in silence, digesting the sad news and old wounds. The guy decided to have a snack, unexpectedly craving fried octopus and sauce. And at the other end of the city, a gloomy construction site loomed in the blue twilight. Inside the abandoned building, some new sinister secret lurks. Baekchan learned that Sunwoo had lost disgracefully to the leader of the Boromai district. He leisurely twirled a wrench as he listened to the report of total failure. The deputy leader furiously recalled his order to remain quiet. At this time, the beaten Sonu was dragged to the rest of the gang members. The bandits were afraid that the boss would kill everyone because of the loss of the area. Suddenly, Baekchan, in a rage, kicked the chair with the beaten guy. Sonu flew back against the wall while he was being reproached for disgracing himself in front of his father. Baekchan looked at the sandbags that had fallen out of his backpack with disdain. The bloodied boy silently endured insults directed at his passion for sports. The cold-blooded Ilsok decided to personally deal with the problem that had arisen. Chan ordered that the impudent Dovin be brought to him immediately. Morning came, and the school building was illuminated by the rays of the bright sun. Meanwhile, Dovin sat calmly at his desk, waiting for the lessons to begin. A classmate was surprised to hear that the troubled Sonu was skipping classes today. The boys wondered if their eternal bully had gotten sick after yesterday. Dovin secretly wished that this psychopath would never come back again. The gamer hoped to finally enjoy the calm and boring school life. Suddenly, a breathless guy burst into the classroom, shouting the hero's name. He blurted out in horror that some dangerous guys were looking for Dovin downstairs. And then the stranger from the gang crossed the threshold, finally finding his target. A crowd of bandits burst into the classroom, grabbing a student by the hair. Ilsok watched with an icy gaze as his henchmen beat the schoolboy. And then Dovin began to sweat with horror, wondering who these guys were. Ilsok politely addressed the gamer, recognizing him as his elder. The guy panicked, frantically trying to figure out where he had gone wrong. Meanwhile, Ilsok ordered Dovin to go to the Bonshan area immediately. The gamer categorically refused to go, remembering his long-standing status as an outcast. Suddenly, the bandit threatened to take him by force if he resisted. Ilsak asked ironically whether Dovin would be able to defeat 10 at once. Dovin was completely at a loss, realizing his helplessness against the crowd of professionals. Ilsak boldly asked the stranger who he was. A handsome young man with gray hair suddenly appeared in front of the Bonchon bandits. The impeccable Yun Sung walked into the classroom with a cool expression and asked about the purpose of their visit. Ilsak was taken aback, immediately recognizing the uninvited guest as a dangerous competitor. The impudent thug tried to intimidate Yun Seong, completely unaware of the impending disaster. Yun Sun instantly knocked the insolent man down with a powerful blow without even removing his hands. Dovin was truly stunned by the incredible coolness of his unexpected protector. The defeated aggressor howled hysterically, clutching his instantly broken leg. Yun Sun sternly said that Dovin would not go anywhere with this crowd. A handsome man in a suit invited 10 fighters to test their strength at once. Yun Sung stood imperturbably over his fallen opponent, listening to his pitiful groans. Dovin froze in stupor, struck by the deadly power of just one blow. Meanwhile, another bandit rushed into the attack, shouting angry insults. Yun Sung reacted with lightning speed, meeting the insolent man with a heavy and very accurate counterpunch. The poor guy's face was literally crushed by the impact with the silver-haired defender's fist. The boy adjusted his suit, maintaining an icy calm amidst the school chaos. Suddenly, a thug crept up from behind, raising a heavy chair over his head. The attacker furiously wished death on his enemy as he smashed furniture onto his target's head. But Yun Sung gracefully dodged, causing the enemy to smash the wall in utter bewilderment. A powerful counterkick to the body sent the heavyweight flying. The enemy crashed through the window frame, completely knocking him out. Another hooligan trembled with fear, seeing the invincible Yun Sung in front of him. Yun Sung advanced slowly, ignoring the coward's pitiful pleas not to come any closer. He panicked and again demanded to stay away, backing away from the cold gaze. In desperation, the bandit threatened to kill the silver-haired man if he took another step. The group surrounded the guy, mocking his supposedly stupid position in the corner. The round-faced bully laughed maliciously, calling Yun Sung a moron for his tactical error. But Yun Seong suddenly did a somersault on the desk, shocking the attackers with his agility. A lightning strike from above literally smashed the hapless aggressor into the ground. The hero only sighed wearily, grumbling to himself about the overly troublesome fight. Ilsak watched the carnage sternly, maintaining a frighteningly icy calm. Leader Bonchon was clearly filled with respect for the unexpected and dangerous enemy, and Yun Seong just casually threw a caustic remark at his enemies about their worthlessness. He calmly suggested to the remnants of the gang that they attack en masse to save time. And then the real madness began. Yun Sung's fists flew faster than lightning. The bandits' bodies flew in all directions, crashing into walls and lockers. Dovin watched this incredible and brutal massacre in complete shock. The guy realized that in front of him was the very monster from Sion's warnings. Amidst the mountain of bodies, Yun Seong was officially declared the representative of the legendary Silim gang. Finally, Ilsak assumed a fighting stance, deciding to personally teach the impudent silver-haired upstart a lesson. Yun Seong cornered Il Seok, declaring him the last man standing. But the blow did not follow, and the leader of the gang became quite scared. Instead of finishing him off, the guy told Ilsak to clean up this snake pit, and then Yun Sung just left, ordering everyone to sweep up all the trash as a parting shot. Ilsak hissed after him, doubting that he would get out of the school in one piece. He warned that Bonchon would definitely not swallow such insolence. Suddenly, Yun Sung called out to Dovin, scaring the poor guy to death. The unflappable fighter invited the gamer to check out the local cafeteria and have a bite to eat. Soon, the heroes safely reached the desired building on the school grounds. Dovin timidly thanked his savior, and Yun Sung called them one team. Dovin devoured the tasty treats, incredibly happy that this monster was for him. Suddenly, Yun Sung rushed up to interrogate me, almost causing me to choke. The gamer coughed hysterically while his partner pressed him for the truth about his leadership. The silver-haired man was wildly interested in what the guy had done to annoy the beaten son. Poor Dovin was frantically looking for an excuse to avoid blurting out too much. He almost blurted out something about a Gopnik hunter, but bit his tongue just in time. But in reality, Yun Seong is also a cool fighter, and this would have offended him. But the defender only snorted ironically, causing Dovin to completely fall into a stupor. He was genuinely having fun, drinking strawberry milk and maintaining his style. In the end, he simply wished me luck and casually walked away. Dovin was waiting in treason for Bonchun's gang to attack again. But everything worked out, and he calmly made his way to the computer club. There are no quests, just pure joy. The guy finally burst out laughing. The gamer decided to spend his weekend the classic way by hitting up a quiet club. The boys nearby were bragging about how they had spent all their pocket money on the toy. Dovin remembered with nostalgia how he himself used to be a strong supporter of donations. The little boys ran away, and our hero almost burst into tears from the memories. Suddenly, hot ramen appeared in front of him, surprising him quite a bit. It was Aaron, standing in front of him with a tray of food. The girl admitted that sometimes she simply helps her father in the family business. Dovin mentally tried on the role of the ideal father-in-law for the club owner, smiling broadly. Aaron was clearly taken aback, not understanding the sudden delight of her strange friend. The beauty ran off to get some food, suspecting Dovin of trying to grab a free snack. Meanwhile, a gang of thugs unceremoniously surrounded the computer of that same guy. And then the frightened children ran away, seeing the insolent bullies approaching. The hooligans brazenly threw the boys out, deciding to appropriate their pumped-up game characters. Aaron soon returned with a box of snacks, casting suspicious glances at the departing guys. The girl froze in shock when she saw a child crying over an empty inventory. It turned out that the vile thieves had robbed the hero boy, leaving him literally naked. The kid complained to Nuna through tears that those guys had stolen all the things. Aaron was horrified to learn that the thieves had robbed the poor boy. She tortured Dovin with questions, but he only mumbled incoherently. Suddenly, the boy grabbed the hero's jacket, begging for help. The child hoped for a cool, manly act from Dovin. And then Dovin realized that he had gotten himself into the most crappy situation possible. He was feverishly thinking about how to get out of the fight because he was not Yun Seong. Meanwhile, outside the club window, gloomy twilight was already gathering. The thieves in the gateway were delighted with the easy money and the fat jackpot. The main impudent one was already planning a drinking party with the money from the sale of clothes. But a sudden blow to the back of the head instantly knocked out the leader of the hooligans. Dovin hit the thief, reminding him of all the brazenly shattered dreams of the newcomer. He ordered the rest of the gang to attack him all at once and immediately. And earlier, the boy in the club tearfully begged his Dovin for help. Aaron and the boy looked in amazement at the hero who was ready to stand up for them. And then the system promised Dovin a reward, a full date with Aaron. The boy patted the little one on the head in a fatherly way, calming him down before the fight. He sat the child down to play, telling him to simply wait for his triumphant return. Dovin left decisively, promising to return before the ramen got cold. In the alley, the thieves were quite frightened by the sudden appearance of an unexpected avenger. Dovin stood up furiously, preparing for the fight. Dovin boldly suggested that the Gopniks attack first before he started it himself. After the first takedown, the guy had doubts about what to do with the rest of the crowd. Suddenly, the defeated thief groaned, ruining the hero's plans for an easy victory. Dovin was quite scared when he saw that the impudent fellow had not even lost consciousness. The enemies surrounded him, mockingly discussing the intervention of some impudent schoolboy. And then Dovin yelled about a tactical retreat and abruptly ran away. The bandits rushed in pursuit, swearing and promising not to let him escape. The pursuers laughed maliciously, having driven the gamer into an obvious dead end between the walls. The leader shouted triumphantly that the fugitive had finally fallen into a trap. But in fact, the alley was empty. Dovin had simply disappeared. The leader ran into a dead end, confident that Dovin would not go anywhere now. Meanwhile, the bandits looked around, not understanding where their impudent enemy had disappeared to. The leader laughed smugly, not even suspecting the proximity of mortal danger. The enemies were jeering loudly, ironically sniffing the air for the scent of a frightened chicken. One of them was already savoring the victory, anticipating a quick reprisal against the gamer. Suddenly, he raised his head and was literally struck dumb by the shocking sight. Dovin looked down at him with the burning eyes of a predator. But in reality, the guy simply waited for the moment for a devastating falcon lunge. A powerful blow scattered the trash, turning them into helpless heaps of rags. Dovin grinned with relief, realizing that this time the combo had worked perfectly. The bandits realized in horror that Dovin was far from an ordinary schoolboy. The boy walked lazily forward, while the enemies wondered who he was. The gangsters swallowed nervously, realizing that the situation had gotten out of control. Dovin pompously announced his name and affiliation with the Barama gang. One of the thugs was taken aback, calling the guy's pompous speech complete nonsense. Suddenly, the bandit rushed into attack, causing the hero to doubt his plan. Dovin instantly activated the puncture skill, dealing a crushing counterattack to the enemy. The defeated enemy bent over in pain, unable to utter a word. The hunter ironically compared the slow enemy to a clumsy turtle. Dovin walked on calmly, promising himself not to rush things. The bandit ordered his men not to be afraid because the enemy stood all alone. Two enemies rushed forward at once, trying to clamp the guy in a vice. Dovin clenched his sparkling fists, preparing to show the true power of his gaming skills. A lightning-fast double combo strike from puncture instantly scattered the attackers into the corners. The guy spread his arms victoriously, completely disillusioned with the strength of the local mobs. The thugs grimaced in pain, demonstrating a complete lack of any military equipment. The hunter understood that without skills, any mistake he made would be fatal. Dovin continued to slowly close the distance, each step stamping on the concrete. The terrified enemies retreated back while their leader frantically came up with a plan. The bandits decided to surround Dovin on a signal and attack him as a crowd. The leader started the countdown, and Dovin asked about clearing out weak mobs. The bandit fell into a stupor, not understanding the terrible delirium of this guy. Suddenly, Dovin declared a driven hunt, being cornered. The hero's crushing blow scattered the trio of enemies with a powerful wave of energy. And then the system issued notifications about complete victory over the thieves. The defeated opponents fell to the ground in a heap, admitting their crushing defeat. Dovin breathed heavily, feeling sweat pouring down his cold face. The guy realized with horror that he had just maimed real people. He was shocked that fighting in life began to resemble a game. Meanwhile, he grabbed his head, afraid of losing his humanity. The beaten thief whined pitifully on the ground, begging Dovin to spare his life. Meanwhile, the guy encountered for the first time how enemies beg for mercy. Dovin ordered that all the loot be returned, feeling like some kind of creepy antagonist. He shook off the dust with disgust, deciding not to cross the line for the sake of dubious triumph. But then his hand suddenly froze on the collar of someone else's down jacket. Dovin realized that excessive kindness would leave him without the promised loot. Suddenly, the space of the gateway was cut through by the whistle of his rapid movement. The gamer literally smashed his opponent into the asphalt, saving his quest reward. A crushing kick sent the last robber into a deep and protracted knockout. Finally, all four thieves were defeated, and Dovin took the experience he deserved. Dovin rejoiced, having received the coveted silver key as a trophy. The guy smiled mysteriously, anticipating the imminent receipt of a secret reward. A hidden bonus from the system was waiting for him right in the club building. The would-be thieves humbly begged for mercy, promising to give up theft forever. The bandits vowed to reform, and one even decided to go to church school. Dovin threatened them with final reprisals if they were caught again. Suddenly, one of them received an obsessive call from a certain Min-gyu. Aaron sincerely thanked Dovin for ridding the establishment of brazen thieves. A charming brunette offered to treat the hero to a snack instead of the spoiled ramen. Dovin beamed with happiness, anticipating the long-awaited date with the beautiful Aaron. Dovin froze, peering into the depths of his companion's shining eyes. Aaron stretched gracefully, leaving the guy completely speechless. Suddenly, memories of the day when little Aaron fell came flooding back. Then the arrogant girls surrounded her, accusing her of shamefully snitching to the teacher. And then little Dovin resolutely stood up for his defenseless classmate. He called the bullies pigs when he first met the gaze of that very girl. Meanwhile, Aaron became the first girl in his long history. But the victim suddenly hit the rescuer in the chest, calling him funny. It turned out that little Aaron was the real boss and leader of the class. After this, Dovin began to be panicky, afraid to look her in the eyes. After graduation, the boys' paths diverged to different secondary schools in the city. Dovin did not even hope to meet her again after 3 years. Then suddenly, in high school, Aaron called out to him, returning the item. The matured beauty smiled, completely not recognizing her old acquaintance. She handed the charger back, surprised by the strange things he was carrying. And then Aaron jokingly hit the guy in the chest again. Meanwhile, the girl promised to quickly return to the club after changing. The hunter watched her go, anticipating receiving an unusual secret reward. Dovin closed his eyes blissfully in his chair, finally feeling like a winner. But in fact, there was a silver key lying in his palm. Dovin frantically opened the award while Aaron went away for a short change. He fervently begged the system not to slip him some kind of trash skill. The guy was stunned when he saw a new deadly weapon in his arsenal. Aaron suddenly returned and found the gamer engaged in his strange system activities. The hunter instantly blushed, stupidly looking for an excuse for his sudden freezing. The sight of Aaron in a stunning white dress literally knocked the breath out of him. Dovin was completely overcome with delight, realizing how abruptly his life had turned. The girl offered him a snack, and the guy happily jumped up in his gaming chair. The beauty chose a place with extremely spicy tteokbokki for their meal. Dovin presumptuously promised that he could easily digest even the most hellish fire. Something frighteningly green appeared in front of Dovin, mint chocolate tteokbokki. Aaron happily confessed her love for the strange dish, shocking the poor guy. The beauty instantly became sad, deciding that Dovin did not like this kind of food at all. Suddenly, the hero began to eat greedily, praising this crazy delicacy. Aaron delightedly joked that after something like this, there was definitely no need to brush her teeth. A happy Dovin sat with a green mouth, enjoying the moment next to her. Meanwhile, he realized this was his first truly voluntary date. And then he tensed up considerably, sensing another catch behind such a reward. The guy cautiously asked if his friend was planning something suspicious. Aaron answered mysteriously that she had already chosen the place where they would go together. In the stuffy room, Dovin breathed heavily, trying to concentrate on the important matter. The guy's body was literally burning as he determinedly tried to get it out as quickly as possible. It turned out to be just Jenga, and Dovin successfully pulled out the wobbly block. And then he began to doubt whether Aaron really couldn't play at all. Suddenly, an incredibly complex and frightening wooden tower appeared before him. Aaron expertly moved her fingers, admitting that she had brought him here on purpose. Meanwhile, the tower collapsed with a roar, and Dovin considered this failure cute. In reality, the date took a dangerous turn with the appearance of a lie detector. Dovin seriously inquired whether his companion considered his appearance truly attractive. Blushing with surprise, Aaron honestly confirmed that she really liked the guy. The detector beeped treacherously, confirming the absolute sincerity of Aaron's words. The beauty honestly admitted that she finds Dovin very attractive. The lights flashed green again, causing the guy to blush quite a bit. Dovin mentally cursed his stupidity, feverishly thinking up his next question. Finally, he made up his mind and asked her directly if her heart was occupied. Aaron fell silent for a moment, and the hero begged for mercy in his soul. Suddenly, without a shadow of a doubt, she declared that she was no longer free. And then Dovin instantly turned into a gray shadow from such a blow. Meanwhile, the damn machine confirmed that the girl was telling the pure truth. But in reality, Aaron was simply brazenly making fun of his reaction. Dovin exhaled when Aaron called the detector's verdict a blatant lie. The kids decided to take a break from stress and choose a new board game. Meanwhile, on the street, a gang of thugs was prowling around looking for a victim. The beaten guy confirmed to his Hyung that Dovin had disappeared with a cafe worker. The buddies laughed at the beaten brat who was shaking with fear. Hyun was furious and vowed to find the impudent bastard. The scarred leader promised to personally smash Dovin's face in that evening. But in fact, the bandit only mockingly praised his hube. The happy couple went outside without noticing how time had flown by. And then Dovin realized that he and Aaron had become very close. Aaron cheerfully suggested that Dovin try his luck at a new street game. The counter was crowded with mountains of cute toys, beckoning passers-by. The old amusement park offered players the chance to hammer nails for a coveted soft prize. Meanwhile, the nail just wouldn't budge despite Aaron's efforts. The girl was upset, but Dovin resolutely volunteered to get her a reward. The barker only laughed sarcastically, considering the guy weaker than his companion. And then Dovin switched on the strategist mode, calculating the ideal trajectory of the strike. The hero became inspired, dreaming of giving Aaron a gift to remember their meeting. Suddenly, a sharp system signal made him freeze in shock. Aaron stared blankly at the guy, who suddenly froze in place. Suddenly, a system window popped up, leaving Dovin in complete shock. The quest required hitting Aaron on the head with a hammer as hard as possible. Dovin froze with his instrument raised, not believing the cruel rules of the game. Aaron watched her friend's strange behavior with genuine bewilderment. Dovin was sweating profusely, realizing the dire consequences of failing this wild mission. He gripped the handle painfully, frantically trying to find a way out. At the last moment, the hero resolutely refused to harm Aaron and missed. Dovin screamed in despair as the barker counted out his new attempts. Meanwhile, the hopeless quest continued to hang like a burden, poisoning the entire meeting. Suddenly, Dovin heard about the toy hammer and immediately perked up. Dovin abruptly dragged Aaron away, abandoning the nails for a new purpose. The hero energetically volunteered to participate in the competition, intriguing the presenter with his drive. The rules were simple. The winner hits with a hammer, and the loser covers himself with a saucepan. Aaron was amazed by his passion, while Dovin feverishly rushed the start of the duel. The opponents prepared themselves, starting to throw out signs in sync to achieve victory. Suddenly, Dovin threw a stone, easily crushing his companion's scissors. The winner grabbed the toy hammer with lightning speed, anticipating the completion of this crazy quest. Meanwhile, he mentally apologized and sharply brought the red instrument down. And then Dovin realized the risk, sweating from his own madness. In fact, Erin cleverly defended herself with a saucepan, shocking the poor guy. In the new round, Dovin was again faster, throwing the winning scissors. Suddenly he attacked, but Erin quickly covered herself with a golden saucepan. Meanwhile, the beauty went on the counter-offensive, giving Dovin a resounding toy-like blow. The guy was completely stunned by his companion's unrealistic gamer-like reaction. The presenter sincerely admired their couple, and Erin was happy with her success. The dazzling brunette suggested another round, clearly entering into a real fighting spirit. Dovin gripped the hilt with determination, preparing for the decisive thrust in this duel. And then he struck a crushing blow, causing the air to literally shake. Random passers-by froze in mute shock from such a furious intensity of passions. Even the stern man with the hammer was stunned by the frantic energy of these students. Dovin was breathing heavily, clutching the remains of the unfortunate toy hammer in his hands. A deathly silence reigned all around. People were simply stunned by such a spectacle. Meanwhile, the quest was completed, and the guy finally took his reward. He made an honest attempt to return the fragments, but was politely sent away. Meanwhile, the sky darkened completely, covering the city in thick night twilight. They walked along in silence together, trying to comprehend all this wild surrealism. Suddenly, Dovin glanced sideways at Erin, breaking out in a cold sweat. The hero seriously regretted not having given up on this quest at the very beginning. He timidly asked if his friend was angry about that sudden blow, and then she laughed wildly, completely throwing the poor guy off his stride. Dovin became nervous, afraid that he had hit Erin on the head too hard. Erin just laughed cheerfully at his funny and frightened reaction. Suddenly, the phone rang, forcing Erin to urgently return back to the club. Erin thanked Dovin for this strange but very fun evening. Meanwhile, Erin whispered that she definitely wanted to play with him. Erin waved goodbye, promising Dovin to see him soon at school. Dovin smiled happily after Erin, enjoying the aftertaste of their first date. And then suddenly a thug with a grin appeared behind Dovin. The bandit reported on the phone that he found that sucker in the jacket. Dovin instantly turned cold, realizing that this dangerous guy had come for him. The brute directly stated that he had come to avenge his beaten lads. Dovin realized that this big guy was serious. A tough fight was about to begin. Suddenly, the guy saw an empty mana bar after previous battles. The hero realized that without magical skills, he was guaranteed to lose this fight. But suddenly, the bandit changed his mind, declaring that he no longer wanted to fight. Dovin bowed joyfully to his enemy, feeling incredible relief at having saved his life. Meanwhile, the thug suspiciously inquired where exactly the beautiful Erin had gone. But in fact, the scoundrel had planned a vile game with this girl. And then he insulted Erin in a dirty way, calling her too accessible. Enraged, Dovin instantly grabbed the bastard by the jacket, forgetting about his fear. Dovin abruptly grabbed the insolent man by the jacket, forcing him to turn around. The guy angrily told the bastard to shut up and follow him. The bandit just grinned and casually lifted the peak of his cap. The system issued the quest. Song Min-kyo is furious, the battle begins. Meanwhile, the city rooftops silently watched the beginning of the massacre. The fight began, and Dovin immediately caught several hard serves. The enemy mockingly inquired about the hero's strength while he writhed. Mingyo spat, considering Dovin to be an ordinary weakling and a loser. The crits didn't fly out, and the enemy just laughed loudly at the guy. Mana ran out at the worst possible moment, but there was no other way out. Dovin clenched his fists, vowing not to let that bastard near Erin. Meanwhile, Mingyo fished something out of his pocket, mockingly laughing at the hero. Suddenly, heavy golden brass knuckles flashed in the bandit's hands. Dovin's blood ran cold as he realized how dangerous this encounter had become. Mingyo eagerly put on his weapon, preparing to smash the guy's face. And then he rushed into the attack, promising to knock out all of Dovin's teeth. But Dovin launched a lightning-fast counterattack, knocking down his arrogance with a precise blow. A series of powerful attacks completely disoriented the stunned Mingyo. The decisive blow threw the opponent back, causing him to lose his balance. As a result, the bandit fell with a crash onto the asphalt, groaning painfully. Mingyo was taken aback, not understanding where Dovin got this steel bat from. And then he froze. staring into the void in front of him in shock. Dovin calmly ordered the bandit to attack, throwing aside the extra package. The hero anticipated that the enemy's teeth or this strange hammer would be the first to fly apart. Meanwhile, Mingyo rubbed his eyes, not believing his own blurred vision. But in fact, the bandit realized that he had been hit with an ordinary toy. Both stood frozen in bewilderment, trying to comprehend this insane and absurd deception. Dovin mockingly demonstrated the squeaking rubber hammer, fully amused by the situation. Enraged, Mingyo rushed to the attack, not wanting to tolerate such a brazen lie. Suddenly, a blue glow illuminated the alley as the toy gained devastating power. Mingyo flinched, finally losing control of this crazy fight. Dovin activated his weapon skill, promising Mingyo even more humiliating surprises. The guy delivered a crushing blow while the enemy was trying to recover. And then the bandit realized that the ridiculous toy really hurt. Mingyo desperately clung to the hero, trying to stop another deadly swing. Suddenly, Dovin gripped the hammer more firmly, preparing to finish this mess. He slammed the weapon into his opponent, causing him to writhe in pain. Meanwhile, the enemy's brass knuckles only got stuck helplessly in the hero's down jacket. Dovin raised his hammer triumphantly, promising Mingyo harsh justice for his sins. In a rage, the boy shouted that Mingyo was a real dirty pervert. Dovin slammed the red hammer into Mingyo's face with all his might. The toy couldn't withstand the impact and shattered into pieces, losing its head. The guy stared in complete daze at the useless piece of plastic handle. Dovin realized that the hollow plastic was too brittle to fight with. The hero became nervous, realizing that it was impossible to defeat the bandit without his weapon. He began to frantically search for a replacement hammer even among the trash. Mingyo noticed the boy's confused look and mockingly commented on his weakness. The bandit launched a crushing counterattack with brass knuckles, leaving Dovin's face bloody. The enemy laughed maliciously, calling the disarmed hero a complete and pathetic loser. Dovin fell to his knees, shuddering from the unbearable pain and the strength of his opponent. Dovin touched his broken cheek, realizing the devastating difference between brass knuckles and a fist. Mingyo continued to rain heavy blows on the hero, not giving him a chance to breathe. Receiving more slaps, Dovin suddenly came up with a very risky plan. The boy fell to the ground while Mingyo threatened to mock the defenseless Arin. The bastard licked his lips, anticipating a dirty reprisal right before the eyes of the beaten hero. Mingyo intended to avenge his own and satisfy all his sinful desires at once. Dovin merely chuckled in response to the cliched phrases of this third-rate villain. The bloodied boy asked why scumbags were so obsessed with committing evil deeds. Mingyo walked leisurely towards the victim, considering his motives to be extremely simple. He raised his fist to strike, declaring the benefits of a life without rules. Dovin's sharp lunge hit its target, connecting with the enemy's jaw. Mingyo, taken aback, grabbed his face, trying to stop the fountain of blood. A flicker of animal fear flashed in his gaze before this crazy gamer. Meanwhile, Dovin pulled his belt out of his pants with a metallic clang. The system immediately activated the master mode of improvised weapons. The enraged bandit rushed forward, cursing because of the guy's latest dirty trick. Suddenly, Dovin turned the belt into a deadly whip, beating the bastard. The stinging blows rained down on Mingyo, making him regret his words. The guy roared with rage, demanding an answer for all this chaos. The golden brass knuckles fell into the mud with a clang, marking the end of the brawl. Mingyo burst into laughter, mockingly watching the boy's futile attempts to resist. Meanwhile, the bandit grabbed the belt, offering Dovin to repeat the recent execution. The idiot grinned madly, considering kindness an absolutely useless waste of time. And then Dovin looked at the enemy, stopping pretending to be a weak fool. Dovin shook the bastard violently, calling him a vile hypocrite to his face. The hero only clenched his teeth tighter, ignoring the blood and wild pain. Suddenly, Mingyo received a powerful grip on the arm with a belt. Dovin made a wild lunge, smashing his enemy's body into the dirty asphalt. In the end, the bandit collapsed in disgrace, emitting only a pitiful wheeze. It seemed that Mingyo had completely passed out, turning into a bloody pile of rags. Dovin was breathing heavily, trying to recover from the bloody massacre. The guy silently looked at the defeated enemy lying in a dark alley. Meanwhile, the city's evening lights began to come on under the crimson sky. Erin was chatting sweetly with her father, asking him for some tasty treat. Dovin watched them from afar, chuckling skeptically at his friend's wishes. The hero was sincerely happy for the girl, although he himself looked simply terrible. And then dusk finally fell over the city, hiding the traces of the fight. At home, Dovin collapsed helplessly onto the sofa, finally finding himself safe. The The guy shuddered as he recalled how he had almost died again today. He froze with a broken face, immersed in heavy thoughts. Mingyo screamed madly about the benefits of his vile life in that alley. The bandit considered kindness just a waste of time, mocking the guy. Dovin sat in the darkness, unable to find the words to give the bastard a worthy response. Suddenly, he looked at an old photo of his father, recalling past battles. The boy wondered what his old man would have done in this dirty fight. However, Dovin decided to put his thoughts aside and finally take the system reward. 5 bronze keys for defeating Mingyo materialized in the hero's hands. Meanwhile, Dovin realized the danger of storing valuable resources before a new battle. And then he decided to invest the keys in pumping, choosing new characteristics. The system flickered, increasing his agility and defense by tens of points at once. Dovin stared at the package that had become the reward for that cruel setup. The system forced him to hit Aaron by promising him a map to a mysterious game dungeon. The hero sat dejectedly, doubting the existence of real dungeons in the real world. The guy climbed inside, recalling stories about suddenly opening gates to another world. Dovin's eyes widened at what he saw in the ordinary paper bag. The beaten gamer was taken aback, because the system actually gave him a map of the dungeon. He stood there in bewilderment, holding in his hands an ordinary advertising brochure for a new building. Dovin turned the piece of paper over in confusion, trying to comprehend the value of this strange reward. Suddenly, he realized that an ordinary city construction site was hiding a lair within itself. The guy just laughed ironically and casually threw the suspicious trash aside. Dovin stood in the middle of the room, finally resigned to the madness of the system and the reward. At school, he was already anticipating an easy victory with the help of his faithful partner. But the trusted ally suddenly responded to Dovin with a sharp and cold refusal. The hero fell into a stupor because his perfect plan began to rapidly collapse. Handsome declared that he was not a pawn, and Dovin was forced to admit failure. The depressed gamer dejectedly picked at his dinner, feverishly wondering who to call next. Then Jihan sat down next to him and asked the reasons for his gloomy mood. And then it dawned on Dovin that a new candidate for partner was sitting in front of him. However, my memory instantly brought back images of how the poor guy was constantly humiliated. Dovin quickly changed the subject, not wanting to put his weak friend at risk. After classes, the school crowd poured out into the street, hurrying to do their business. Dovin walked along sadly, dreaming of finding at least some kind of sensible partner. Suddenly, someone's call made the guy freeze in place. Sian appeared in the way, leaning dramatically against the concrete wall. The girl said that she came in person since she didn't have his number. Dovin tensed up, expecting this meeting to bring new problems to his head. Sian reminded him of his popularity and the mysterious acquaintance ahead. The gamer was stunned when he heard about a meeting with a gang called Barama. Meanwhile, the city went about its normal life, ignoring the brewing criminal showdown. The guy started whining, wanting to get away before he got into another mess. Dovin was outraged by the gangster-like treatment, demanding to be called simply a representative. The guy started eating, ordering the rest of the gathering to start too. 100 fighters unanimously recognized Dovin as their new, formidable leader. The gamer swallowed nervously, feeling the full weight of the responsibility that had fallen on him. Sian dragged him inside, promising to let him go immediately after a formal introduction. Someone behind the door shouted a greeting, recognizing Dovin as their master. Dovin made an ironic jab at those present, masking his wild sense of awkwardness with laughter. He asked to be called a representative, being in complete shock. The outrageous guy in the Hawaiian shirt saluted Dovin, yelling throughout the restaurant. A random guy turned around, amazed by such a respectful attitude towards Dovin. Dovin was stunned to recognize his old enemy in the tattooed guy. He jumped up, calling Dovin a weakling and a false leader. Dovin brazenly reminded him of his recent humiliating defeat. The boys glared at each other, ready to fight. Suddenly, Sion ordered them both to shut up in an icy tone. Sion herself flew into a rage, calming the rowdies with just her appearance. The bandits instantly fell silent, afraid of Sion's anger. The old man greeted Dovin warmly, while Sion kept her composure. The guy was surprised why only gang leaders were present. They explained to him that all the key figures were present. Dovin recalled hundreds of bandits, but Sehun confirmed the current changes in the composition. It turned out that after the departure of the previous leader, a lot had changed in the group. Sion interrupted the conversation, suggesting that they just have lunch and get to know each other without formalities. Sehi looked incredibly mature, which greatly surprised Dovin with his appearance. Sehun clenched his fists in anger, realizing that he was now only Dovin's deputy. The system officially recognized Dovin as a representative of the gang, placing responsibility on him. Meanwhile, Sion asked if the guy had managed to make any serious mistakes. She reminded about the strict ban on any contact with the dangerous Sonoma. Or the guy secretly got involved with other gangs, breaking the established rules. In fact, he could have started a massacre, ignoring all the warnings. Sion interrogated Dovin as if she knew about his secret affairs. Dovin made stupid excuses, blaming the fresh scars on an accidental fall. Sehun laughed evilly, comparing the new leader to a constantly trembling dog. Dovin ordered the gang to lie low due to their current weakness. The impudent Sehun went berserk and promised to single-handedly destroy all the enemies. He loomed over Dovin, demanding an answer for his ironic grin. Sehi lazily relieved the tension by ordering a portion of spicy shrimp for lunch. 4 days passed, and the night work was in full swing at the gloomy construction site. The lair came to life after the announcement of the completion of a large money transfer. The unknown tattooed guy sprawled on the sofa, anticipating an easy victory. An elderly man accused bandits of delaying construction deadlines. He demanded that the people be left alone and go away. The interlocutor coldly replied that he was acting in the client's interests. The tattooed man demanded payment for the round-the-clock work of his people. The old man was outraged by the brazen behavior and lack of respect of the brat. Suddenly, the leader ordered Ilsak to help the guest open his wallet. The huge Ilsak silently began to roll up his sleeves for work. Meanwhile, terrible sounds of beatings were heard at the empty construction site. Soon, Ilsak was calmly wiping his blood-stained hands with a rag. The leader mockingly reminded the old man of the inevitability of full payment. Ilsak reported that all the fighters had already gathered on the first floor. The leader was looking forward to taking revenge on Dovin and Sion for beating his people. He decided to start the destruction with the weakest ones, the Barama gang. An unknown person on the telephone curtly confirmed receipt of the order to begin the raid. Meanwhile, a crowd of bandits with bats advanced into the territory of Barama. Security guards at the construction site suddenly noticed someone's silhouettes approaching in the darkness. One threatened to kill him for cheating, calling his partner a real stupid psycho. And then they were stunned to see uninvited guests on their territory. The boys realized that the map had led them straight to Bonchan's lair. The signal was given at the construction site, because the time had come for a counterattack. Dovin and Sehun broke into a dungeon called the Royal Castle. A voice rang out in the empty apartment, taking the owner by surprise. The interlocutor in the blue sweater became indignant and flatly refused to help. He sank into a painful silence, sitting alone on the sofa. The guy on the other end of the line doubted the seriousness of his intentions. The athletic fighter grinned predatorily and demanded an address for a meeting. The gloomy, unfinished building stood frozen in anticipation of the start of a large-scale and bloody massacre. Sehun recalled the agreement about leadership when entering the enemy's lair. He ordered Dovin not to interfere, anticipating his easy victory. The bandit swung his arm, aiming to hit Sehun in the back. The bandit tried to attack Sehun with a stick, but it shamefully shattered into pieces. The poor guy turned pale with fear, realizing that his trump card had absolutely failed. And then Sehun grabbed the impudent opponent's throat with an iron grip. He mockingly asked if he really decided to compete with Granite. Suddenly, another fighter flew out with a pipe, shrilly demanding that his friend be released. Sehun casually tossed the poor guy away as if he weighed no more than a feather. He then furiously ordered the girls from Bonchan to hurry to their daddy. Meanwhile, Dovin remembered how easily the big man blocked Sokol's dangerous attack. It turned out that in the previous fight, only a miracle and critical damage saved Dovin. Dovin quite happily stated that even such trash can be of great use. A mysterious system notification suddenly appeared before Dovin's eyes. The remaining Bonchan bandits decided to launch a desperate attack, casting aside their fear. The guy didn't want to fight at all, but he grew ominously behind the enemy's back. Dovin used his mastery of weapons, crushing his opponent with a series of furious red blows. Another bandit collapsed as Dovin coldly clutched his club. Suddenly, the enemy swung a pipe, shouting dirty curses in my face. The hero skillfully parried the attack, considering the attackers to be just ordinary weak extras. A powerful blow to the jaw instantly knocked out the impudent opponent. The bandit only swore pitifully, choking on his own blood from the wild pain. And then Dovin gripped his red glowing club even tighter. Dovin furiously slammed the glowing red club into the enemy he had defeated. The guy was genuinely thrilled when he realized how well the skill he had acquired worked. Meanwhile, Sehun was amazed that this little guy had really grown so much. Suddenly, a whole crowd of bandits with pipes furiously rushed at Sehun. The big man gracefully dodged the dangerous swing, letting the pipe pass over his head. And then he powerfully charged his fist straight into the attacker's jaw. Sehun created a real meat grinder, scattering enemies in all directions with crushing blows. Another blow to the face caused the bandit to literally choke on his own blood. The defeated enemy only wheezed pitifully, while the others froze in horror. Sehun pressed the shaking survivor against him, demanding immediate answers. Sehun, with a pipe in his hands, recognized his opponent as another bastard. Bonchon's deputy head, Baek-chan, was lounging on the sofa. The leader sipped his whiskey, surprised by the long delay of his loyal men. His assistant tried in vain to reach the soldiers who had gone missing from the line. Baek-chan grumbled lazily about ghosts as the assistant went downstairs. Suddenly, the building shook from a furious and loud battle cry. The system notification confirmed the defeat of several more common enemy monsters. Dovin exhaled heavily, realizing that there was one last important push left. The entire hall was literally strewn with the bodies of fallen enemies after the cleansing. And then Dovin shouted at Sehun, forcing him to stop immediately. Sehun lifted the poor fellow high, mockingly refusing to give the spoils to Dovin. Suddenly, the raised bandit pulled out a knife and swung it at the tattooed giant. Sehun only raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing the blade flashing right at his throat. And then Dovin suddenly took off, sliding spectacularly across the concrete. The guy accurately threw his glowing club right into the thick of things. The projectile knocked the enemy out of the big guy's hands with a roar, stopping the attack. The sharp knife flew away with a ringing sound, and the beaten enemy finally landed. Dovin beamed happily as he looked at the honestly earned system gold key. Meanwhile, Sehun stared silently at the floor, clearly hurt by someone else's help. The big guy grumbled discontentedly that he hadn't asked to save his skin at all. Sehun walked confidently up while Dovin fiddled with the lock below. The big man asked mockingly about fear, but Dovin hastened to furiously deny it. Meanwhile, only heavy and intermittent breathing could be heard on the flights of stairs. Dovin was completely exhausted, causing Sehun only genuine bewilderment. And then he froze, sensing something extremely unexpected and frightening ahead. An old acquaintance, one of the participants in the daring raid on the school, came out to meet me. Dovin instantly remembered this guy from the bloody massacre on the first floor. Sehun grinned predatorily, realizing that the vile Baek-chan was sitting somewhere very close. The giant casually said that he was going to attack, leaving his partner in shock. The enemy held out his hand, trying to find out who dared to give them such permission. Dovin turned on the puncture, effectively piercing the defense of another system wretch. Then he decided to run away, leaving this skinny guy to be torn apart by Sehun. And then Dovin ironically slipped the enemy a bolster for the most honest fight possible. The construction site fell eerily silent as Sehun slowly climbed towards his main goal. The big guy finally caught up with Baek-chan, coldly noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Baek-chan just laughed languidly, pretending to be the master of this concrete dump. Suddenly, this impudent fellow began to remind Sehun of his past shameful mistakes. He meanly called the giant a coward who always hides behind other people's backs. Baek-chan grinned smugly, enjoying his status as the cool deputy head of Bonchon. Finally, he jumped up, cursing furiously at the bluffing jerks he hated. Baek-chan suggested checking which of them is really cooler. The opponents locked in a furious clinch, proving the absence of any bluff. Meanwhile, another drama unfolded in the dark corridors of the construction site. Someone's foot paused next to Dovin's dropped red baton. Dovin realized with horror that he had underestimated the strength of this dangerous bastard. Suddenly, the system marked Ilsak as a dangerous elite monster. The enemy confidently promised that this time he would definitely finish off the guy. Ilsak delivered a crushing blow, literally smashing Dovin into the concrete. The guy was breathing heavily, barely able to keep up with the frantic pace of the fight. And then the enemy was surprised, noticing that Dovin had managed to block the attack. Dovin boldly told the enemy that he was no longer that weakling. Meanwhile, the system promised a reward for completely clearing this dungeon. The boy furiously vowed to turn the construction site into a personal grave for Ilsak. The gloomy concrete froze in anticipation of the finale of this brutal and bloody battle. Ilsak grimly muttered that this construction site would become their common grave. And then Dovin understood the important secret of all his past victories. He decided to use the puncture as a distraction rather than an attack. Suddenly, the hero realized that the skill hits the blind spot perfectly. Dovin found the perfect spot to strike, breaking through Ilsak's powerful defense. The guy grinned triumphantly when his cunning plan worked 100%. The enemy jerked back, trying to evade Dovin's swift and sudden attack. Dovin delivered a perfect blow, activating his system skill and making a deep, piercing cut. The fight escalated into a furious exchange of blows, which the guy called a real fight. The system encouraged its player, suggesting that he continue the battle at the same pace. Suddenly, Ilsak responded with a powerful blow to the head, causing Dovin to stagger seriously. The enemy froze in bewilderment, remembering his fears about the status of an elite monster. The guy easily blocked the attack, realizing the colossal increase in his combat game characteristics. With a creepy smile, Dovin promised to give those bastards a really bad day. The fighter was taken aback by such impudence, not understanding the arrogant words of his young opponent. Against the backdrop of steel structures, the hero firmly decided to shake out information about the Sunbai. Ilsak mentioned one interesting point, causing Dovin to freeze. The name Sunny Shelter came as a real shock to Dovin. The enemy explained that this was an organization for difficult teenagers. It turned out that the shelter was founded by Gino, Dovin's father. Ilsak cynically called his father dead, causing the hero to become furious. Enraged, Dovin ordered the scoundrel never to involve his parents. The gloomy, unfinished building sank into silence before a new massacre. Someone's hands were clasped in a death grip, sparking with tension. Baekchan, wearing a green suit, entered the fight with a leisurely air. The villain bared his teeth, promising to completely wipe Barama off the face of the earth. Dovin noted ironically that he was simply following his wayward representative. Baekchan perked up when he learned of the presence of the gang leader Boromai in the building. The guy knocked the enemy to the floor, considering such success to be real luck. With a deafening roar, Dovin pinned his opponent to the concrete floor of the construction site. Baekchan mockingly compared Dovin to prey entering a tiger's den. The villain was extremely surprised when Dovin suddenly took the initiative in the fight. With a mad grin, the guy declared himself the true hunter in this game. There was a powerful explosion, and a thick cloud of dust hid the battlefield. Sehun indifferently concluded the clearing of the first floor from all the small rabble. A sharp stroke of attack pierced the smokescreen, ending this furious episode. Sehun and Baekchan simultaneously exchanged crushing blows right to the jaw. Grinning in pain, Sehun cursed furiously at his insolent opponent. Baekchan suddenly landed a knee, causing the tattooed fighter to tense up seriously. The gangster in the green suit delivered a precise and sharp counterblow. Sehun's legs skidded across the concrete from the powerful momentum of the enemy's lunge. The boy wiped his broken nose, calling Baekchan's tactics a cheap and dirty trick. Baekchan confidently declared that the game was over due to the representative being thrown behind. Leader Bonchon laughed mockingly, considering the leader of Boromai to be worthless and weak. At this time, Dovin activated the puncture skill against the powerful Ilsak. Ilsak took a crushing blow, demonstrating the hero's incredible strength and endurance. Dovin took off in a spectacular fashion, unleashing a series of swift, spark-filled blows on Ilsak. The hero used Falcon Lunge, slamming the enemy into the concrete with a powerful blue discharge. A thick curtain of dust obscured the impact site as the protracted battle continued. Ilsak rose up like a creepy zombie, terrifying Dovin with his endless stamina. Meanwhile, Sehun realized something important as he watched this crazy confrontation. Bloodied Ilsak cracked his neck ominously because he had never lost before. Breathing heavily, Dovin was horrified by the resilience of the enemy, whom he had never knocked down. The guy was sweating and wondering why this monster hadn't passed out yet. Gathering the last of his mana, Dovin rushed forward for a final crushing blow. Suddenly, the system canceled the skill, and Dovin himself missed a difficult serve. Ilsak struck, noticing that the guy was clearly exhausted. Dovin tried to use the skill, but his attack failed miserably. The enemy dodged, mockingly noting the alarming slowdown of his enemy's movements. Ilsak's powerful attack hit its target after mentioning his late father. Heavy blows rained down on the hero under cynical questions about his family. Dovin winced in pain as he took a devastating hook straight to the face. The villain coldly admitted that he actually felt sorry for his father. The boy collapsed onto the concrete while talking about his parental duty fulfilled. The tormentor stood over the hero, disdaining his choice to join the gang. Ilsak ordered not to build a righteous man because they are both just criminals. Ilsak mockingly suggested that Dovin's father would be very sad. The enemy, with a bloody face, continued his rotten and cruel speech. He added that Father Dovin's life was completely wasted. The tormentor dealt another heavy blow to the exhausted boy's face. The enemy froze in a moment of bewilderment, looking at the lying hero. Another sharp attack from the enemy caught its battered and bloody victim. The guy spat out blood, trying to croak something to his sworn enemy. Suddenly, Dovin grinned joyfully, having received a golden key for completing the event. Sehun walked away silently, accompanied by the loud clanging of system notifications. The hero grabbed the enemy's clothes with a death grip, remembering his words. Dovin grabbed Ilsak fiercely, forbidding him to even mention his parents. Suddenly, a sunny kitchen from his distant childhood appeared before the hero's eyes. He remembered how he used to spend hours playing the console with his father. That old game had the pompous and resonant name Stun Slam. Little Dovin selflessly pressed the buttons to the excited cries of his dad. A brave knight went to rescue the princess from the clutches of the immortal Demon King. It was necessary to deliver crushing blows, breaking through to the top of the damned castle. But the devil turned out to be damn strong in the final and simply did not fall. The poor warrior died again and again, looking at the screen with the word loss. And then the kid, in shock, asked if it was even possible to defeat the boss. The system offered Dovin to make a decisive choice and continue this crazy fight. The guy clutched his enemy's clothes in rage, remembering his vile words. He used an exclusive skill, forbidding Ilsak from even mentioning his parents. A crushing blow sent the bastard crashing into the concrete, accompanied by lightning sparks. Dovin silently looked at his fallen enemy through clouds of gray dust. The hero breathed heavily and advised the enemy to finally know his limits. And then someone's hand suddenly grabbed his ankle with a death grip. Dovin fell into a stupor, not believing that the enemy was capable of resistance. The next moment, Ilsak harshly threw the guy onto his back on the cold floor. He was furious and couldn't understand how this freak was still moving. Ilsak was dumbfounded, wondering what the monster's body was even made of. Baekchan sarcastically asked his opponent what he intended to do next. Meanwhile, Baekchan rushed into the attack, gleefully predicting the death of the representative. Ilsak hesitated for a moment, feverishly thinking about what he should do now. And then he struck a powerful blow, deciding to forget about the others. Baekchan grinned, declaring that he didn't care about the death of this freak. Suddenly, the guy in green did a somersault, stunning his opponent. Baekchan delivered a sharp blow, shouting curses at the disloyal assholes. The beaten opponent listened to Baekchan's taunts about his indifference to the leader's fate. But in reality, Baekchan rudely pushed him away, demonstrating complete indifference. Baekchan knocked down the enemy with a roar, boasting of his representative's superiority. The crazy fighter in green furiously beat his opponent, striking everyone with his power. It turned out that even the gang elite couldn't inflict a scratch on Baekchan. Meanwhile, heavy groans of the exhausted hero were heard at the construction site. Dovin tried to attack Ilsak, but he only advised him to conserve his strength. Suddenly, Ilsak threw the guy away with a powerful kick, mocking his weakness. The hero fell to his knees as the enemy mockingly called for him to surrender. And then Dovin gritted his teeth, vowing to continue the fight despite the pain. With the last of his strength, the boy rushed into a desperate attack on the powerful Ilsak. However, his blow to the body did not evoke even a shadow of emotion in the giant. Ilsak noted the frightening resemblance between Dovin and his father as he continued to deliver heavy blows. Meanwhile, the giant added that Dovin was completely unaware of the futility of his efforts. Suddenly, Ilsak delivered a powerful hook and slammed his fist right into the hero's face. Another crushing blow from Ilsak caused the guy to completely lose his balance. And then Dovin barely stood, choking on a painful cough. The hero's face was covered in blood, and his heavy breathing revealed his critical condition. The system recorded a defeat, but Dovin furiously refused to acknowledge the devil's victory. Suddenly, he remembered the bitter thoughts about the futility of the long journey to the final. But in fact, my father once promised to show me a way to defeat the devil. Dad seriously asked little Dovin if he was really ready to give up now. Little Dovin promised his father to fight until he won every game. The hero, with a mad cry, rushed into his last and most desperate attack. Ilsak stood motionless, mockingly calling all the boy's attempts pathetic and useless. Suddenly, the blow hit its target, triggering a system notification about critical damage. The huge Ilsak spat out a stream of blood in shock, feeling his legs weaken. A powerful blast wave threw the enemy back, causing him to literally crash into the ground. And then Ilsak stood up, reminding Dovin of his fragile human nature. He realized that the guy had cunningly saved all his power for the finale. But even this incredible attack ultimately failed to break the giant. Unfortunately, Dovin's strength finally left him and he began to slowly fall. Ilsak mockingly declared that some upstart would not be able to defeat him. Meanwhile, strange blue sparks crackled again at the feet of the wounded guy. The giant was stunned to hear about the lessons the hero learned from a simple video game. Suddenly, Dovin jumped up, growling that invincible enemies simply do not exist. He screamed frantically, frantically remembering one important detail of his powerful skill. And then Dovin finally unraveled the hidden secret of this devastating ability. Suddenly, a message about the most powerful and decisive explosion appeared on the screen. Little Wang held his breath as he looked at the triumphant result of his long efforts. The Pixel Knight defeated the monster under the flashes of an incredibly bright digital fireworks display. The father was very surprised at how the child managed to drag the most difficult final alone. Meanwhile, the father in the past was delighted with the unexpected ease of this victory. Dovin grabbed the enemy with a death grip, dreaming of finally throwing the devil down. And then he realized that the final boss would fall under a powerful stun. Suddenly, the stunning crush activated, converting Dovin's rage into pure energy. A huge explosion shook the construction site with a roar, finally pressing Ilsak into the concrete. The brute screamed in pain as the hero's hand squeezed his face. But in reality, the father laughed heartily, immensely proud of his cool son. Dad told little Van to remember this triumphant and important day forever. He stroked his son affectionately, appreciating the hundreds of persistent attempts to achieve his goal. The parent promised that any efforts Dovin made in the future would definitely be worthwhile. The father smiled warmly, reminding his son that there is no useless work in the world. Exhausted, Dovin collapsed onto the concrete, wondering if this was really the end. And then the system solemnly announced that the elite monster Ilsak had been finally defeated. The hero lay next to the enemy, admitting that he could no longer move. Meanwhile, someone's frighteningly heavy and confident steps were heard at the construction site. A worker in a vest gave a signal, noticing uninvited guests in the lair. The stranger noted that Dovin had deliberately entered this dangerous place alone. It turned out that it was Seokyeon, a formidable and fearless representative of the Bonchon gangs. Someone noted that their representative was strikingly different from the weak Ilsak. Suddenly, this monster began to slam the enemy into the floor with incredible force. Baekchan boasted that even Master Unsong could never defeat him. Suddenly, the fighter in green froze in complete and sincere bewilderment. And then Sehun grabbed his throat with an iron grip, ordering him to shut up. The guy's fingers squeezed Baekchan's neck more and more tightly and painfully. Sehun demanded that the leaders be brought immediately, while the enemy cursed furiously. The bloodied Sehun smiled madly, promising to destroy every single one of them. The defeated Baekchan only angrily complained about the incredible filth of this fight. But in reality, the enemy continued to grin madly and creepily. Sehun advised this weird guy to finally start dressing properly. After this brutal battle, silence reigned in the dark spans of the construction site. Catching up with his ally, Dovin climbed heavily up the dark concrete stairs. There was dead silence all around. The guy confidently headed towards the roof. He peered cautiously around the corner, hoping to see his victorious comrade. And then the guy froze, noticing the bloody, unconscious Sehun. Someone's bloody hand hung menacingly near the beaten body. It turned out that the crazy Baekchan was happily enjoying someone else's loss of vigilance. The psychopath maliciously reminded that he couldn't be taken by ordinary suffocation. And then the sadist raised his leg for the fatal blow. Suddenly, Dovin flew into the villain with a powerful jerk. Defending his comrade, he tried to shout to the exhausted Sehun. Dovin ordered the battered Sehun to run, desperately trying to buy himself some time. But the mad Baekchan only contemptuously ridiculed their pathetic comradely devotion. Grinning sinisterly, the tattooed boss guessed that Dovin had personally knocked out Ilsak. The boy realized with horror that an unharmed monster stood in front of him. The sadist brazenly provoked the young man to attack, since his ally had already been defeated. Realizing that there was nowhere to retreat, Dovin furiously rushed at the terrible enemy. Suddenly, a calm, mocking voice was heard behind the psycho. A stylish representative of Bonchon Soken emerged from the darkness with a leisurely swagger. Baekchan turned around abruptly, staring in shock at the uninvited, authoritative guest. It turned out that this crazy maniac was scared to death of the guy who suddenly arrived. With a confident step, Soken calmly walked straight towards the heroes. The approaching authority was reflected in the dilated pupils of the stunned Dovin. The young man mentally noted that the frightening guest turned out to be quite short. Soken began to coldly scold Baekchan for the intrusion of another gang. His eyes flashing angrily, he asked about the unauthorized order to attack the school. Dovin swallowed nervously as he listened to the squabbles over the construction company's money. The huge tattooed maniac instantly turned pale and hesitated pathetically in front of the guy. Having declared the boss's fatal mistake, Soken suddenly jumped up. The next moment, he struck the big guy with incredible force. The crushing impact left Baekchan's face crumpled and his teeth shattered. The powerful impact shattered the concrete floor into pieces. A battered Dovin was shocked to realize his boss's swift defeat. Relaxed, Soken sat down to rest and thought about the strange situation. The little guy came up close and offered to finish what they started. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appeared from above and ordered them to stop. A disgruntled Yoon Sung gloomily noted the complete lack of reason for jokes. The boys were very surprised by the sudden appearance of their formidable leader. Soken mentioned the invitation he had received with the exact address in confusion. This mysterious place turned out to be a very ordinary sun-drenched school. A gloomy Yoon Sung looked down meaningfully and prepared to tell the gist of it. Suddenly, Yoon Seong flatly refused to get involved in unnecessary fights. After checking his phone, the leader coldly referred to personal plans. Meanwhile, Soken suggested that the guys peacefully settle the conflict. But turning around, the authority terribly threatened Dovin with imminent death. As he went into the darkness, he strictly forbade anyone to touch his boys. And the silent Yoon Sung was already slowly walking down to the exit. Soken carefully shouted words of farewell to his departing comrade. And then Dovin opened his eyes in shock from the horror he had experienced. After all, the defeated and bloodied maniac Baekchan was lying nearby. Looking at the night sky, the young man could not believe that the madness was ending. Suddenly, someone's painful groan was heard from the dark ruins of the construction site. Dovin carried the wounded Sehun with difficulty, complaining about his weight. The young man then asked his partner directly about the strange connection with Yoon Sung. The guy reasonably suspected that these two were only temporary allies. After all, the calculating leader was clearly plotting some kind of cunning secret game. Meanwhile, the beaten Sehun calmly advised his friend not to worry. As agreed, he officially became the new representative of Barama. The strong guy froze, thoughtfully considering his unexpected promotion in the gang. Dovin's recent saving and crazy blows flashed before my eyes. With a heavy sigh, the wounded Sehun silently turned away into the darkness of the night. Sehun rudely reminded him that it was not easy to leave the gang. Dovin groaned desperately, since he sincerely hoped to leave crime forever. The comrade chuckled, promised to become a leader, and told the boy to survive. Left alone, the young man watched his partner disappear into the darkness with bewilderment. Then the guy began to wait with joyful anticipation for the generous system reward. A bunch of 12 bronze keys appeared in the hands of the stunned hero. A happy Dovin jumped up and down in anticipation of a powerful boost to his stats. Soon, a clear, warm morning arrived near the building of the huge city hospital. Dressed in a formal black suit, the young man quietly enjoyed the sunny weather. With a slight smile, the guy noted with relief the long-awaited arrival of spring. Approaching the memorial hall, the young man thought deeply about the past. An urn with ashes and a family photograph stood neatly behind the glass. With a slight smile, Dovin quietly greeted his deceased father. In the old happy photo, their family was still together. Suddenly, the guy's gaze darkened from the heavy memories that came flooding back. The emergency center building appeared before my eyes at night. Police grimly stated that the horrific accident was caused by brake failure. The officer explained that the father had crashed to save a random pedestrian. Clutching a bloody sheet, the grim surgeon prepared to deliver the terrible news. Hearing the doctor's harsh sentence, young Dovin burst into tears. Dovin stood mournfully with his head bowed at the memorial cell. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in shock at an unexpected detail. It turned out that someone had already left fresh red carnations near the photo. An unfamiliar voice behind him suddenly called his father a good man. Dovin listened attentively to the words about his parents' heroic sacrifice. Suddenly, the mysterious interlocutor decided to reveal the terrible truth. He stunned the guy with the announcement of a carefully planned murder. Stepping closer, the man began to speak about the identity of the cruel culprit. It turned out that the killer was hiding among the stunned young man's inner circle. Dovin was completely at a loss because of such sudden and terrible accusations. Dovin indignantly asked the stranger about the reasons for his visit. However, the gray-haired man in a formal suit merely remained meaningfully silent. Meanwhile, some fair-haired boy was greedily drinking canned coffee. Suddenly, an unknown man approached the child swinging on the swing. The stranger carefully warned that the boy wouldn't grow from coffee. With these words, he good-naturedly handed the child some strawberry milk. In justifying himself to the suspicious young man, the man mentioned searching for smoking teenagers. The boy incredulously inquired about the true motives for such a strange patrol of the site. Smiling proudly, the guy pompously called himself a great hunter of hooligans. But the straightforward child mercilessly called the stunned hero an ordinary unemployed person. The cold gaze of the ash-haired stranger did not bode well for Dovin. The man in the formal suit snapped that the details were unimportant now. A stunned Dovin broke out in a cold sweat, begging his interlocutor to stop. After all, his father's death turned out to be a brutally planned murder. The young man asked in despair if this was a cruel joke. Suddenly, the stranger confidently declared the presence of hidden evidence. This secret evidence completely shocked the pale guy. Meanwhile, the Night City continued to keep its dark secrets. Soon, the ash-haired man was leisurely discussing business over a glass of whiskey. The main topic of their tense conversation in the office turned out to be Dovin himself. Meanwhile, Soken inquired about Gino's son from the orphanage. The stranger in black remained silent in response to the reproach about their connection. Soken admitted that he did not understand the motives behind this strange friendship. And then he abruptly lowered the glass, preparing to play his trump card. The guy handed him a smartphone, promising to show him something truly explosive. Seeing the screen, the ash-haired man was taken aback by the digital evidence that suddenly appeared. And now he was telling Dovin about this shocking video of the raid. It turned out that the film contained footage from a crime scene 3 years ago. There was a heavy pause before the cruel choice of whether to believe it or not. The man calmly added that the final decision rests solely with Dovin. Soon, Dovin was left in the ringing silence of the memorial hall. The boy stared longingly at the family photo in the niche. From the portrait, his late father smiled warmly at him. Turning around, the young man clenched his jaws, digesting what he had heard. Meanwhile, outside the window of the empty apartment, a raging downpour began. Dovin stepped out of the shower, casually drying his wet hair with a towel. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the measured sound of drops. The guy thoughtfully stepped onto the balcony straight towards the bad weather. This cold spring rain brought heavy thoughts to him. The stranger's words about secret evidence echoed in my head. The very evidence that the police never found has surfaced. The interlocutor reminded Dovin of the day of his daring raid on Bonchon. Shocking footage has captured the scene of a crime that took place 3 years ago. The guy refused to believe it, frantically insisting that it was simply impossible. Out of rage and helplessness, he clenched the towel in his fist until it crunched. And outside the window, the endless cold rain continued to flood the skyscrapers at night. In another part of the city, someone was just as lonely, contemplating the bad weather. The ash-haired stranger stood by the panoramic window, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, the silence of the luxurious apartment was broken by a sharp vibration signal from a mobile phone. Several new notifications from Dovin appeared on the screen at once. The stranger's eyes flashed, realizing that Dovin had taken decisive action. Raindrops rhythmically tapped on the umbrella, hiding the two in the darkness. Soken asked his companion if the downpour had finally ended. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared ahead on the empty street. In front of them stood Dovin, soaking wet and gloomy. The guy confidently demanded the promised evidence, not believing in simple coincidences. Soken just calmly put his hand in his jacket pocket. With a mocking voice, he showed the young man a small green flash drive. Dovin, through clenched teeth, ordered that this valuable storage device be immediately given to him. In response, Soken only remained defiantly silent, enjoying the moment of his triumph. Soken calmly stated that he was not going to give anything away for nothing. He mockingly suggested to Dovin that he try to take the flash drive by force. The provocateur added that he still planned to test the guy in action. Suddenly, Dovin jumped up and launched into a swift attack. But a powerful blow from Soken's companion caught the guy faster than expected. Dovin barely managed to stay on his feet, his palm plowing through the wet asphalt. The giant's heavy steps echoed in the puddles of the night street. A veritable wall of muscles in a golden chain grew in front of the young man. The huge brute sternly warned that impudent upstarts were not welcome here. He swung his arm to strike, promising to create a lot of serious problems for Dovin. As a reward for the cleanup, Dovin received 12 bronze keys. At home, he seriously thought about which skill he should improve first. Soon, the system responded with a sharp hum, confirming the activation of the selected enhancement. Then Dovin used lightning speed to puncture, stunning the giant with his speed. His fist, charged with a powerful electric discharge, rushed straight towards the target. The young man dealt a crushing blow to the enemy, literally driving him into the asphalt. The big man winced in unbearable pain, not expecting such agility from the young man. But Dovin did not stop and harshly threw his opponent over himself. What followed was a stunning impact that completely slammed the big guy into the ground. Breathing heavily, the boy froze over the fallen enemy, coming to his senses. Dovin froze over the battered giant, feeling the adrenaline burn away the remnants of fear. Suddenly, Soken slowly approached him, dissatisfied with his boyfriend's defeat. He sarcastically remarked that Dovin had made a fatal mistake by getting into a fight. Soken swung his leg quickly, promising the boy a really tough lesson. Dovin barely had time to notice the movement, stunned by the sudden speed of his new opponent. The young man attempted to counterattack in mid-jump, charging his blow with powerful charges. He used a falcon lunge, unleashing all his pent-up fury on the enemy. A bright flash of energy illuminated the night street, breaking the veil of spring rain. Soken covered himself with his hand, which sent out acrid smoke after the collision. Looking coldly at Dovin, he snapped that one blow would not be enough. This fight was completely different from all his previous skirmishes. Dovin pumped up all his mana to use his skills without restrictions. He was confident that constant skill spam would bring him victory. The boy went on the attack again, activating the falcon's swift attack. But Soken only grinned, expecting the same move to be repeated. He easily countered these predictable blows without moving from his spot. Dovin used a stab, but his opponent skillfully blocked his powerful attack. The problem was that the experienced enemy immediately adapted. It turned out that Soken also knows how to learn and remember tactics in battle. He counterattacked Dovin before he could realize his mistake. Dovin decided to go all out, unleashing the full force of sparks on the enemy. The stunning blow slammed the enemy into the asphalt, raising a column of bright light. A silent question froze in Dovin's eyes after the powerful collision. The young man stared at his fallen enemy in bewilderment, letting out a quiet sigh. Soken suddenly chuckled, noticing that he found what was happening incredibly curious. The enemy dodged the blow with a sharp lunge, causing Dovin to tense up seriously. Dovin breathed heavily, realizing that his opponent's movements looked frighteningly strange. The enemy dismissively remarked that the guy's technique seemed completely unrealistic to him. Everything was decided instantly when Soken suddenly went on a rapid attack. Soken smiled predatorily and promised to take out the poor guy with just 2 blows. Soken demanded that Dovin show something more impressive than before. The enemy's first blow was so fast that the guy didn't have time. Dovin coughed up blood, completely shocked and unable to understand what had just happened. The young man's legs gave way and he fell to his knees with a crash. Soken mockingly compared his pitiful attacks to his own devastating power. The enemy stated that Dovin's defense was simply terrible while he was suffocating. Dovin realized with horror that he couldn't defeat the monster with just spamming his skills. Soken clenched his fist in disappointment, realizing that he had greatly overestimated his opponent. And then Dovin activated the puncture, deciding that there were simply no other options. The enemy simply asked in bewilderment what the guy was even hoping for now. Soken asked with disdain if this was a pathetic attempt to knock him down. Dovin only squeezed his leg tighter, preparing his next dangerous move. The guy jerked his enemy away, noticing that it was too slippery outside today. Soken fell to the cold ground with a crash, unable to react in time. The enemy stared at the boy in shock, realizing that the situation had suddenly changed. Dovin told his opponent to grit his teeth as he loomed over him for the finishing blow. The young man dealt Soken a crushing blow, accompanied by powerful electrical discharges. He stood with his back to the wall, breathing heavily after delivering his most powerful attack. Dovin didn't stop and immediately activated a second crushing blow combo. The guy put all his rage into this attack, finally suppressing his opponent. Dovin unleashed a third combo on the enemy, hoping to finish off Soken completely. The blows echoed loudly between the empty buildings of the night city. The guy wheezed heavily, not believing his own eyes after such a series. Soken stood there completely unharmed, and only mockingly asked if he was finished. Dovin froze in stupor, realizing that his opponent had dodged absolutely everything. The enemy noticed that the poor guy's fist was already completely broken and bleeding. With a sharp movement, Soken knocked Dovin down and crushed him with all his weight. Soken chuckled and stated that there was absolutely nothing more to show the guy. Suddenly, he handed over a flash drive and told me to just take it for myself. Dovin stared at him in bewilderment, not understanding the reason for such strange generosity. The beaten Dovin, with the last of his strength, reached out with his bloody hand to the treasured flash drive. Suddenly, Soken threw the guy away with a powerful kick, stopping the attempt. The young man rolled head over heels across the asphalt, shuddering from a new dose of pain. The enemy asked with a grin if he really believed in his generosity. Soken coldly stated that this was already his second serious blow. The night city silently watched the brutal massacre in a dark alley. Soken mockingly suggested that Dovin visit him if the evidence was so important. He sat down next to the fallen hero, continuing his psychological game. Soken's gaze turned cold and he promised to kill the poor guy next time. Dovin lowered his head helplessly, completely crushed by the superiority of this monster. Soken sighed, admitting he had hoped for a more cheerful spectacle. The enemy became completely disillusioned, calling everything that was happening mortal boredom. The first drops of cold rain fell on Dovin's battered face. The boy opened his eyes wide, trying to comprehend the depth of his failure. He was left alone in the rain, leaning against the wall in a quiet alley. Dovin breathed heavily, not believing that he had actually lost so shamefully. His gaze was frozen with a mixture of rage and absolute despair. Suddenly, he remembered the words about the raiders on Bonchamp in the video. Footage from a crime scene 3 years ago came to mind. Soken beckoned him with the flash drive, hinting at the truth hidden within it. Soken mockingly suggested that Dovin try to take the flash drive if he could. The young man only clenched his battered, bloody fists helplessly in the rain. An old photo of a father smiling happily at his son appeared before my eyes. Dovin curled up into a ball, mentally begging his father to forgive his weakness. The guy admitted to himself that he was scared and he didn't see victory. He wondered in despair what he should do now. All of Dovin's thoughts returned to that fateful day of the massacre. On this rainy spring night, the system suddenly notified that the quest had been activated. Ever since he realized his weakness, a spark had flashed in his eyes. Dovin sat in the pouring rain, accepting the new challenge of his destiny. Dovin firmly accepted the quest, promising to become incomparably stronger than before. The organization's Sunny Shelter pompously promised to guide troubled teenagers onto the true path. The head of this office was Dovin's father, beaming with his perfect smile in the photo. But the guy clearly didn't share the general delight, looking sullenly at the monitor. Early in the morning, a sleepy Dovin caught his parent getting ready suspiciously quickly. The man cited a ton of work to quickly justify his early departure. And then Dovin reminded them of the beaten school bully from their shelter. The father merely noted ironically that it would be difficult for the boy to quit smoking. Meanwhile, stories began to emerge about beatings and the purchase of a bike with donations. Patience snapped, and the Dovin shouted accusations of incompetence in his father's face. He openly reproached his father for his thirst for profit from the money of gullible patrons. Father simply smiled and left, ignoring Dovin's righteous anger. He called his son on a campaign, not sensing the approach of death. That accident instantly turned life and car into smithereens. Dovin jumped out of bed, sweating from a terrible nightmare. The boy breathed heavily, trying to comprehend reality in the dark bedroom. The temperature was off the charts, and Dovin was angry at someone's impudent harshness. He was very wet and shivering, remembering that powerful opponent. The thermometer in my mouth didn't help me stop thinking about my father. The planned accident from 3 years ago came back to mind. The main mystery remained the enemy's possession of a flash drive with evidence. Dovin suspected the stranger of conspiracy because of his refusal to hand over the flash drive. The guy logically reasoned that an obvious enemy would not keep evidence openly. Complex guesses about his father's past completely turned Dovin's head. The hero resolutely pulled out a thermometer, preparing to obtain the truth by brute force. Dovin promised Chung Sok-yeon to personally retrieve the important evidence he had hidden. An ordinary high-rise building witnessed the adoption of a new, extremely crazy mission. The poor guy had to crawl to school across a bridge in front of everyone. The schoolgirls laughed at the idiot, and Dovin simply dreamed of disappearing into the ground. The guy was genuinely puzzled as to why body pumping looked so ridiculous and strange. Dovin wiped away the sweat and decided to endure the shame for the sake of the long-awaited power. Dovin raced across the bridge at a mad pace, scaring away the screaming schoolgirls along the way. Later, the poor fellow tried to sit on an invisible chair, enduring wild pain. Meanwhile, he was already catching nimble pigeons with his bare hands. Another attempt to stay under the children's slide ended in a painful fall down. At home, the guy was completely exhausted from the hellish difficulty of the game training. Since then, a whole week of endless sweat and grueling quests has flown by. An exhausted Dovin collapsed onto the asphalt, whispering forgiveness to his father. Looking at the measly 2% progress, he began to doubt the mission's success. The area was bathed in the sunset light as the city slowly sank into sleep. Dovin sat silently on the ground, trying to comprehend the scale of the trials that lay ahead of him. Dovin doubted the authenticity of the evidence, wondering about its sudden appearance. The guy decided that Yoon Sung was mistaken, because it was impossible to fail the quest without a limit. Dovin was about to give up until a defiant voice interrupted his whining. Kan Yoon Sung appeared and asked if Dovin was looking for trouble in his area. The The tattooed muscle man harshly ridiculed Dovan's ridiculous hugs with the iron slide. Canon Sung sincerely didn't understand why he had to train here instead of in a normal gym. In response, Dovan admitted that he was a terrible fatso in high school. He used to plow at night, hiding his fat body from people. Kang and Sung admitted that he also trained for 2 years through hellish pain. For the first year, he dreamed of giving up, and then Dovan finally realized everything. Dovan admitted that he now trains here, often recalling his past. Beatings at school once forced little Dovan to beg his mother for help. The beaten boy screamed furiously that he wanted to take up taekwondo seriously. However, Dovan's fighting spirit quickly faded. He happily hacked away at the computer, considering training an unbearably boring activity. After another scolding, Dovan was already dreaming about Aikido with tears in his eyes. Each time, the new form would simply be abandoned on his bed. Dovan constantly gave in, preferring the monitor to heavy and grueling loads. These bitter memories caused Dovan to completely lose touch with reality for a moment. Yoon Sung ironically reminded the guy of his words about constant training. Dovan carefully studied the list of quests and the tempting rewards for them. The guy realized that even idiots like him put in their best efforts. He mentally apologized to his dead father for his past weakness. And then Dovan suddenly grabbed the crossbar, casting aside all doubts. Gritting his teeth, the hero vowed to himself never to give in to difficulties again. Dovan's loud scream echoed throughout the empty playground. Time flew by unnoticed, and now 2 whole months have passed. In a spacious office, a certain serious man was sitting at a table. He looked up in surprise when he heard the click of the office's front door opening. The man noticed Dovan's long absence and asked about the purpose of his visit. The grown-up Dovan suddenly burst into the office, catching Sehun off guard. Sehun leisurely twisted the flash drive, reminding Dovan of their previous harsh conversation. He quite seriously promised to simply kill Dovan at the next meeting. The guy just resolutely squeezed the door handle, silently accepting this challenge. A fanatical thirst to finally completely change fate flared up in his gaze. Now Dovan has become a powerful level 100 player with incredible stats. And just 2 months ago, this park saw only his weakness. Then the exhausted Dovan could barely breathe, suffocating from the unbearable heat and sweat. Suddenly, he jubilantly caught the first pigeon for a strange quest. The guy was terribly tired, cursing this endless and extremely boring hunt. Dovan vowed not to give up and took on the new challenge with gusto. Meanwhile, he stubbornly hung under the hill, feeling obvious progress. At school, Dovan sweated on an invisible chair under the gaze of his classmates. The guy believed that he would finish his homework out much faster than the scheduled time. Finally, Dovan laughed weakly against the backdrop of the bloody sunset sky. And then the quest for body improvement was officially closed completely. The system instantly blinded Dovan with an extremely fat bonus to his personal stats. The guy's stats skyrocketed, completely turning him into a formidable machine. Suddenly Dovan froze, trying to comprehend his new colossal power. However, the hero did not feel any difference at all, standing in the middle of an empty area. Dovan resolutely promised to find out the whole truth about the day of his father's death. Sehun admitted to being completely unaware of Dovan's activities for the past 2 months. He mockingly asked if Dovan seriously expected to win now. The guy just stood there silently, not showing the enemy a shadow of his emotions. Sehun decided that the thirst for revenge had finally driven his opponent mad. The man jumped forward sharply, accepting Dovan's desire to die quickly. He struck a powerful blow, promising to send the boy straight to his father. And then Sehun asked to clarify one important thing before the fight began. Dovan demanded an answer from his opponent about the origin of that very evidence. The hero easily blocked the attack, which seriously shocked his enemy. Sehun asked sarcastically if this guy had really managed to miss like that. Suddenly, he rushed into the attack, flatly refusing to explain anything. The lashing blow shook the air, catching the opponent off guard with its furious force. Dovan grabbed the insolent man tightly, demanding immediate answers and evidence. The hero, in a rage, threatened to force the whole truth out of Eun Seong. Sehun's gaze instantly turned cold, revealing the extreme degree of his hidden anger. Later, over drinks, Sehun asked Yoon Sung's opinion on the incident. Meanwhile, Yoon Sung studied the video of the mysterious culprit on his phone screen. He decided to save the valuable recording to use it profitably later. And then Yoon Sung began to doubt whether he should simply hand over the incriminating evidence to Dovan. Yoon Sung coldly snapped that he had nothing to do with his father's death. The interlocutor suggested simply giving out the name of the real culprit of the accident. Yoon Sung stared gloomily at his phone, certain that no one would believe him. Suddenly, he put the gadget away, anticipating a desperate search for that video. But in fact, he decided to keep the flash drive with valuable incriminating information. Sehun was taken aback by the force of the blow, not understanding where such strength came from. And then it dawned on him that the guy had become frighteningly different. Memories of how weak Dovin was flashed before my eyes. Sehun rushed into battle again, trying to refute the enemy's obvious superiority. Meanwhile, Dovin easily repelled the attacks, demonstrating his steel body. Sehun attacked furiously, wondering how long his opponent could hold out. Suddenly, he realized something important as he peered closely at his opponent's movements. Dovin blocked the attack like a tank, instantly increasing his defense. The hero deftly dodged a powerful kick that flew right over his head. Suddenly, Sehun called out to the enemy, preparing a new series of devastating attacks. Another kick landed in the milk, only causing a stir in the air. Sehun stared at the boy, clearly puzzled by his strange behavior. And then he realized that Dovin was deliberately avoiding the collision. Meanwhile, the hero's agility soared, turning him into an elusive shadow. In reality, Sehun only smirked mockingly at this tactic. Sehun was skeptical that the enemy was really that strong. He knew very well about all the recent strange adventures of this upstart. In previous clashes, Dovin always chose exclusively weak opponents. Sehun confidently asked if such a weakling could even defeat him. Suddenly, Yoon-sung confirmed that the newcomer was definitely no match for the guy. The guy asked mysteriously about the meaning of the words about the enemy's temporary advantage. Meanwhile, he admitted that there are no objective reasons for fear. And then Yoon-sung added that Dovin just seemed special to him. But in fact, he finally realized the frightening nature of the old warnings. In the heat of the fight, he realized that Dovin's movements looked unrealistic. Sehun was stunned, refusing to believe this ridiculous nonsense. Dovin began to seriously consider the nature of his mysterious family power. Suddenly, Sehun grinned terribly, his mood abruptly changing to one of mad excitement. He abruptly closed the distance, preparing another attack towards the hero. Sehun sarcastically reminded Dovin of his late father as a vile provocation. Suddenly, a powerful counterblow literally blew off the insolent man's jaw. And then Sehun howled, choking on pain after the crushing attack. Dovin grabbed his enemy's hand harshly, noticing his strange satisfaction. A second later, the hero slammed the madman straight into the floor with a crash. But in fact, Dovin promised that the fun was officially over. Dovin coldly noted that the defeated enemy looked suspiciously pleased. The hero sternly snapped that all the fun was finally over. Meanwhile, Sehun chuckled. Because the hero's strength exceeded all expectations, the guy froze thoughtfully, remembering the long years of preparation for this meeting. Suddenly, Sehun grinned madly, promising to finally become truly serious. Meanwhile, a mysterious man in green appeared at the night construction site. An assistant ran up to Baekchan, excitedly calling out his boss's name. It turned out that the office's security system continued to send alarm signals. Baekchan frowned, wondering if he should personally intervene in what was happening. The frightened assistant frantically studied the contents of the strange notifications on his phone. Meanwhile, the office sensor suddenly recorded a series of extremely powerful blows. The security system was literally bursting with the noise of this crazy brawl. Sehun was amazed at how much Dovin had managed to change in 2 months. He called the boy's progress amazing, continuing his furious onslaught. But at the same time, the enemy was clearly up to another dirty trick. Suddenly, the space around shook from a new, sharp collision. Sehun sarcastically noted that the boy still lacked combat experience. The hero flew head over heels across the sofa after another powerful push. And then he suddenly hunched over, trying to get up as quickly as possible. Dovin took a deep breath, realizing how dangerous that moment was. Sehun sarcastically praised his opponent, not ceasing his mad onslaught. A powerful push threw the hero back, causing him to literally fly. Dovin slammed into the wall with all his might, absorbing the enormous force of the impact. Meanwhile, he braked sharply, his soles clinging to the floor. The guy spat out blood, making fun of his old opponent, who had suddenly become talkative. Sehun admitted that real fighting brings him true pleasure. Dovin asked gloomily if he was really that delighted. Suddenly, the antagonist bared his teeth, hearing such insolent words for the first time. The hero rushed forward, wanting to quickly hit that crazy face. And then Sehun made a sharp acrobatic lunge, trying to seize the initiative. Sehun suddenly landed a powerful kick straight to Dovin's jaw. The hero cursed furiously, barely containing the anger boiling inside him at the bastard. Dovin blocked the attack harshly, asking in confusion what the enemy was doing. Sehun sped up madly, and the guy was amazed at his suddenly increased pace. Suddenly, Dovin realized that his opponent had just been playing the fool. Sehun mockingly asked about the flash drive, continuing to deliver crushing blows. His gaze became absolutely insane, foreshadowing an even bloodier continuation. Dovin just grinned cheekily, flatly refusing to give in to this battle. The hero decided to take the coveted evidence by brute force, launching a counterattack. Meanwhile, Sehun was feverishly calculating his options, preparing a new dirty trick. Dovin chuckled contentedly, realizing that the spirit's effect had finally activated. He demanded the flash drive, having almost completed a detailed analysis of all the enemy's movements. Suddenly, the hero decided to finish, unleashing a hail of fast and powerful blows. Sehun realized with horror that the guy had been deliberately hiding his true power. The guy coldly told his opponent that further fighting was a waste of time. An enraged Sehun wondered why his fighting efforts were suddenly so devalued. The enemy grinned madly, claiming that in fact everything had only just begun. But Dovin calmly cut off this impulse, harshly refuting the impudent man's words. And then the power of the attack soared, foreshadowing a quick and painful reprisal for Sehun. The antagonist only groaned in pain, finally losing all hope of victory. Dovin concentrated all his spirit energy into his crushing fist. With one powerful lunge, the guy sent Sehun flying. The enemy crashed through the tables with a loud bang, raising a cloud of construction dust. The hero looked at his hand in amazement, shocked by the sudden critical damage boost. He belatedly thought that he should have first interrogated the enemy for evidence. But Sehun had already completely passed out among the ruins of the destroyed office. Dovin decided to put aside unnecessary thoughts and focus on the main thing. The guy calmly picked up the treasured flash drive, quickly finishing the job here. Meanwhile, the city's night streets were plunged into an uneasy silence. Baekchan noted with concern that Seokhyun was suspiciously unresponsive. Baekchan led the crowd to the office, cursing his bad feeling. The leader ordered the fighter to immediately check the entrance and not hesitate. The scout braked sharply, noticing a suspicious silhouette in the doorway. Yunsung languidly blocked the way, causing Baekchan's subordinate to cry out in fear. Meanwhile, Baekchan recognized Yunsung and rudely demanded an explanation. He calmly said that no one would be going up today. Baekchan immediately realized that there was a serious disturbance going on in the building. The leader noticed the enemy's loneliness and realized the scale of the chaos above. But in reality, he was simply preparing to brutally destroy everyone. The hero pompously declared that he had brought the whole of Bonchon to the showdown. Baekchan demanded an explanation from the impudent Yunseong for the last time. Yunsung boldly confirmed that no one would pass him upstairs. Baekchan, in a rage, promised to beat the crap out of the impudent guy in an instant. Yunseong slowly stood up from the steps, accepting the challenge thrown at him. Yunsung calmly asked if Baekchan was sure of his decision. Yunsung firmly stated that Baekchan would have to go through him first. Suddenly, the narrative shifted to memories of a familiar school building. Previously, Dovin was very surprised by Yunsung's connection with his late father. Meanwhile, Yunsung asked about the young man's plans after his last defeat. Dovin firmly promised to see the evidence with his own eyes after serious preparation. The night city froze in anticipation of the upcoming and very heated showdown. Earlier, Yunsung had decisively announced his upcoming visit over the phone. The handsome man in the robe calmly demanded the exact address of the Bonchon gang's office. Now Yunsun offered his enemies two simple options for how things could develop. The guy brazenly ordered either to leave shamefully or to attack immediately. And then he suddenly added to his very tempting offer. Yunsun addressed the entire crowd of fighters gathered around him ironically. Baekchan was furious and perplexed by the audacity of this strange loner. Yunsung didn't care about Yunsung's strength or the enemy's numerical superiority. Baekchan confidently reminded the crowd of their numerical superiority over the upstart. Baekchan suddenly doubted himself, feeling a strange tremor in front of the enemy. An eerie aura emanated from Yunsung, literally paralyzing all living things around him. Suddenly, Dovin jumped out onto the stairs and was stunned by what he saw. The guy was taken aback, realizing that in front of him was the real boss of a dangerous dungeon. Dovin simply stood there in a stupor, trying to digest this sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, there was complete chaos on the streets due to the gangs that had arrived. Baekchan immediately attacked Dovin, demanding an explanation for his presence. Yunsung just coldly stated that he hated wasting time. The enemy clenched his fists furiously, barely holding back the desire to break into an attack. Yunsung commanded everyone to make way, leading Dovin right through the crowd. Baekchan furiously broke into the office, promising everyone quick and brutal reprisals. The door shattered into pieces and the gang burst into the ransacked office. Suddenly, Baekchan froze in shock, not believing his own eyes. The leader saw the beaten Yoon-sung among the broken furniture and complete devastation. Baekchan was furious at the sight of the room destroyed by Dovin. Eun-seong advised his friend to be quiet and acknowledge the hero's hidden power. Meanwhile, Baekchan vowed to personally discover the secret of Dovan's incredible strength. But in reality, the beaten Eun-sung only grinned terribly and madly. Meanwhile, Dovin and Yoon-sung were sitting quietly on a bench in the park. Yoon-sung suggested that Dovan first watch a very important video. Finally, Dovin was able to launch the coveted video on his smartphone. The young man eagerly studied every detail of that fateful day of the accident. Suddenly, his dead father's black car appeared on the screen. Dovin froze in shock as the recording was frighteningly short. An unknown man with his face completely covered stood in the frame. The guy immediately realized that this stranger was acting extremely suspiciously. A mysterious figure in a mask and hat was fiddling around near the wheel. That bastard deliberately sabotaged the brakes, causing a fatal accident. Dovin realized the terrible truth, but the identity of the killer remained a mystery. Suddenly, Dovin remembered Yinsen's warning about a traitor among his own. Dovin panicked and asked if Yoon-seong knew this mysterious killer. The hero became nervous, suddenly realizing some frightening connection in the details of the clothing. In the old video, the shelter's bright logo clearly flashed on the criminal's back. Dovin froze in silent horror, refusing to accept this bitter truth. Meanwhile, Dovin's father was cheerfully showing off the new uniform of his home orphanage. The guy ironically noted that the clothes looked like absolute crap. Dovin sincerely did not understand why people would give such things to ordinary street hooligans. Father, however, philosophized mysteriously about the importance of creating a special spiritual connection. The shelter became the only place for abandoned children to find normal rest. It turned out that simple clothing gave them a rare feeling of unity and protection. The father told how the children in the orphanage gradually replaced each other. The man thought the design of the shelter's new jacket looked really cool. The footage showed the orphanage criminal deliberately damaging the brakes of his father's car. However, Yinsen doubted that one could draw conclusions based on the form alone. However, Yoon-sung admitted that this version seemed quite plausible to the hero. Hearing the truth, Dovin clenched his fist in impotent rage. The man called the accident an ironic result of all his past efforts. The shocked Dovin sat with his head bowed and could not speak at all. Yoon-sung immediately said that filing a police report now would not achieve anything. After all, the case was closed and it is impossible to identify the killer from this video. Yoon-sung explained that he received the video in a message from an anonymous person. Then Yoon-seong asked the hero if he had any ideas about the culprit. Dovin recalled that after his father's death, their shelter quickly fell apart. And then the guy suddenly realized one very important detail. The young man suggested checking the shelter building as it remained untouched. Dovin sincerely thanked Yoon-sung for helping him clear his mind. The friend seriously inquired about the hero's plans after finding that bastard. Dovin mentally promised his father to find the rat at any cost. The guy furiously swore to personally destroy everyone involved in that accident. Suddenly, reality harshly reminded the hero of the upcoming school exams. The teacher announced the most difficult exams, and Dovin realized that he was in for a complete disaster. The hero panicked because he had completely forgotten about his textbooks due to the quests. Jihan asked with bewilderment what had frightened his comrade so much. The friend also admitted to skipping classes, trying to somehow cheer his friend up. Unexpectedly, Jihan offered to help with his studies if Dovin agreed. He invited the guy to his home to study together after school. The schoolyard slowly emptied as the heroes discussed their sudden plans. And then Dovin caught himself thinking a thought he had previously stubbornly ignored. It turned out that they constantly crossed paths in class and had lunch together. In the endless fights, he completely forgot about the existence of an ordinary school friend. Dovin looked warmly at his only school friend. The young man cheerfully asked in which direction his friend's house was. Suddenly, a system window popped up demanding that I complete a new quest. Dovin was taken aback by the system's order to immediately protect Jihan. The guy realized that his friend was in danger right now, and in the gateway, a gang of thugs complained about the lack of beauties. The thugs brazenly bullied the poor guy, mocking his broken heart. The tattooed fighter Guman noticed a very familiar silhouette in the crowd. Dovin recalled their first meetings and cozy dinners together. Suddenly, a best friend from the distant past appeared on the way. There were only 4 days left before the exams, and time was flying by. Dovin was simply stunned by the sight of this huge and pretentious mansion. Jihan's luxurious house looked more like a palace than an ordinary schoolboy's home. The owner cordially invited Dovin to come inside this insanely expensive building. In the spacious hall, they were immediately greeted by a polite woman in an apron. Dovin accidentally mistook the housekeeper for Jihan's mother and blushed deeply. The boy whispered in surprise at the presence of a personal servant in the family of an ordinary classmate. The friends climbed a luxurious staircase that Dovin had only seen in movies. Jihan showed his room, and Dovin jokingly called his friend Sir. A simple visit to someone's home helped Dovin feel a real closeness with his friend. Jihan invited him to study, and Dovin recalled his rare visits to friends. The woman brought juice and noticed the absence of friends in Jihan's house. The woman asked the boys to rest while Dovin politely thanked them for the juice. Dovin remembered that he had previously seen Jihan only among dangerous hooligans. The boys started studying, and Dovin tactfully did not ask his friend any questions. Dovin thanked Jihan for the day and suggested that they continue studying together. The hero said goodbye to school and walked home in the rays of the sunset. Dovin hoped for peace, but saw a system notification in front of him. The young man was surprised, because due to the recent strong upheavals he had missed the notification. The hidden quest gave Dovin a sense of anticipation of something grand and great. There were only 3 agonizing days left before the start of the important exam. Jihan looked into the room to check the condition of his exhausted friend. Poor Dovin was sprawled on the floor from the incredible workload of the studies. The hero's brain almost exploded from the endless flow of information. Caring Jihan suggested that his exhausted friend take a short break. Meanwhile, the guys came out into a dark and luxurious hall. Dovin looked at the next strange room in complete shock, and then the playroom of their dreams opened up before them. Dovin screamed with wild envy at Jihan's incredible setup. Jihan called this gaming paradise a modest gift from his parents. Dovin felt worthless compared to Jihan's standard of living. Suddenly, the guy noticed another mysterious door out of the corner of his eye. Dovin asked curiously what exactly was hidden in this room. Jihan joked about it being an ordinary storage room and led his friend away. Dovin froze in delight when he saw the advanced virtual reality system. There were only 2 busy days left before the midterm exam. On the way home, Jihan admitted that he needed to repeat the recordings. The young man realized that he had worried in vain, because studying together was fun. Dovin inquired about the tutoring services and the rich friend's past experience. He was speechless with shock when he learned about Jihan's 20 personal teachers. Jihan boasted to Dovin that he diligently gnawed at the granite of all available sciences. Suddenly, a daring Guman appeared in front of them with a defiant smile. Jihan was literally speechless with horror upon recognizing his old school acquaintance. The dashing Guman leisurely parked his black bike right in the middle of the street. He lazily told me that he had recently happened to be hanging around in the area, and then he suddenly caught sight of the familiar figure of an old friend. Guman sarcastically admitted that he came today specifically for this meeting. Meanwhile, the bandit began to interrogate Jihan about the reasons for his move. Guman switched to Dovin and sarcastically asked why he was shaking. Dovin wanted to teach the impudent man a lesson, but Jihan tearfully begged him to stop. Jihan coldly told Guman that he didn't miss him at all. The friends hurried away, leaving the daring biker far behind. Guman looked after them mysteriously with a barely noticeable grin. Dovin doubted that this strange guy was really Jihan's friend. Jihan apologized in disappointment and canceled the joint preparation for the exams. He said goodbye to Dovin and quickly walked towards the house. Dovin was left alone, trying to unravel the true identity of the impudent Guman. The young man suddenly associated Jihan's behavior with an active system quest. Jihan left with his head down, clearly depressed by the heavy memories. Dovin watched with interest as the rich people licked the lid off their yogurt. Jihan remembered with horror his most shameful school years. The cruel Guman ordered Jihan to lick the disgusting mold off the lid. The offender smiled nastily, enjoying the complete helplessness of poor Jihan. The classmates watched with laughter as the poor boy was shamefully humiliated. Jihan wandered away, carrying a huge burden of resentment in his soul. Meanwhile, Dovin stood at the gate, not daring to enter. The young man was torn between the system quest and his friend's personal feelings. Dovin finally saw Jihan safely enter the mansion. Mama met the tired Jihan and immediately asked about Dovin. And then it turned out that Dovin had left to meet his friend a very long time ago. Jihan was truly shocked to learn that someone was already waiting for them upstairs. The guy flew up the stairs like a bullet, remembering uninvited acquaintances from the past. He swung the door open, preparing to meet the ghosts of the school. Inside, his old classmates were lounging around, and Jihan was simply speechless. One of the girls sarcastically assessed Jihan's luxurious den after the move. The rest of the idiots were brazenly squabbling over the stolen console at this time. The host stood frozen in the doorway while the guests were indignant at his long absence. The friend said that Guman had already gone looking for him all over the city. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind him, making the guy quite nervous. A voice from the darkness accused Jihan of abandoning them. Tattooed Guman grabbed Jihan from behind, reminding him of their meeting after separation. The biker suggested having fun like before, smiling creepily and ominously. Meanwhile, Jihan's luxurious mansion was flooded with the light of an alarming setting sun. Dovin froze at the threshold, realizing that he couldn't just leave, and then he resolutely pressed the bell, succumbing to a strange impulse. The guy clearly felt a bad premonition and became even more nervous. The sharp sound of the bell echoed throughout the house, interrupting the silence of the street. Dovin introduced himself through the intercom, trying to sound as calm and polite as possible. But in response, he heard that his visit today was not expected at all. When suddenly the woman informed the Dovin that Jihan was not at home at the moment. Dovin was surprised to learn from Miss that Jihan was hanging out with old friends. Miss suggested that Dovin call a friend, as she did not know their route. Dovin wandered away, trying to believe the version about an ordinary walk. And then an alarming system message appeared before the guy's eyes. The difficulty level of the quest suddenly jumped, frightening with its unpredictability. The quest's objective changed to rescue, causing Dovin to shudder in horror. He instantly realized that Jihan had not gone for a walk voluntarily. The guy realized in a daze that his friend had been brazenly kidnapped. Meanwhile, a dry crack of a ball being hit was heard in the billiard room. One of the kidnappers mockingly made fun of his black-haired friend's mistake. Guman lazily sprawled in his chair, remembering his old school years. A former classmate reminded Jihan of their frequent get-togethers in this place. Guman glanced around the gloomy lair where the gang used to hang out. One of the thugs caustically called Jihan a typical and consistent loser. The big guy roughly grabbed Jihan by the head, mocking him. Guman smugly introduced Jihan to the new faces in their rotten company. Jihan visibly trembled with fear under the heavy hand of the arrogant bully. The friends were outraged that Jihan doesn't drink and ruins the atmosphere for everyone. The crowd began to question the value of their old friendship out loud. Guman ominously suggested to Jihan that he try something completely new and frightening. Guman mockingly announced the beginning of a brutal test of friendship. Jihan froze in horror at the threat of receiving a direct blow. And then Guman promised freedom if someone stood up for him. The leader roughly grabbed Jihan by the collar, calling on him not to waver. Guman sarcastically hoped that someone from the crowd would show some nobility. Suddenly, a sharp sound of impact was heard, echoing throughout the hall. Jihan collapsed on the floor while the company continued drinking indifferently. And then Guman grinned meanly, calling the beaten guy a bastard. The boy lay in a pool of blood under the poisonous comments of his tormentor. Meanwhile, the girls were worried that he would call the police. Guman sarcastically asked Jihan if he was going to knock. The leader threatened that Jihan's mother would be shocked by the truth. Guman leisurely recalled how surprised he had been by his old acquaintance's move. He suggested hanging out more often after learning about Jihan's new neighborhood. The beaten boy asked in despair why Guman was doing this. Meanwhile, one of the guys complained about the lack of booze. Guman casually handed over the gold card, astonishing everyone with his wealth. Soon, Guman rose from the sofa, again addressing his victim. He asked with displeasure why Jihan hadn't drunk yet. Guman got angry and accused Jihan of upsetting him. Dovin was rushing around the city looking for a place called Bang Bang. The guy ran with all his might, hoping to make it in time. He burst into the building, searching the empty halls. Afterwards, Dovin went into the computer club, continuing his desperate search. He stopped abruptly in the middle of the street, not understanding where to look for his friend. The guy called Jihan again, but heard only silence in response. Suddenly there was a click on the line and someone answered the call. Guman immediately recognized Dovin and asked about their daytime meeting. An image of a brazen, tattooed biker instantly popped into Dovin's head. The kidnapper sarcastically asked if this was the guy from near the school. Dovin furiously demanded that the kidnapper reveal Jihan's location. Guman only grinned mockingly, anticipating the beginning of his sick game. He cynically warned Dovin of the mortal danger to his friend. Meanwhile, a girl from the gang sent an address, confirming Guman's madness. The leader officially announced the start of a bloody friendship test over the phone. Dovin listened to the beeps, realizing that his comrade's life was now at stake. Guman pondered aloud the truth of their friendship, not hiding his contempt. The beaten Jihan begged the bastard with all his might not to touch Dovin. The gang just laughed at the guy's loyalty, cracking dirty jokes. Gumin slammed Jihan's head into the floor with all his might, reveling in his own cruelty. Gumin pinned Jihan to the floor, admitting that his hypocrisy was extremely infuriating. He told Jihan to shut up and watch as his friend soon lost. A magnificent sunset painted the sky pink over the silent city. The sixes carried a heavy bag of alcohol, happy to have such a rich friend. The guys discussed that Gumin and Jihan were once true friends. The accomplices tried to understand what exactly had happened between them over the years, and then they decided to beat up Jihan and make him their wallet. The bastard sitting in the lair wondered if the drink messengers had died. The door swung open as one of the guys laughed at the newcomers. Suddenly, one of the messengers flew into the room head over heels after the blow. The bandits in the lair were quite stunned by the sudden and loud noise. The entire company at the table turned around at the sound of heavy footsteps. Those sitting on the sofa froze, smelling the scent of truly big problems. And then he entered, casually dragging the body of the fallen guard behind him. Gumin noted mockingly that the situation had turned out to be more interesting than expected. Dovin pompously said that this was probably not what Gumin expected. The wounded Jihan could hardly believe his eyes when he recognized his friend in the uninvited guest. Dovin mentioned in passing that he didn't really understand the essence of this mess, but he definitely decided to just knock out everyone in this room. Meanwhile, the facade of a huge Korean hospital appeared in the frame. In Ward number 3, Jihan's mother sweetly praised his uniform. Her son visited her and told her about the first day after the holidays. Mom jokingly asked about the girl, causing Jihan to blush deeply. She just wanted her son to have a truly reliable friend. The woman considered her son weak, but he confidently argued with her. Meanwhile, the sun slowly sank over the roof of the huge Korean hospital. But in fact, it all started with one chance meeting. This is how Jihan first encountered the seemingly friendly Gumin. School days seemed normal until a conversation started in class. Then Gumin willingly agreed to accompany his friend on a trip to his mother. Gumin and Jihan discussed the strange reason for their unexpectedly rapid rapprochement. Having the same class and mothers in the same hospital made them almost like brothers. Gumin acted like an elder, demanding unquestioning obedience from Jihan. He dreamed of his mother's quick discharge and sincerely cherished this friendship. Jihan then truly believed that he had found his closest person. But one day in the hospital corridors, they were stopped by a gloomy attending doctor. The news of Gumin's mother's resuscitation instantly destroyed their fragile resemblance. The doctor's dire prognosis made Gumin completely hate this whole world. Meanwhile, Dovin in the bandit's lair was getting ready to really flex his fists. The gang only laughed at the guy's insolence, promising him quick reprisals. Gumin sarcastically remarked that a loyal friend had come to rescue Jihan. The tortured Jihan screamed in horror, begging Dovin to get away immediately. The embittered bandit was the first to rush into the attack, considering Dovin easy prey. The impudent man swung to strike, but Dovin's fist was already filled with energy. With a powerful move, the guy crushed the daring opponent in the blink of an eye. While the enemy lay knocked out, Dovin calmly assessed the size of the crowd. The rest of the gang members froze in shock at the hero's incredible strength. The hero understood that thoughtless waste of energy would quickly lead to defeat. Dovin's gaze flashed. He decided to knock out each one with one precise movement. Like lightning, he rushed forward, catching his enemies off guard with his speed. The cheeky guy in the tracksuit tried to get Dovin with his clumsy blow, but the guy cold-bloodedly delivered his signature puncture right into the impudent fellow's jaw. The bandit shamefully stretched out on the floor, and Dovin was already looking for a new victim. Suddenly, a little rat crept up from behind with a heavy glass bottle in his hand. He swung vilely, aiming straight at the head of the unsuspecting Dovin. The hero turned around with lightning speed and smashed the bottle along with the enemy's face. Another loser slammed face first into the concrete, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Dovin just looked at his fists with displeasure, calling the situation quite dangerous. The wounded Jihan watched in amazement at the inhuman power of his old friend. The remaining gang trembled, realizing the hero's tactic of hitting hard on the jaws. Dovin stepped forward decisively to meet the new enemy, accepting the challenge. The huge brute rushed forward with a scream, demanding to be hit. The guy didn't keep us waiting, instantly using the devastating skill puncture. Someone from the side noted with amazement the furious speed of the athletic fighter's hands. But the big guy just grinned, declaring his invulnerability to such jabs. Meanwhile, the enemy roughly grabbed Dovin by the collar, interrupting the series. With a powerful throw, the big guy threw the hero away, yelling about his excess weight. Dovin braked with difficulty, leaving deep furrows on the concrete floor. Guman lazily allowed his subordinate to order food delivery after the fight. The giant loomed over the guy again, promising to smear him across the wall. Dovin grabbed the collar of the giant, who was completely taken aback. The brute only laughed, mockingly asking about the guy's ridiculous intentions. And then Dovin's hand suddenly filled with energy for a crushing attack. The hero unleashed a furious barrage of 5 lightning-fast strikes on the enemy. The big guy's face was horribly distorted by the incredibly fast and hard series. The huge carcass fell with a crash, causing the entire gang to instantly fall silent. Suddenly, Dovin calmly flexed his fingers and started talking about ordering food. Meanwhile, Guman glared at the hero, dissatisfied with the failure of his 6. The gang leader sighed in disappointment, regretting the uselessness of his worthless men. But in fact, 2 truly dangerous fighters entered the battle. Another arrogant fighter has announced the start of a truly serious fight. Dovin responded to this challenge with an icy and extremely focused look. He simply walked past the bodies, ignoring the groans of his enemies. The frightened gang panicked and demanded that this psychopath not come any closer. Guman kept his eyes on the hero, silently assessing his combat potential. Dovin froze in the center of the bar, terrifying the entire gang. He helped the wounded Jihan to stand up, checking if he could hold on. After this, Dovin sullenly asked Guman if this was his work. Guman only mockingly asked Jihan how much such a devoted friend cost. At the end, Guman added that he himself had recently acquired someone interesting. Guman sarcastically introduced his truly dear and dangerous friend. Dovin felt a strange presence and immediately turned around at the noise. Ganja emerged from the shadows, dissatisfied with the excessively loud noise in the bar. The giant flew into a rage, demanding that he finally be allowed to sleep peacefully. Dovin counterattacked sharply, delivering a powerful puncture straight into the enemy's body. The blow hit its target, causing a bright flash and a strong recoil. Ganja just grinned, clearly impressed by such a brazen and swift counterattack. Dovin realized with alarm that the big man had easily blocked his fist. Ganja stretched lazily, demonstrating a completely different level of fighting power. He muttered something ominous, foreshadowing Dovin's imminent death. Dovin realized that he could use his most powerful fighting skills. Ganja only grinned and predicted the hero's death from his crushing power. Meanwhile, the setting sun painted Jihan's luxurious mansion in crimson tones. Miss walked slowly down the hallway of the house, carrying a huge steamer in her hands. The woman decided to quickly hide the extra kitchen utensils in a deep pantry. She mistakenly believed that Jihan was now having a fun dinner with his new friends. She was sincerely pleased with the young gentleman's success in communicating with his peers. Suddenly, Miss began to wonder with curiosity about the children's current activities. In reality, the beaten Jihan watched the massacre in horror. Ganja attacked furiously, mocking all the losers sleeping in the bar. Dovin quickly realized that the force of each enemy blow was simply abnormal. Ganja lazily scratched his stomach, calling this exchange of blows an extremely unprofitable activity. Dovin immediately realized that it was time to finally move on to his powerful skills. Ganja suddenly grabbed Dovin's hands, sensing some hidden, dangerous attack. But in fact, he decided to beat the hero before he had time. Suddenly, Dovin broke free with lightning speed, preparing a crushing counterattack in a jump. The hero activated Falcon Lunge, attacking Ganja with incredible, furious force. Then the powerful blow hit its target, causing a powerful flash of bright blue energy. The thick clothing on the giant's shoulders split with a crack under the enormous pressure of the reception. Ganja winced in pain as the first blood finally splashed across his massive shoulders. Dovin aimed straight at the head, but unfortunately missed because of the counter. Ganja roughly shut up the panicking henchman looming over the crouching guy. Claiming drowsiness, the enraged, dreadlocked brute quickly rushed into the attack. And then the big guy grabbed his head in complete bewilderment. The hero struck a stunning blow with lightning speed, determined to finally awaken his opponent. After such a powerful rebuff, the defeated giant fell powerlessly to his knees. The beaten Jihan, who was watching this, could not contain his sincere admiration. Meanwhile, the tattooed Guman clenched his fist in irritation, cursing his subordinate's stupidity. Suddenly, the leader's sly squint shifted sharply to the side. His cold gaze caught on the dartboard hanging on the wall. The big guy flew back quite a bit, hitting the concrete wall with a dull groan. And then Ganja rubbed his bruised face in confusion, not understanding how he had missed the blow. Dovin decided not to delay and dealt a crushing blow. Suddenly, the rescuer's eyes widened in shock when he heard the order to stop. Guman cold-bloodedly put a sharp dart to the neck of the beaten Jihan. The vile leader blackmailed the hero, threatening to cut his friend's throat. Seeing this dirty trick, Dovin cried out the hostage's name in despair. Meanwhile, Guman ordered Ganja in an icy tone to finish what he had started. Outraged by such meanness, the guy did not have time to dodge the flying fist, and the big guy's powerful hook easily threw the hero back. The dreadlocked brute continued the brutal beating with a sadistic grin. The big guy methodically struck, reminding him of the sad fate of the hostage. Another powerful hook to the stomach made Dovin bend over painfully. The beaten Jihan screamed his friend's name in despair, but the treacherous Guman only squeezed the neck of the twitching prisoner harder. It turns out that the scoundrel had dirty, incriminating evidence of the abuse of the guy. The blackmailer mercilessly pressed on the most painful part of Jihan's seriously ill mother. Dovin was literally paralyzed by such baseness, choking with rage. Meanwhile, the tattooed bastard ordered his bully to finish off the hero, and then Ganjay, with lightning speed, grabbed his opponent's throat with both hands. The big man squeezed Dovin's throat with sadistic pleasure, cutting off his oxygen supply. The familiar feeling of suffocation inexorably pulled the hero into a deep, dark swoon. But Dovin did not dare fight back, panicking for the life of the hostage. He frantically thought about how to use his skill against the sharp dart. Suddenly, the enraged brute, cursing loudly, mortally tightened his grip. Looking at the death of his friend, the tense Jihan squeezed out a denial in horror. His wide eyes were filled with absolute and painfully bitter despair. Suddenly, the scene shifted to an empty school classroom bathed in a warm sunset. In his memories, young Jihan called the still exemplary Guman to the hospital. But the future cruel leader then only gloomily looked away with a downcast gaze. Hearing his friend's terrifying question, young Jihan only fell into a stupor. It turned out that the death of his mother completely broke the psyche of the orphaned Guman. After this conversation, the school children began to rapidly distance themselves from each other. Soon the broken teenager went downhill, getting involved with the local punks. Jihan sincerely tried to reason with his friend in the school locker room. But someone else's pity only further enraged the hooligan, who was angry at the world. Unable to bear the brutal bullying that followed, the weak boy simply ran away. And in the present, the leader promised to deal with the hostage next. And then the scoundrel sarcastically asked whether the coward would try to hide, to which the beaten Jihan doomedly admitted his pathetic weakness. Jihan admitted that in the past he cowardly fled from criminal showdowns. The guy sincerely regretted that he had not tried to pull his friend out of the bottom back then. However, the cold-blooded Guman merely irritably dismissed this sentimental nonsense. Deciding not to run anymore, Jihan grabbed the villain's armed hand tightly. Meanwhile, somewhere, an inconspicuous door opened with a dull cough. The boy's sick mother went into the dusty storage room to tidy things up. Suddenly, something unexpectedly fell from a high stack of boxes. The frightened woman miraculously managed to catch the falling statuette in the air. In her hands was her son's very first taekwondo award. It turns out that in his youth, the guy mastered dozens of martial arts to perfection. The woman reflected on her son's lost potential with a warm smile, and then her gaze caught on a whole box filled to the brim with gold medals. Returning to the gloomy basement, the viewer sees only the dim light of the lamp. At this time, the frightened girls watched in horror as the madness unfolded. The big guy Ganja, who was strangling Dovin, suddenly froze in shock, noticing something. And Jihan, with an incredible throw over himself, knocked the leader to the floor. Guman fell backwards onto the hard concrete with a loud thud. The beaten savior, barely breathing, whispered in surprise the name of his brave friend. The guy, without hesitation, put the defeated villain's own dart to his throat. Pressing the treacherous bastard down with his knee, Jihan apologized with sincere regret. Ganjay stared at his victim in confusion, feeling a sudden surge of alien power. The next moment, the big guy's eyes widened in genuine shock. Dovin activated the skill and delivered a crushing blow to the big guy's face. Meanwhile, the plot shifted back to the sun-drenched school years. Young Jihan was sincerely worried about his friend who missed classes because of the funeral, although he himself carefreely discussed his new sports interests with his classmates. A gloomy Guman appeared unnoticed in the doorway, listening to the praise addressed to his comrade. The orphaned teenager watched the success of others with a heavy heart. After all, while he was drowning in grief, his friend was laughing joyfully. And then, for the first time, the soul of the future villain was poisoned by a dull, black envy. The empty school classroom was peacefully bathed in the rays of the setting sun. Jihan then thoughtfully invited his friend, who had been sitting around late, to go to the hospital with him. But Gumin, who had lowered his gaze, only grinned darkly in response. Suddenly, he began to speak with envy about someone else's happy life. It turned out that his friend's living mother was the true root of his insane hatred. Returning to reality, the tattooed leader was literally stunned with shock. His elite fighters lay unconscious all over the hall. The villain growled in rage at his stooges sprawled on the floor, and even the invincible giant Ganja lay limply on the concrete. And then the cornered scoundrel's eye twitched nervously. The leader yelled furiously at the fallen brute, demanding that he get up immediately. Gumin was sincerely indignant because he had wasted a lot of money on these idiots. The enraged scoundrel contemptuously called his vaunted guards pathetic, useless insects. Suddenly, the vile bastard suddenly rushed straight towards the frightened schoolgirls. The beaten Jihan stared in complete bewilderment at this strange maneuver. But Dovin instantly intercepted the hand of the psychopath who was forcing the girls to fight brutally. The cornered bastard screamed hysterically, trying to break free from the grip. The hero calmly noted that this coward did not know how to fight at all. The schoolgirls, freed from the brutal grip, fell to the floor with frightened screams. And then the desperate leader tried to simply outbid his formidable opponent. The desperate bastard, in a panic, promised to pay the savior 3 times as much. But the hero just grinned, declaring that he would smear him absolutely free of charge. Then the enraged leader again threatened to send dirty, incriminating evidence to the sick mother. The scoundrel asked maliciously if Jihan wanted a repeat of that terrible day. At these dark words, the guy's eyes widened with primal horror, and then his memory painfully returned him to the moment of their breakup. On that fateful day, an angry Gumin roughly grabbed his friend by the chest. The frightened teenager sincerely asked his friend to calm down and just listen to him. But the future villain only bitterly reproached him for having false friends. An attempt to blame this aggression on the mother's death only provoked harsh swearing. The dark-haired, insolent man snapped back insolently, refusing to listen to empty moralizing. And then the scoundrel added sarcastically about the only way to get through to him. And then, hearing this nonsense, Jihan fell into a state of shock. In a state of passion, the guy brutally beat up the arrogant bastard at the lockers. Naturally, this bloody showdown quickly moved to the director's office. There, the influential father of the beaten rich kid angrily demanded reprisals for his son's face. The man was furiously indignant at the absence of Jihan's parents on this serious carpet. Suddenly, the door creaked, causing the frightened young man to turn around tensely. A heavy breath hung in the air at the threshold, foreshadowing the inevitable drama. The real shock came when Jihan's sick and out-of-breath mother suddenly appeared. While apologizing to the arrogant crowd, the sick woman began to choke violently. A frightened Jihan panicked and asked his mother about escaping from the hospital. Suddenly, the exhausted parent began to rapidly fall into a deep faint. The shocked boy fell to his knees in horror in front of the limp body. That fateful incident finally brought the poor mother to a critical condition. In fact, Gumin saw the tragedy as an ideal opportunity. Meanwhile, the cruel bullying of the poor boy at school was only gaining momentum. A crowd of scoundrels forced a broken young man to humiliatingly lick mold from the floor. The leader's vile lackeys happily recorded this disgusting spectacle on their smartphones. Sitting down next to him, the offender sarcastically ridiculed his victim's ruined sporting future. Gumin cruelly grabbed Jihan by the hair, continuing to mock the poor guy. The accomplices cackled joyfully while the villain cynically blackmailed the victim with his mother's health. Bound by a chilling fear for the life of his mother, the young man could not resist. In the end, the broken guy finally gave in under the pressure of a hopeless situation. Surrounded by the flickering flashes of cameras, he was left on his knees, completely alone. And in the present, a beaten Dovin held a phone in front of a mocking Gumin. The scoundrel brazenly ordered the hero to kneel for the sake of his friend's secret. Instead of obeying, Dovin cold-bloodedly formatted the device, deleting all backups. But the wily bastard only grinned maliciously, hinting at hidden archives. And then, in the gloomy basement, there was an extremely heavy, frightening pause. Jihan watched as confident Dovin firmly declared that he was now fighting on his friend's side. The hero then furiously grabbed the tattooed bastard by the collar, threatening to destroy him. Clenching his fists, Dovin could barely restrain himself from immediately executing his enemy. But in the end, the guy magnanimously allowed Jihan to administer justice himself. After all, it was this defeated bastard who caused the poor fellow so much unbearable pain. Suddenly, shards of a broken bottle glinted ominously on the dirty concrete floor. The defeated Gumin, meanwhile, pathetically admitted his complete defeat. Feigning remorse, the villain cowardly promised to delete all the dirty, incriminating evidence. Jihan listened in shock to his former comrade's tearful apologies for the old betrayal. However, the vile Guman suddenly grabbed a sharp shard for a dirty strike. Mad with rage, Guman suddenly rushed forward with a broken bottle. Suddenly, a crushing blow from a sneaker powerfully impacted the villain's face. This confident Dovin decided to finally give the vile bastard his due. The treacherous leader fell unconscious to the floor from a heavy kick. Having knocked out the enemy, Dovin immediately worriedly checked his friend's well-being. Having made sure that it was safe, the rescuer, with genuine curiosity, began asking questions. Having resolved the situation, the hero inquired about the origin of his comrade's powerful fighting skills. On the way home, the boys calmly discussed the serious consequences of school bullying. And then Dovin finally understood the reason for his friend's vulnerability at karaoke. Because of past traumas, any resistance seemed physically unbearable to the broken young man. Dovin listened to this incredibly difficult confession with sincere sympathy. Jihan warmly noted how much one can rely on a friend in trouble. A delighted Dovin recalled that terrible moment with the dangerous swing of the bottle. Slightly embarrassed by the praise, Jihan awkwardly looked away, hiding his smile. In a cozy hospital room, the mother smiled tenderly at her grown-up son. The woman warmly acknowledged that her son needed a strong protector. The wise mother delicately hinted to the boy about the importance of having a reliable friend nearby. She explained how important it is to have support bathed in warm sunlight. The parent believed that true friends would never run away in difficult times. Jihan, with a touch of irony, called these touching instructions a bit cringeworthy. An anxious Jihan was worried that the scoundrel would still send incriminating evidence to his mother. Therefore, the boy decided to gradually tell the whole bitter truth to his mother. He firmly realized that he could no longer run away from the past forever. Meanwhile, Dovin recalled his recent harsh conversation with his defeated enemy. Then the hero confidently declared his unconditional devotion to his best friend. With a slight smile, Jihan sincerely thanked his comrade for his newfound courage. In response, Dovin only smiled warmly, continuing their leisurely journey home. Suddenly, the brunette jokingly called all this sentimentality complete cringe. Later, the hero retired to the playground, deciding to check his smartphone. And then his eyes opened wide in extreme shock. Dovin stared at his own hands in genuine horror. Out of nowhere, a thick black smoke materialized in his palms. The boy watched in fascination as the mysterious darkness swirled and took shape. His eyes widened again in utter amazement. A strange padlock appeared in his hands right out of the black fog. Dovin tried hard to understand the incredible rules of this magical system. Suddenly, a holographic window with a description of the item appeared in front of the guy. Having seen the characteristics of the hidden artifact, the hero was literally speechless. Dovin was shocked to think how such cheating was even possible in reality. Clutching the mystical black lock, the guy began to seriously fear these supernatural forces. A golden sunset descended peacefully onto the empty schoolyard. An exhausted Dovin collapsed onto his desk after difficult exams. Jihan thanked his comrade with relief for his excellent assistance in preparation. The tired hero sleepily promised never to learn everything by heart again. The friends leisurely discussed the upcoming school trip and visit to the hospital. A thoughtful Dovin remained silent when asked about his plans for the weekend. Against the backdrop of a crimson sunset, the guy mysteriously mentioned important matters. In the evening, on a bench, the blonde man asked the hero about the search for the elusive culprit. A depressed Dovin spoke about the complete disappearance of people from the old shelter. Suddenly, a shocking piece of this dark puzzle came together in the young man's mind. The guy hopefully assumed that the old shelter building was completely intact. The young man then checked his phone's map on long-forgotten streets. Remembering the old route, he confidently turned the right corner. The hero remembered with heaviness the long-ago collapse of his native shelter. The young man desperately hoped to find important clues within the intact walls. While planning a thorough search, Dovin suddenly fell into a deep stupor. Instead of the familiar facade, only scaffolding towered before him. The stunned boy stood motionless in front of the unrecognizable place of his childhood. And then he was overcome with terrible panic at the possible demolition of the building. But a random passerby suddenly denied the demolition and spoke about reconstruction. The stern old man confirmed that the building was undergoing a large-scale renovation. It turned out that the owner was in complete despair because of the dilapidated state of the place. Dovin was surprised and asked if this was where the sun shelter used to be. The old man only chuckled when he realized that the person in front of him was the son of Representative Ha Jino. The guard asked if the boy was looking for some old forgotten things. It suddenly turned out that after the shelter closed, everything was cleaned out completely. But then the grandfather suddenly asked the hero to wait one short second. The sun was slowly setting, painting the empty city in alarming orange tones. The old man handed Dovin a strange case, telling him to take it for himself quickly. The shelter has been empty for a long time, but this thing was clearly waiting for its time. The old man remembered finding one strange thing before the start of the reconstruction. The find was lying on the floor right in Father Dovin's former office. At first he wanted to throw away the junk, but an uneasy feeling made him keep it. The hero hesitantly opened the case, wondering what could be inside. There lay a pair of broken glasses, which clearly held some dark secret. Dovin was stupefied because his father never wore glasses. The guard added dryly that this was the only evidence left from the previous shelter. He then asked suspiciously why the guy had shown up at that particular moment. Dovin decided to hide the truth, citing the usual longing for his late father. The old man grumbled and called him sentimental and told him to get lost as quickly as possible. The old man stood silently at sunset, watching the boy leave. But in fact, this boy brought tears to the stern old man's eyes. Meanwhile, in the night city, the lights came on at the information desk. Smiling consultant Che Jin-ho politely greeted his evening client. The client clenched his fists angrily, remembering the hated names of Jihan and Dovin. It was Guman. He was eager to grind these bastards into dust. The consultant fell silent, carefully studying the tattooed gang leader's crazed gaze. It turned out that Guman had already come by and asked to teach a lesson to some impudent high school students. Jinho reminded him about the extra payment, and Guman threw a wad of money. And then he snapped that the consultant should simply follow orders. Jinho narrowed his eyes slyly, clearly planning some kind of slippery and dangerous game. In the shadow of the cafe, two impressive hulks sat sullenly, awaiting orders. Guman put down his cup nervously, sensing that the conversation was taking a serious turn. In fact, Jinho ironically noted the recklessness of rich clients. Suddenly, he clapped his hands joyfully, accepting the order for work. Jinho asked to repeat the names of the targets to avoid a fatal mistake. And then he asked again the name of the Dovan with the mysterious smile of a player. The consultant's fingers quickly tapped the keys, calling up a secret database. The dossier of the Dawan who defeated the dangerous Jung Seok instantly appeared on the screen. Guman immediately warned that these guys are strong and weaklings won't cope. Jinho thanked the client for the advice, grinning ominously in response. Meanwhile, he assured that ideal professionals would be found for such a request. It turned out that these animals had recently emerged straight from a correctional facility. And then the frame showed a mountain of bodies scattered by the powerful blows of the new mercenaries. The crazy younger brother Ohio Seop cheerfully reported his success to his elder brother. In fact, this scumbag single-handedly got rid of all his subordinates. Suddenly, the crazy older brother Oh Tai Seop intervened in the conversation. He rudely demanded respect, mocking their relationship and status as twins. Tae Seop dangled his brother over the raging river, promising him swift execution. Guman chuckled contentedly, realizing that now he had absolutely nothing to worry about. Jinho politely said goodbye to Guman, promising to sort everything out personally. The morning greeted the schoolyard with the roar of engines and rows of tour buses. Dovin stood by his bus, amazed at how quickly time flew. There was a lot of activity all around, but the boy never liked such noisy trips. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard from among the crowd calling his name. It was the beautiful Erin. She was beaming with a smile and rolling a turquoise suitcase. The girl was genuinely happy about their trip together, infecting Dovin with her positivity. Soon Jihan joined them, and the group of friends was assembled. The guy got on the bus thinking that the ride wouldn't be so bad. But in fact, the client's order had already been heard in someone's earpiece. Jinho reminded the mercenaries over the radio that they were working in someone else's area. Suddenly, a chilling order was given to mutilate the targets without any remorse. The brothers whispered to each other in the semi-darkness of the salon, anticipating the upcoming bloody fun. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Dovin was looking forward to the best trip of his life. Meanwhile, the buses rolled steadily along the highway towards adventure and danger. Soon, the school children finally arrived at their destination to the sounds of a sleepy teacher. One of the students was drooling comically, not wanting to wake up at all. A friend asked ironically how it was possible to sleep at such an important moment. It turned out that this was their last trip together, and they couldn't miss it. Arin stretched joyfully in the fresh air of Gyeongju, finally shaking off the last of her sleep. Birds chirped cheerfully over the traditional rooftops of Gyeongju, creating a deceptive coziness. Dovin wondered if it was normal to feel so bored on his last trip. Suddenly, they were taken to the most boring practical classes on pottery. Jihan sculpted with enthusiasm, delighted at the opportunity to take his homemade dishes home. But in reality, Dovin only looked sadly at the piece of damp clay. Meanwhile, his crooked craft looked like a perfectly tolerable reminder. But then Taekjin's powerful hand suddenly crushed his work into a pancake. Taekjin rudely declared that this trash had no place in the sacred furnace. The assistant scolded the master while he was looking for at least some kind of successor. The formidable potter froze in shock as he looked at the masterpiece that Jihan had created. Taekjin recognized the craft as a national treasure, a vessel in the shape of a horseman. The master was amazed by the perfect performance and demanded answers from the guy. Suddenly, Taekjin begged for Jihan to become his official successor. It was time for lunch on the first day of this unforgettable school trip. The boys lazily discussed the boring diet, waiting for the usual fried pork. The teacher confirmed that it was time to have a snack before everyone got completely hungry. The school children were surprised because they had to have lunch right in the ceramics workshop. Meanwhile, Taekjin took a pizza with mascarpone and pesto out of the oven. From clay to gourmet pizza, the master masterfully changed his line of work. Dovin chewed indignantly, not understanding why there was no room for clay in the oven. Jihan appreciated the delicious pizza while Taekjin continued to stare at him. The master promised to reveal secret Italian recipes if the boy became his successor. After lunch, the students went on a field trip to the Gyeongju National Museum. Dovin yawned loudly, fighting off post-lunch drowsiness and boredom. The boys lazily discussed the museum exhibits, dreaming of something more exciting. Suddenly, Dovin noticed some strange excitement among his classmates. It turned out that everyone was talking about the stunning Erin, who stood out even in the crowd. The girl approached the display case with the golden crown, enchanted by the glitter of antiquity. And then she playfully tried on the image of a queen, looking stunning. The friend in the red suit only asked me not to embarrass her with my eccentricity. The friend in the red suit grumbled about the useless souvenir, but Erin thought the crown was very cute. Suddenly, the girl rushed in pursuit, wanting to try on the jewelry. Dovin froze in amazement, because the crown perfectly emphasized the beauty of the Arons. Meanwhile, the teacher cheerfully asked if all the children liked the museum. The group of school children only groaned sadly in response to this question. Luckily, an adult announced the start of free time before dinner, but he immediately warned that any suspicious behavior would send them back to school. Jihan suggested that the Dovan take a quick look around this historical area. The first day of the trip finally gave the guys a long-awaited breath of freedom. The friends set off on their adventures in the city with joyful smiles. Ohisan impatiently suggested to his elder brother that they attack the Dovan immediately. The crazy younger brother admitted that he was already eager to fight Dovin. However, Othasop ordered to wait and remain calm for a while longer. The older brother coldly remarked that Ohisan's main problem was impatience. Suddenly, a random passerby with ice cream crashed hard into the Othasop. The frightened seller began to frantically apologize and promised to clean everything up immediately. Oh Hyosin gasped, because the ice cream had hopelessly ruined his brother's favorite sweatshirt. Passers-by had no idea what a dangerous couple had just passed by. The younger brother mockingly asked if Othasop would tolerate such an impudent insult. In the end, the unfortunate guy paid with his life for the bandit's lack of patience. Dovin sank his teeth into the crunchy street food with relish. The unusual dessert in the shape of an old coin turned out to be surprisingly delicious. The guy was happy that even after the pizza, he could still eat this delicious food. But suddenly, Dovin remembered what a nightmare his last school trip had been. Then he sat sadly next to the teacher at the very front of the bus. The boy felt like an outsider while the other kids were happily taking selfies. Because of the hooligans, Dovin even had to switch rooms and endure their drinking. At night, while he was sleeping, he was smeared with toothpaste and ridiculous scribbles. Dovin wiped away the tears that had welled up, saying goodbye forever to that weak self. Jihan called his friend to go further, interrupting his heavy thoughts about the past. Jihan suggested that Dovin try something that is a must for every guest in Gyeongju. The guys reached an open area where powerful ATVs were racing around. Dovin doubted the legality of driving without a license, but his friend reassured him. Suddenly, a piercing female scream was heard from afar, interrupting their conversation. The unknown racer clearly lost control, frightening everyone around. The enraged instructor ran after her, demanding that the crazy girl get off immediately. It turned out that Erin was gripping the steering wheel while her friend begged her to stop. Dovin came closer and was surprised to recognize the unfortunate driver as Erin. The gray-bearded master immediately realized that the guys knew each other and wanted to go for a ride too. The old man thought about how to avoid returning the money and make a profit. Suddenly, Aaron's friend jumped out of the seat, not wanting to risk her life anymore. The cunning old man immediately offered Dovin to sit down second next to the beautiful Aaron. Dovin was noticeably confused because he had absolutely no idea how to control this colossus. The guy blushed deeply, realizing how close he would have to press himself against the girl. Aaron wasn't at all against it and happily invited Dovin to go for a ride. The beauty coquettishly extended her hand, urging the guy to quickly take a seat in the back. Soon, the quad bike was racing along the empty city road at breakneck speed. Dovin was all sweaty with excitement, feeling the heat from the body of his beautiful companion. Aaron laughed heartily and enjoyed the moment, pressing herself against Dovin's broad back. The guy's heart was ready to jump out of his chest from such sudden closeness. Dovin gripped the steering wheel in panic, his heart pounding from the proximity. Aaron enthusiastically praised the guy's driving skills while he was burning with embarrassment. The beauty continued to hug Dovin tightly, enjoying their ride with the breeze. Meanwhile, a suspicious stranger on the side of the road was closely watching the racers. Some brazen hooligans clearly took an interest in a couple on a powerful ATV. The bandits grumbled with annoyance that they didn't have time to take a good look at the pretty girl's face. One of the thugs sarcastically envied Dovin, clearly plotting something evil. Aaron cheerfully reminded how often they had started to accidentally cross paths lately. Dovin remembered with horror their previous meeting and his shameful act. Fate is a strange thing, because now they are driving along the roads of Gyeongju together. Dovin quickly stepped on the gas, dreaming of only one thing, getting closer to Aaron. The beauty suddenly whispered that Dovin was behaving like a naughty child. But then she coquettishly added that this is exactly the kind of guy she likes. Dovin jerked in surprise and his hand accidentally slipped back. The guy, horrified, began to apologize, fearing the righteous anger of his companion. Later, the guys returned to the base where Dovin politely inquired about Aaron's well-being. The girl admitted that she plans to sneak out of tomorrow's noisy evening event. Aaron dreamily suggested taking a walk to the observatory just to look at the stars. Dovin advised them to take a friend, but Jihan had already returned to them. Suddenly, Jihan placed his hand on the shoulder of his stunned friend Aaron in a proprietary manner. Jihan carried his injured friend Aaron in his arms and reported the accident. The girl in the red suit froze in shock, unable to utter a word. Aaron was surprised at how well Jihan could handle a heavy ATV. The guy modestly replied that he had once taken a couple of driving lessons. Suddenly, splashes of water hit his friend in the eyes, and Jihan told her to hold on. The powerful wheel flew into the deep river water at full speed. Due to the strong shaking, the poor thing couldn't hold on and flew out of the seat. There was a loud splash as the girl fell with a loud noise straight into the river. Jihan rushed to help and anxiously asked if she had come to her senses. The guy sincerely apologized and admitted his guilt for this unfortunate incident. Jihan carefully held his wet friend Aaron in his arms in the river. Suddenly, he noticed that the overturned ATV had stalled hopelessly. By evening, the tired guys finally reached the luxurious Harleton Hotel. Jihan explained to Dovin that he carried the girl because his legs were weak. Dovin teased his friend for his sudden courage and the manners of a true prince. The guys finally opened the door to their room, dreaming only of relaxation. Jihan was delighted with the cool apartments reminiscent of foreign resorts. The guys went inside, amazed at how spacious and cozy their room was. An exhausted Dovin collapsed onto the bed, ready to instantly pass out from fatigue. The guys smiled happily, anticipating new interesting adventures for tomorrow. The second day of the trip began with a brisk exploration of the ancient districts of Gyeongju. The tour guide enthusiastically told the boys about the mysterious burials of the kings of the Silla era. A crowd of students finally made it to the majestic Bulguksa Buddhist temple for a photo opportunity. Dovin and Jihan obediently froze in front of the camera, pretending to be exemplary tourists. Meanwhile, Aaron, wearing a traditional hanbok, caught her friend's admiring glances. Aaron's friend immediately noticed her strange confusion and asked worriedly about the reasons. The beauty admitted that she felt someone's heavy, intense gaze on her. The friend laughed it off, blaming it on the crowds of guys captivated by Aaron's beauty. By sunset, the group moved to the monumental building of the Silla History Museum. Exhausted, Dovin yawned and complained to his friend about the unbearable boredom. The elder brother ordered the younger one to be patient, because the end was already very close. Ohisan sprawled defiantly in his chair, complaining about the endless and tedious wait. Otkasop announced dryly that they were going out for the evening, causing his brother to grin contentedly. The first powerful bass beats were already coming from behind the doors of the assembly hall. Some guy was howling hysterically into the microphone, repenting of his past selfishness. At the evening show, the stage shook with someone's fake declarations of love. Then a dance group made a spectacular entrance onto the stage to the whistles of the crowd. The host offered 3 lucky winners seats for a special show. Every guy in the crowd desperately dreamed of being in the coveted chair. Suddenly, the joyful shouts gave way to shock and the choice curses of disappointed spectators. Dovin joked sadly about his loneliness as the lucky ones were invited on stage. Suddenly, someone's voice interrupted his melancholic anticipation in the dark hall. The lights came on the stage, and the crowd suddenly lost sight of Jihan. It turned out that the guy had already taken his place in the very center of the hot show. Erin's friend awkwardly apologized for choosing him as her assistant. The beautiful Minhee admitted that she is the only one in the group without a partner. Jihan sweated nervously, hoping that he just needed to sit quietly next to him. Classmates literally exploded with envy, looking at their friend's triumph. Loud music shook the hall, ushering in the most memorable moment of the trip. And then Jihan realized that he was in a really hot situation. Meanwhile, Erin had previously confessed to Dovin that she was going to sneak out of the noisy event. She thoughtfully suggested simply taking a quiet stroll near Keomseongdae. Suddenly, Dovin realized that right now the girl was wandering around completely alone. He peered anxiously into the darkness, wondering where exactly she was headed. The gloomy atmosphere of the night burials filled the guy with a great deal of horror. Dovin seriously considered calling her number to make sure it was safe. Suddenly, his foot accidentally crossed a mysterious blue laser beam. And then the system surprised him with a new quest in the king's tomb. Dovin was completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. A strange noise behind him made him instantly tense up and turn around. A sudden heavy blow fell on Dovin, causing him to cry out in pain. Otkesop said with glee that the guy had made things easier for them by going out alone. Ohisan treacherously attacked from behind while the hero tried to block his older brother. Another lunge knocked the air out of Dovin's lungs, causing him to double over. Ohisan burst into mad laughter, anticipating the quick execution of his beaten opponent. Dovin asked with difficulty about the reasons for the fight, but the enemies only bared their teeth. The twins mockingly promised to break his legs so that he would never walk again. The guy looked around in confusion, realizing that he had fallen into a deadly trap. Suddenly, Dovin whispered that he was glad to see only people and not zombies. He confidently stated that 2 opponents would be quite enough for him. Dovin delivered a powerful electric shock straight into Ohisan's face with lightning speed. The system detected a critical error and promised the guy a generous bonus. The hero focused on getting the reward and finishing this fight. Meanwhile, Dovin really wanted to find and save Erin as quickly as possible. The frightening nickname of these 2 fucked-up brothers came to mind. People called them this way because of their extreme cruelty to others. The brothers enjoyed torturing their victims and never knew mercy. These monsters felt absolutely no guilt for what they had done. Suddenly, the enraged owner of the house with tattoos burst into the room. The man angrily asked who exactly had sent them into the house. The enraged muscle man rushed into battle, but the twins could not be defeated by 2 people. Leaving the enemy behind, the brothers went off in a matter-of-fact manner to look for a new target. Ohisan, deeply knocked out, fell unconscious onto the grass. Otkesop was stunned to see his younger brother lying prostrate on the ground. Dovin merely calmly stated that there was nothing special about the opponents. The boy appreciated their similarities in appearance, while his older brother seethed furiously. The hero ironically asked if these 2 were by chance twins. Ignoring everything else, Dovin charged at full speed. He struck a powerful blow, trying to quickly find and save Erin. Dovin told the elder to lie down and rest quickly with his little brother. Otkesop flatly refused the deal, clenching his fist in a death grip. Then Dovin decided to unleash his signature and devastating blow. Suddenly, Ohisan sneakily attacked from behind, interrupting the dangerous maneuver. The psychopath viciously beat the guy, mocking his face. Dovin was amazed at how this weakling had come to his senses so quickly. He boiled over again, preparing to shock his enemy again. A powerful push threw the hero back with a painful wheeze. Otkesop ordered his brother not to talk too much and to concentrate on the fight. Dovin winced in pain, nearly losing his teeth after the blow. The enraged twins told him to shut up and meekly beg for mercy. Dovin prepared for battle, and his enemies mockingly accepted his challenge. Ohisan grinned madly and was the first to launch a brazen frontal attack. The guy caught his opponent in motion, delivering a crushing counterpuncture. Suddenly, Otkesop harshly interrupted the hero's triumph with his powerful blow. Dovin cried out in pain, once again missing a vile attack from behind. Ohisun beat him furiously, promising to take revenge for his damaged face. Past fights came to mind, where the enemies attacked as pathetic individuals. But in reality, these brothers worked in a frighteningly coordinated and professional manner. As soon as Dovin attacked one, he immediately opened himself up for another to strike. Ohisun laughed and struck the guy from behind, knocking him down completely. Dovin flew back, recognizing the frightening speed of these coordinated thugs. He was angry with himself, not understanding why he couldn't aim. The twins jeered brazenly, ordering the boy not to show off and just give in. Athasop arrogantly declared that Dovin was disappointing him with his pathetic attempts. But in reality, individually, these monsters were complete non-entities. The hero rushed forward, deciding to finish everything with one powerful and precise blow. The opponents only laughed, considering the guy's tactics a hopeless excuse from another loser. The guy chose the first target, but immediately remembered the dirty tactics. Suddenly, he made a critical hit, breaking through the first brother's defense. And then the second twin predictably tried to attack the hero from behind. The enemy asked if Dovin really considered himself the most unique and powerful. A powerful attack cut through the air, forcing the enemy to press into the cold ground. The opponent spat out that it was time to finally put a bold end to this fight. Suddenly, Dovin soared upward, preparing a devastating falcon lunge. But the cunning enemy suddenly grabbed the guy by the hood of his hoodie. He mockingly remarked how convenient the hero's clothes were for capturing. Dovin slid desperately across the grass, trying to regain control of the situation. Meanwhile, the enemies decided it was time to call it a day and look for a new victim. And then the twins together twisted Dovin, depriving him of the ability to resist. One of them hissed that now the hero would pay dearly for his face. The enemy began a rotten countdown, drilling Dovin with a mad gaze. At number 3, this psycho grinned in anticipation of reprisal. Suddenly, Dovin grabbed the hands of his tormentors with a steel grip. He muttered through his teeth that he would punish the cowards for their baseness. The hero promised to be the one who would teach these impudent people a lesson forever. The twins were stunned by the sudden burst of his power. With a wild cry, Dovin unleashed all his fury on the bastards. The guy's stunning blow knocked both brothers out cold. The thugs scattered in different directions, having completely lost consciousness. As a result, these losers were left lying shamefully on the grass. Dovin breathed heavily, cursing these psychos for almost breaking his arms. The boy sarcastically remarked that his older brother had completely lost his mind. Suddenly, Dovin froze, blinded by the sudden bright light of powerful headlights. And then a motorcycle flew out from above, adding a dose of madness to the night battle. The hero was taken aback, not understanding where the bike came from and who abandoned it. Hyosop grimaced, ironically comparing his broken head to a juicy watermelon. Dovin only became more angry, promising to completely grind his enemies into dust. A sudden sharp sound made the guy instantly tense up and freeze. Thaesop, a crazy older brother, appeared, thirsting for a new portion of blood. Hyosop grinned, reminding them that these psychos never lose together. In the past, Hyosung had impatiently asked his brother when they would finally start. While devouring ice cream, he dreamed of quickly smashing the face of the impudent Dovin. Thaesop, however, rebuked the younger man, ordering him to be patient and just wait. At the van, the older brother again asked Hisung to wait a little longer. The little bastard fell apart inside, complaining of boredom and the limit of his strength. Thaesop studied his smartphone silently, completely ignoring his brother's endless whining. He soon announced that their gang would be heading out on a mission that evening. Meanwhile, on the way, these psychos managed to get involved in a bloody fight. Hyosung grinned predatorily, remembering how he taught manners to some random guys. And then it turned out that these crazy brothers had a third one hidden away. The eldest madman, Gwanseop, urged the brothers to give it their all. Loud music shook the hall, and the audience applauded the performers with all their might. Suddenly, Minhee appeared on stage and began her daring dance. Her every movement was filled with incredible energy and drive. The girl danced at the limit of her strength, not noticing anything around her. The guys in the crowd literally roared with delight when they saw such a show. Minhee's rhythmic movements captured the attention of absolutely everyone present. The atmosphere became tense as she glanced into the room. Meanwhile, Dovin felt a dangerous closeness in someone's gentle hands. And then his heart traitorously began to beat faster from that moment. Jihan's heart almost jumped out of his chest from Minhee's embrace. Meanwhile, Gwanseop lazily mentioned the attempted robbery along the way. He added with a grin that he quickly taught those guys some manners. Dovin could hardly believe his eyes as he looked at the enemy who had arrived. Suddenly, Guanseop suggested that everyone present finally give it their all in the battle. Hyosung grumbled discontentedly that the long journey on a bike was very tiring. Taesop immediately began to scold his older brother for his long tardiness. Dovin was struck by the incredible resemblance of all three brothers standing before him, and then he asked if these psychos reproduce by division. Guanseop suddenly struck, confirming their status as a trio of twins. Dovin barely fought off two enemies when a third appeared in front of him. Guanseop licked the blood and noted his opponent's hot temper. The crazy twin rushed to attack, wanting to test the guy's endurance. The brothers launched a joint attack and Dovin felt another blow from behind. Suddenly, the hero turned around and started running away from the dangerous trio. The enemies were surprised by such impudence and called the retreating guy a very slippery type. Hyosop and Taesop decided to split up to corner the fugitive from both sides. Meanwhile, Taesop was confident that Dovin would not be able to escape from his three pursuers. The psycho came closer and asked what exactly the hero was muttering under his breath. Dovin unleashed a series of blows on the enemy and asked if he was lonely. Taesop realized that Dovin wanted to scatter them one by one, but this maneuver was in vain due to the speed of the brothers. Suddenly, Dovin used puncture and blew off Hyosung's face. The defeated twin flew to the side, spitting out blood from the kick. The hero calmly stated that he had long been accustomed to attacks from behind. Dovin concentrated, waiting for the next move of this crazy family. Guanseop jumped on top, trying to unleash his rage on the boy. Meanwhile, Dovin skillfully maneuvered among the attacks of the trio of twins. And then the guy jumped onto the mound, surprising his enemies. Guanseop bit his tongue and Taesop ordered him to stop whining. Guanseop recalled the old rumor about Dowen's resounding victory over Sokyeon. The brothers were genuinely outraged that Guanseop only lazily watched the brawl. The Trinity decided to act together to finally crush this impudent wretch. The sound of a blow cut through the air as the opponents clashed again. Dovin blocked Guanseop's attack and found his thrust surprisingly weak. Suddenly, Hyosop dealt the hero a sharp and painful kick. The guy began to realize that the movements of the crazy brothers had become much faster. The enemy's power suddenly increased and Dovin could barely withstand the onslaught. The hero flew back, not understanding the reasons for the sharp strengthening of this trinity. Guanseop, with a predatory smile, explained that it was not about his strength at all. Guanseop noted with a mad grin that they were the ones who had weakened. Under the cold moon, 3 wolves grew up, thirsty for fresh blood. A cruel legend said that such a pack was capable of tearing a tiger to pieces. As in the old tale, the hunters began a rapid approach to their target. The 3 animals surrounded the tiger, exhausting him with endless jumps one after another. They repeated the attacks again and again, not giving the enemy a chance to rest. The predators bit into the back, causing the victim to literally bleed. Gradually losing strength, the mighty beast became easy prey for wolves. Guanseop was triumphant because now Dovin had completely become a victim. The exhausted boy realized the difficulty of the fight against 3 synchronized madmen. The brothers boasted that together they were capable of tearing apart even a mighty tiger. Guanseop predicted Dovin's defeat, mocking his complete loneliness. The Trinity was outraged by the title of villains and began to finish off their next target. Guanseop decided to finish the job himself, sending his younger brothers off to rest. Suddenly, Dovin asked with a grin why his enemies considered him lonely. The hunters looked around in confusion, trying to sense anyone else nearby. And then Jihan burst into the fight with a flourish, using judo techniques. With a powerful throw, Jihan smashed Guanseop's impudent face straight into the ground. The remaining brothers stood frozen in shock at the sudden appearance of reinforcements. Jihan extended his hand to Dovin, coming to the aid of his wounded friend in time. The dumbfounded brothers did not understand where this Jihan had suddenly appeared from. The boys prepared for battle, deciding to finish this matter here and now. Suddenly, Dovin abruptly ran away, leaving his enemies completely bewildered. Guanseop laughed angrily, considering his opponent incredibly slippery and cowardly. As he ran, Dovin feverishly hypnotized the smartphone, begging the system to speed up. He clearly understood that he couldn't cope with this fierce battle alone. On the way, Dovin apologized for dragging Jihan into such a dangerous showdown. While Guanseop lay unconscious, the heroes assessed the remaining 2 opponents. Dovin ordered his friend to hit with full force and not hold back at all. The remaining brothers turned all their attention to Jihan, wanting revenge for their eldest. The distraught brother rushed into the attack, promising to personally finish off the insolent Jihan. Jihan only politely apologized before revealing the fierce base. Using Jeet Kune Do, he threw a punch, warning that it would hurt a little. After such a hit, the poor guy was instantly knocked out cold. Jihan was quite scared, realizing that he had overdone the force of the blow. Meanwhile, Dovin turned on the afterburners, flying out to meet his sworn enemy. The fighters clashed violently, knocking the last of their fighting spirit out of each other. The enemy sarcastically asked whether the wounded Dovin really hoped to stand alone. The opponent brazenly bragged, considering himself the undisputed king of the night fight. But Dovin activated the skill spectacularly, charging his fist with deadly lightning energy. Dovin poured all his fury into a crushing blow, activating a powerful combat skill. The fist crashed into the enemy's jaw, knocking the wind out of him. The inhuman force threw the guy back like a rag doll in flight. Covered in blood, the enemy only wheezed pitifully, wondering if this was his limit. Dovin was taken aback by such vitality because there was a lot of pathos before the battle. Meanwhile, Guanseop struggled to his feet, cursing the boy's rat-like sneak attack. Dovin narrowed his eyes and demanded an immediate explanation of their mysterious final goal. The friends loomed sternly over the enemy, wanting to find out who exactly had sent these madmen. Suddenly, the darkness was pierced by the blinding light of the headlights of a powerful motorcycle rapidly approaching. From afar came a commanding voice, asking about the impudent person who dared to touch their younger siblings. The local thugs recognized the bike and went berserk at the stranger's audacity. The enemy sensed a trap, wondering how many more fighters were lurking in the shadows. The blonde was only delighted by the fun, admitting that he had become quite bored. Meanwhile, a whole army of fighters from Silla began its movement. Real monsters have come out to hunt, anticipating a brutal massacre of the guests. Meanwhile, the beaten Hyosop and Thesop lay shamefully on the ground. A bloodied Guanseop looked around in shock, not understanding when everything went wrong. Tired Dovin unzipped his jacket, wanting to finish this dirty business as quickly as possible. The guy interrogated Guanseop about the purposes for which they set up the ambush. Dovin realized that the hunt was being conducted personally against him and Jihan. Dovin rightly noted that the strangers had no reason to attack. He sternly demanded to confess who exactly had sent these crazy brothers. Meanwhile, in a cozy cafe, the mysterious client received guarantees of success. And then the client became nervous, fearing exposure if the mercenaries failed. But the interlocutor in the suit assured that his guys are fierce specialists. He added that the fighters would not blab even under threat of severe beatings. In reality, the mercenaries were aware of the full gravity of a possible betrayal of the organization. It turned out that they would have to pay for their unnecessary words with their own lives on the spot. The client only chuckled nervously, acknowledging the extreme cruelty of their mutual boss. The man in the suit confirmed that the leak would be a total disaster for them. Guanseop played the fool, deciding not to give away his client under any circumstances. The villain hid behind stories about fun while his hand groped for the handle of the knife. Dovin didn't buy the fairy tales, and Guanseop was already aiming a knife at his legs. Dovin threatened to add more punches while Guanseop waited for the right moment to throw. And then Dovin suddenly staggered, causing Jihan to become seriously alarmed. Jihan asked about his friend's well-being, but Dovin stubbornly insisted on his own health. Suddenly, Dovin realized with horror that the energy in his body had completely dried up. The guy realized that his stamina bar was empty after a tough fight with his brothers. Jihan sensed something was wrong as Guanseop prepared the final deadly thrust. The mad Guanseop rushed forward with a knife, wanting to finish off the exhausted enemy. Suddenly, the strangers recognized Guanseop by his distinctive blue leather jacket. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of fighters began to gather at the scene of the showdown. Dovin and Jihan watched with alarm as the unknown monsters approached. And then Dovin's system rang loudly, foreshadowing the emergence of a new danger. An elite squad of the strongest disciples from the Silla school emerged from the darkness. The boys realized that the scale of the mess had now become truly frightening. Silla's commander stepped forward, wanting to punish those who had offended his younger boys. The scarred leader asked ironically if they were allies. Guanseop was outraged by the comparison with idiots, but the leader didn't care. Dovin tried to justify himself with a school trip, but the enemy was completely indifferent. The leader explained that territory was just a pretext for a long-awaited fight. It turned out that Silla's fighters were simply bored to death in quiet Gyeongju. The strong guy disgustedly crushed the face of one of the brothers with his boot. The bandits mockingly sneered at the pathetic and broken faces of their enemies. Guanseop was brazenly compared to a defective product from the same factory. Enraged, Guanseop rushed to defend his fallen brothers with a cry. Suddenly, Scylla's experienced fighter easily stopped the crazy blonde's attack. Gwansop pulled out a knife, threatening to bleed anyone who came near. He desperately warned the attackers that he would disable them on the spot. But then the big guy from Scylla grabbed the armed idiot in a death grip. The leader of Scylla sarcastically remarked on Gwanseop's unusually strong attachment to his brothers. The blonde tried to snap back, but received a crushing blow in response. Scylla confirmed her complete indifference to any justifications for the victim. The thugs continued to brutally trample Gwansop into the ground, ignoring everything. The bandits promised Dovin and Jihan a truly fun night of suffering. Dovin told Jihan to forget about strangers and think about himself. Dovin realized the inevitability of a fight with this huge crowd of monsters. The gangsters admitted that the heroes couldn't escape and looked closely at the zip. They remembered Dovin's trip yesterday with that stunning beauty Aaron. The bastards wanted to call Aaron, and the exhausted Dovin completely lost heart. Dovin understood that he wouldn't be able to take out the crowd of freaks because of his weak friend. The leader of Scylla got bored and lazily crushed one of the local poor fellows with his soul. And then this bastard called out to the guys, clearly planning some kind of crazy thing. Scar, with a grin, ordered his friends to immediately start a fight among themselves. Jihan was stunned when he heard the condition of releasing only the winner. Suddenly, Dovin swung sharply, deciding that this was their only way out. He unleashed a hail of blows on his friend, making everyone believe in betrayal. The enemies were laughing heartily, amazed at how quickly the guy had betrayed his partner. But in fact, Jihan realized that Dovin was only simulating an attack, pushing him away. Dovin apologized on the fly for his amateur performance, continuing this cunning performance. Dovin threw his friend away, ordering him to get away immediately as far as possible. Scar immediately realized the trick, suspecting the guys of a pathetic attempt to break through. Jihan desperately resisted, but Dovin insisted on fighting alone. Meanwhile, the hero resolutely felt his last trump card in his pocket. The guy snatched up a strange artifact, not understanding its true power. It was the Black Castle, an object that was frightening with its gloomy dark aura. Dovin remembered how he had previously studied information about this cheating thing. He doubted that such game things could even exist in reality. Suddenly, he began to worry that the castle's power would affect the innocent. In the end, the guy decided to save the dangerous device for the most critical situation. The enemies laughed mockingly, wondering if Dovin had cleaned out someone safe. The hooligans rudely ordered Jihan to return, threatening to drag him back personally. Dovin came up close and gloomily asked about their night party. The hero activated the artifact, promising the bastards the start of a real hellish party. The dark energy of the castle instantly flared up, frightening everyone with its eerie power. Dovin transformed, shrouded in a dark aura as the enemies watched in shock. A powerful wave of force shook the earth, erasing all hope of mercy. The guy grabbed the first enemy with lightning speed, not even giving him a chance to squeak. The insolent Gopnik only grinned, trying to hide his fear behind a stupid mockery. And then the enemy sarcastically taunted the hero for his overly pompous speeches. Scar choked on his cigarette, overcome with sudden and wild horror at what he saw. Scylla's entire gang trembled, and some were already begging for mercy. The system confirmed the use of the Black Castle, and there was no turning back. And then the auto-battle mode turned on, awakening the merciless ghost inside Dovin. Now the AI itself chose targets and determined the tactics of the upcoming battle. The guy remembered how he had previously considered this function to be just a convenient feature. Most gamers despised auto-battle for its stupidity and low effectiveness in games. However, in reality, the rules had changed, and the old laws were no longer in effect. With this high-class intelligence, the auto-combat was superior to any manual control. A dark shadow with blazing eyes prepared to begin a total massacre. The stunned thugs tried to understand what the hell was going on around them. One of the fighters was already knocked out, having lost touch with reality. The enraged enemy rushed to the attack, shouting curses at Dovin. Dovin's shadow slid elusively to the side, dodging another attack from the enemy. Suddenly, a powerful fist flew straight into the teeth of the arrogant idiot. The system methodically pummeled enemies, turning the battlefield into a one-sided massacre. The last survivor panicked and realized that the enemy had become frighteningly, incredibly fast. Meanwhile, the black darkness overtook him faster than he could scream. Dovin delivered the decisive blow, literally knocking the wind out of his victim. The poor guy flew spectacularly into the bushes with his face completely distorted with pain. Dovin stood motionless as the last of the enemies fell like sacks onto the grass. And then his gaze glazed over, filled with the frightening radiance of an icy abyss. The remaining Scylla fighters were frightened, sensing something fishy in the appearance of this psycho. Suddenly, they decided to take a desperate step and attacked with the whole crowd. The sudden start and the shockwave literally smashed the enemies into the ground. The trio jumped at once, hoping to crush Dovin with their numerical superiority. Meanwhile, the guy moved so quickly that he left only blurry shadows. He punched the first daredevil hard through the body, knocking the wind out of him. But in reality, the system cold-bloodedly chopped up the targets into a meat salad. The last opponent was knocked out cold after one crushing uppercut. Dovin looked at the world with a glassy gaze, guided only by a cold algorithm. Suddenly, some impudent fellow grabbed his leg, hoping for an easy victory. The big guy knocked the guy down and ordered his accomplices to quickly crush him. But the system cold-bloodedly smashed the attacker's face into the ground with one blow. The hero victoriously stepped on the enemy's head, demonstrating complete dominance. Jihan watched this nightmare, realizing the frightening transformation of his friend. And then it dawned on him why Dovin was apologizing for his amateur performance. That abrupt order to get out was just an attempt to save Jihan. His friend protested desperately, but Dovin was determined to fight alone. Now the meaning of those dark words about the unpredictability of power has become clear. Jihan decided that his escape was the only way to really help his friend. Meanwhile, Scylla's leader took a drag, releasing thick smoke through his teeth. Scar lazily ordered his soldiers to intervene and end this farce. Dovin froze, his icy eyes flashing in a halo of eerie dark aura. And then the enemies realized that a real monster stood before them. The huge brute threatened to kill anyone who tried to run away in disgrace. The crowd of Cretans rushed forward with screams, hoping for their numbers. Dovin pushed off sharply, literally tearing up the ground under his feet. Suddenly, he turned into a blurry shadow, methodically destroying the attackers. The bastard screamed in horror, unable to follow his movements. Dovin instantly grabbed the heads of two gaping idiots at once. He slammed their faces into the hard ground with wild force. And then the enemies screamed, begging the terrible ghost not to come closer again. One of the bastards burst into tears of wild horror, completely losing his composure. Another powerful attack from the system literally smeared the enemy's face across the grass. The hero's gaze remained icy as he methodically continued his slaughter. Suddenly, a huge mustachioed pig grabbed Dovin from behind in a death grip. The fat man angrily cursed his subordinates, calling them useless and pathetic losers. The big guy promised to crush all the guy's ribs in his suffocating embrace. The tattooed, bespectacled man confirmed that no one has ever escaped from the clutches of this pig. The bespectacled man realized in horror that it was simply impossible to escape from Pig's grip. The fat man clung tightly, but Dovin suddenly let out a wild, frightening cry. The pig turned purple with the effort, feeling his bones literally cracking. Suddenly, Dovin broke the grip with a powerful jerk and threw the fat man away. The guy landed hard, raising a whole cloud of dust and rubble. The hero instantly soared upward, preparing the final blow for his attacker. He slammed the boar into the ground with his foot, knocking the wind out of him. The heavy carcass collapsed, and Dovin effectively froze in a fighting crouch. There were beaten-up thugs lying everywhere. The guy gave them a total dressing down. The bespectacled man called spending points right during a fight too risky. The bespectacled man spent a long time explaining the mortal danger of a direct hit to the face. He explained why most fighters prefer to remove their glasses beforehand. Meanwhile, the arrogant guy asked if Dovin understood his true coolness. The bespectacled fighter arrogantly declared that no one could touch him. Suddenly, Dovin smashed his face with one short, powerful blow. The tattooed weakling fell head over heels onto the grass, losing his fancy glasses. Scar was simply stunned, looking at the mountain of his beaten subordinates. The leader didn't understand how Dovin single-handedly took out his elite bodybuilders. He rushed into the attack, enraged by the calm and even breathing of his opponent. Dovin took the initiative with a vengeance, causing the leader to wildly doubt his own strength. Dovin grabbed Scar's fist harshly, causing him to look surprised. And then the hero began to strangle his opponent with one hand. Suddenly, Dovin's cold gaze made the enemy hopelessly beg for mercy. A piercing cry rang out, marking the final defeat of the entire Scylla gang. Meanwhile, the setting changed to a strange room with shabby walls. When Dovin woke up, he fell into a real stupor from the chaos he saw around him. He looked around, completely confused about his current location. The guy clearly remembered only the moment of activation of his Black Castle artifact. In reality, the room looked extremely abandoned and frighteningly strange. Dovin realized that someone was living here and the situation seemed dangerous. Dovin decided to leave, but the computer suddenly turned on by itself. The sharp glow of the monitor seriously frightened the guy in the silence. And then he peered at the screen, trying to understand the reason for this devilry. Suddenly, a strange message appeared on the display for the harbinger of the end. Meanwhile, the night park was illuminated by an ancient stone tower and lights. The charming brunette watched this majestic view from afar thoughtfully. The girl was walking alone, regretting missing her friend's dance performance. She walked quietly along the road, enjoying the rare moment of peace in the night. But in fact, she was truly enchanted by the beautiful starry sky. The beauty froze, mesmerized by the distant stars twinkling above her head. The brunette realized she had wandered too far when the ringtone suddenly rang. And then a frightening stranger emerged from the shadows behind her. The guy calmly explained that he simply forgot to turn on silent mode. The girl could hardly breathe, suddenly recognizing the one who stood in front of her. Meanwhile, Dovin caught familiar notes of speech in the chat text. He froze in shock when he saw his old nickname on the screen. The guy tried to type, but the keyboard flatly refused to work. The hero was surprised, because the computer had never heard his voice before. But in reality, the mysterious chat demanded answers in return. Dovin was puzzled as to how exactly his interlocutor planned to ask the question. Dovin began his honest story, barely containing the heavy emotions that washed over him. Suddenly he screamed furiously, cursing his suddenly changed fate. The guy hit the table in anger, hating the endless fights and quests. Dovin lamented that soon there would not be a single living spot left on his battered body. And then he froze in front of the monitor, trying to comprehend the value of his gift. Meanwhile, the hero admitted that the new power gives him true satisfaction. Previously, Dovin was just a pitiful shadow, meekly enduring the bullying of vile hooligans. But over time, the guy learned to give his enemies a crushing and very tough rebuff. Now Dovin is able to protect others, finally feeling truly needed. But in fact, without this power, he would have simply died then. Dovin scratched his cheek in embarrassment, confessing his sincere gratitude to the Force. And then the monitor screen suddenly lit up blue. Suddenly Dovin tensed up, sensing the approach of something truly sinister. Meanwhile, images of the night's massacre flashed before the hero's eyes. Scylla's gang fighters were lying everywhere, defeated and unable to rise. Bully Pig lay on the grass with his face completely broken and bloody. And then the boys saw Four Eyes, whose broken lenses were shining nearby. Scar, terrified, crawled away with the last of his strength shaking with terror. And then Dovin remembered how mercilessly he dealt with the leader. The cold blue light in the hero's eyes signified a complete loss of control. Dovin slammed his enemy hard into the ground, and the frightening crunch of bones was heard. Scar screamed hysterically from the unbearable pain in his broken arm, and Dovin just silently looked at him with his eerie blue eyes. The leader, crazed with fear, tried to snap back, but his strength had clearly left him. Suddenly, a powerful blow completely knocked the stupidity out of the villain. Scar's body flew head over heels across the grass from one precise kick. The beaten leader realized that a real and merciless monster stood before him. Meanwhile, the guy was frantically thinking about how to get out of here as quickly as possible. He wheezed heavily and was drenched in sweat, feeling complete and total defeat. And then Dovin slowly walked towards his victim for the final blow. Scar frantically reached for the phone, desperately trying to call for help. Dovin advanced, ignoring warnings about an upcoming meeting with the roof of the district. Meanwhile, the wounded leader listened to the endless beeps with hope. Finally, Scar shouted into the phone about the complete defeat of their gang, and then he prayed for the mysterious quack to come quickly. Suddenly, a frightening shadow of the ruthless Dovin appeared before him. Scar flew into a rage, shouting his last angry words into the phone. But Dovin interrupted this useless call with one precise movement of his foot. The hero froze, looking at the enemy with a cold and completely empty gaze. In fact, the name Kavak seemed very familiar to Dovin. As it turns out, something terrible happened in the correctional center 2 years ago. The local brothers were discussing a very creepy newcomer from today's replenishment. Suddenly, the younger brother told that this madman had defamed the girl. Rumor had it that the new guy had carelessly touched the sister of a very influential person. The girl turned out to be a relative of Paljong, the main authority in the next room. And then it became obvious that the angry Paljong was in a wild rage. The leader ordered his men to immediately kill the guy at the first meeting. The prisoners whispered about the newcomer's imminent death at the hands of the local musclemen. Suddenly, the prison guard froze, seeing before him a truly horrific sight. The warden frantically called for reinforcements, while the other prisoners only laughed maliciously. The bloody guest in the cell window scared the hell out of the guy. The hero tugged at the locked door in horror among a pile of beaten bodies. Paljong sarcastically recognized the beaten poor fellow as Ji-hyun's older brother. Sitting in the blood, he boldly admitted that he liked Aaron too. The wounded criminal regretted that the police arrived on time and ruined everything. A dark promise about the next visit was heard in the silence of the block. And then Paljong, with a wild grin, decided to go to the very end. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun realized that the stalker in the park was real. The girl asked tremblingly if he had been following her all day. Meanwhile, she remembered a strange feeling of anxiety during the walk. Erin felt with her skin that someone in the crowd was watching them. My friend blamed it all on her beauty because guys are always staring at her. Suddenly, the pursuer began to absurdly deny his obvious surveillance. He admitted that the image of the girl was stuck in his head forever. The madman called her his ideal from her eyelashes to the very tips of her toes. And then, with a frightening grin, he made his perverted declaration of love. Erin threatened to scream, but the maniac only laughed at her helplessness. The scoundrel brazenly stated that she herself had been waiting for this meeting alone. Aaron reached for the phone while he was dreaming about penetrating her. And then, with one sharp blow, he knocked the mobile phone out of her hands. The psycho whined about injustice, while Erin was frozen with wild horror. She backed away in panic and suddenly tripped over a stone. Erin fell with a scream onto the grass right at the stalker's feet. The bastard hung over me, brazenly promising to do everything himself in the dark. Suddenly the voice disappeared, and Aaron's numb body simply refused to move. But in fact, the madman decided that Aaron was also delighted. But then the maniac suddenly froze, sensing someone's menacing presence behind him. Through her tears, the girl barely whispered the name of the one she had been waiting for. Van silently appeared in front of the enemy, covering Aaron, who was trembling with fear. Paljong was furious that his date was cut short early. The villain clenched his teeth in wild rage and let out a low roar.